Accused of assault, while 85 miles away. My brother posted, "Believe them," and tried to put me in jail. My parents disowned me, until the court hit him with $175,000. I'm a 41-year-old male who owns an electrical contracting business and teaches basic electrical safety courses twice a week at Riverside Community College. Not exactly glamorous, but I make mid-six figures when commercial jobs come in, and teaching keeps my skills sharp. Additionally, the college pays $85 per hour for two 3.5-hour sessions. Easy money. The nightmare began on a Tuesday, when Dean Whitaker, the department head, summoned me to his office following my morning session. I assumed it was about the new curriculum they wanted to implement for the fall semester. Perhaps a pay increase. Something normal. Dean Whitaker was sitting there with Dr. Marissa Vaughn, the student services director, and a college attorney whose name I couldn't remember because I was too busy reading the room. The atmosphere was funeral home wrong. Too many serious expressions for a scheduling conversation. Ethan Walker. Thank you for coming in. Dean Whitaker held his hands together as if he were about to deliver bad news about a terminal diagnosis. We need to talk about some allegations made about your behavior at last month's Skills USA competition. My brain immediately went on red alert. What are the allegations? 3 students have filed separate reports alleging inappropriate physical contact occurred during the competition weekend in Sacramento. Given the gravity of these allegations, we are placing you on immediate administrative leave pending a thorough investigation. I stared at him as if he had grown a second head. What competition? The Skills USA Regionals will take place in Sacramento from April 18th to 20th. I wasn't at the competition. Dr. Marissa Vaughn leaned forward, using a practiced counselor voice that made my teeth hurt. Ethan, I understand how shocking this must be for you. These situations are always difficult, but the most important thing is that we prioritize student safety and adhere to proper protocols. I wasn't at the competition, so I repeated slowly this time. I was working on a 3-phase installation at the new medical complex in downtown. I can get the permits, inspection reports, and everything. Dean Whitaker's expression did not change. We will go over all documentation as part of the investigation. However, given the consistency of the reports and the gravity of the allegations, we believe immediate suspension is the appropriate response. Which reports are consistent? I was not there. I did not go to Sacramento. I was 85 miles away, running conduit through a hospital with security cameras on each floor. Dean Whitaker finally said, "Your name is on the trip roster." As if that was checkmate. I informed him that the roster was incorrect and offered to provide proof that I had been on a job site all weekend. Nobody pretended to care. The attorney eventually spoke up. Some people repeated corporate nonsense about liability and proper procedure. We need you to gather your materials and leave campus today. Someone from Human Resources will contact you to discuss next steps. That's when I understood. They'd already decided that evidence was merely an inconvenience that could complicate their neat little narrative. Can I at least know what I've been accused of? Student privacy laws prohibit us from disclosing information without signed releases, Dr. Marissa Vaughn explained. However, the nature of the allegations requires immediate action. I wanted to pull out my phone and show them the work orders, signed inspection documents, and time-stamped photos I'd taken of the installation for the project file, but the fact that they were all sitting there together in this unified wall of bureaucratic certainty told me it didn't matter. They had chosen their story. I was just the impediment. I cleared my desk in 20 minutes, grabbing my tools, a couple of reference books, and some flash drives containing lecture materials. The entire time I kept thinking about April 18th. I remember that weekend vividly because my hospital job had been a nightmare. Inspections are scheduled for Monday morning, putting work on the critical path. I'd been on site since 5:30 a.m. Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, I was supervising a crew of 5 guys while also running the rough-in on the surgical wing. My back was killing me by Sunday night. I went home and spent an hour soaking in a hot bath. I had permits requiring my signature, inspection reports, progress photos, and daily logs. 5 electricians who had worked alongside me all weekend. Over the course of 3 days, my phone most likely pinged off the hospital's cell tower 240 times. A 12-minute record check would have resolved this issue immediately. They did not want to check. I called my parents from the truck. My father answered on the second ring. "They're accusing me of something that is physically impossible," I explained. No preamble, no drama. 3 students claim I did something at a competition I didn't attend. They suspended me. My mother went on speaker. Her voice had that edge that comes with seeing an opportunity. What exactly do they claim happened? They won't give me specifics, but they said it happened at the Skills USA competition in Sacramento. I worked the hospital job all weekend. There was a pause. Then, my father. Do you have proof? Permits, inspection documents, work crew witnesses, and site photos have all been signed. Then we'll handle it, he said. But his tone was not reassuring. It was calculating. Stop by the house tonight. We need to talk about strategy. That night, I retrieved every piece of documentation I had. Permits signed by me as the license holder on site, as well as inspection reports from 4 separate walkthroughs that weekend. Hospital security badge logs that show entry and exit times. Crew statements, progress photos with timestamps, everything organized, chronological, and airtight proof that not only suggested innocence, but also demonstrated physical impossibility. I was not in Sacramento. I was 85 miles away on a job site with a paper trail that any second-year law student could check in 12 minutes. I sent it all to Dean Whitaker at midnight, with the subject line, Documentation, April 18th to 20th Hospital Job. He never replied. My brother Logan Pierce called me at 9:15 a.m. on Wednesday. I was still half asleep, but we grew up in the same house and had the same surname, so I assumed blood would count for something. Then I remembered Logan Pierce's need to be the better son. When I started my business at 27 and bought my first home at 29, he spent Thanksgiving dinner explaining to everyone that real jobs required advanced degrees. When I paid off my truck in cash, he made a remark about how blue-collar money did not create generational wealth. Our parents had always preferred his corporate career over mine, despite the fact that I had a state MBA, a nonprofit job title, and community leadership experience. He had been posting ally content on social media for 3 years, mostly in the form of performative threads about accountability and believing in survivors. His career had stalled after being passed over for director twice. He needed a reason. I just didn't realize I'd become it. Logan Pierce, thank God. Did you hear what happened? The college is trying to. I can't talk to you right now. His voice was cold. Professional. I'm meeting with the college administration this afternoon. I wanted to let you know that Natalie Pierce and I are taking this very seriously. What are they taking? Seriously. I was not even at the competition. I have documentation that shows I spent the entire weekend on a job site. Permits, inspections, and crew statements. I have to go. He hung up. I tried to call back. Blocked. Tried texting. Blocked. I sat in my truck staring at my phone, wondering if I had misheard. Perhaps he needed some time to process. Perhaps the college fed him some nonsense that made him cautious. Then I received a text from Uncle Raymond, Ray Walker. Have you seen what Logan Pierce posted? Call me. Logan Pierce had sent something to his extended family first. A private message to my parents, aunt, and a few cousins. Uncle Ray Walker forwarded it to me. Professional language about serious allegations and supporting the investigative process, as well as how he couldn't in good conscience continue to communicate until the facts were established. Cold, measured, but clearly a line drawn in the sand. That was a warning shot. 7 hours later, the family group text exploded. Logan Pierce had posted a message that felt like a stab to the chest. I have been informed of credible allegations against Ethan Walker made by Riverside Community College students. After meeting with college officials and thoroughly reviewing the information they provided, Natalie Pierce and I believe the students who have come forward. We will not be in contact with Ethan Walker, and we strongly urge the family to prioritize the safety and well-being of the young people involved in this situation. I read it 4 times, trying to make the words mean something different. My mother responded first. We are behind you both. This is heartbreaking, yet necessary. My father agreed. Some things are more valuable than family loyalty. You're a hero for advocating for the victims. My cousin, Chloe Walker. Wait, what? Has anyone spoken to Ethan Walker? My uncle Ray Walker. This is ridiculous. You're condemning him without first hearing his side. I began typing a response. I deleted it. I started again. I deleted it. What in the heck was I supposed to say? That I wasn't present? I'd already told Logan Pierce that he didn't bother to look at the evidence before declaring me guilty in front of everyone we knew. I tried calling my father. Voicemail. I tried my mom. She responded, but it sounded like she was reading from a script. Ethan, honey, we've talked about this a lot with Logan Pierce. He has shown us the college's concerns, and we believe the best course of action is to take a step back and allow the investigation to proceed without family interference. Family interference. I'm trying to show you proof that I wasn't even present. Sweetheart, we're not investigators. We are not qualified to evaluate evidence. What we can do is support the process and make victims feel comfortable coming forward. Victims of what? I was on a job site 85 miles away, with 5 witnesses and a stack of inspection documents. Your anger is understandable right now, but it is unproductive. We love you, but we need to think about the bigger picture. What are the broader implications of? Destroying an innocent person is easier than verifying basic facts. She sighed as if I was being difficult. We will talk once you have calmed down. She hung up. Logan Pierce had already posted something on social media on Thursday night. My uncle Ray Walker took a screenshot and sent it to me before my mother forced him to delete his phone number from the family contact list. Some lengthy manifesto about believing survivors, even if it costs you relationships. About how true accountability necessitates sacrifice. About prioritizing what is right over what is convenient. 420 likes in just 3 hours. Comments calling him brave and a true ally. No one asked if he had verified any facts. The college sent out the termination letter on Friday morning. Corporate language about maintaining safe learning environments and making difficult decisions in the best interests of students goes into effect immediately. I'd been teaching there for 5 years. I helped design their entire electrical safety curriculum. Had a 96% student approval rating. I never received a single complaint, until 3 students who had never been in my class suddenly remembered that I had molested them at an event I had not attended. They dismissed me in 4 paragraphs. My landlord issued an eviction notice the following Tuesday. You have 75 days to vacate. Apparently, there is a morality clause buried in the lease regarding conduct that harms the property's reputation. Being falsely accused of predatory behavior appears to qualify. My commercial account began to pull contracts. The word spreads quickly in the construction industry, and no one wants to be associated with that kind of liability. 3 jobs totaling $195,000 in billings vanished in 10 days. The general contractors who had been contacting me for bids suddenly encountered scheduling conflicts. The supply house that had given me net 45 terms for 7 years switched me to cash only. My accountant sent me a polite email suggesting that we reconsider our professional relationship. Friends stopped responding. People I had known since high school abandoned me on red. My gym membership was mysteriously canceled. When I walked into the coffee shop near my apartment, the guy who ran it couldn't make eye contact with me. I'd been getting the same breakfast sandwich for 4 years. I decided to stop going. I kept sending messages to Logan Pierce. I tried email after he blocked everything else. I sent him the entire evidence folder complete with timestamps, photos and documentation proving I was on site that weekend. Subject line. Just take a look at this. Delivery is confirmed. Never opened. He decided I was guilty and that the evidence was insignificant. I stopped explaining on day 14. Not because I had given up, but because I realized something sitting in my empty apartment surrounded by boxes that I couldn't afford to move. Nobody who had already chosen a side was going to look at the evidence. They did not want the truth. They wanted a villain. And I had been perfectly cast. I did not return to my parents' place. The door was welded shut. I put my belongings in storage and slept in my friend Derek Collins' basement on a folding bed. I paid him in cash and rewired his panel, which appeared to have been installed during the Nixon administration. I spent my weekend organizing everything. Permits, inspections, time-stamped badge logs, progress photos, and crew witness statements. Everything led to the same conclusion. I was not in Sacramento. I was on a job site 85 meters away, doing work that left a detailed paper trail. Monday morning, I contacted a lawyer. This is not a large firm. Couldn't afford it. But my uncle, Ray Walker, knew someone who owed him a favor. Civil rights attorney in his early 40s who worked on Title IX cases and had a reputation for eating college administrators alive. When I arrived at the diner, she was already on her second coffee. "Walk me through it," she said, taking out a legal pad. I did. The entire situation, the accusation, the suspension, the family breakdown, Logan Pierce's social media campaign, everything. She spent 20 minutes reviewing my evidence. When she did look up, her expression was predatory. "This is bulletproof. You were not there. I understand. So why are they still pushing this? Because admitting they were wrong entails admitting they railroaded an innocent person. The college, the administrators, and my brother went public quickly and loudly. Walking back now makes them appear incompetent or malicious. It's easier to keep insisting that I'm guilty and hoping to slink away quietly. She nodded slowly. Here's what you need to know. You have strong claims of defamation, tortious interference, and possibly Title IX violations. Your brother made specific, false, and damaging statements that cost you money and housing. The college disregarded basic due process. This will turn ugly. It will take time and cost more than they are willing to pay. I am not going anywhere. Good. Then comes the play. We don't participate publicly. We preserve evidence, file the appropriate complaints, and allow them to continue digging their hole deeper. Every time your brother posts, we screenshot it. Every time the college refuses to review your evidence, we document it. When this comes to trial, we will bury them in their own negligence. How about Logan Pierce? What about him? He's out there, calling me a predator. He's coaching the families, so let him. Every post he makes, every statement he helps shape, every time he doubles down without verifying fundamental facts, it becomes evidence. The more confident he appears, the worse he appears when we show that he never verified anything. He's preparing your case for you. I liked her immediately. We spent the next hour discussing next steps. Before I left, she gave me one more instruction. Send preservation letters to both the college and Dr. Marissa Vaughn. Put them on notice that they must keep all documents, emails, and records related to this case. If they destroy evidence after receiving that letter, it becomes a completely different issue for them. That afternoon, I sent preservation letters and filed complaints with both the State Accreditation Board and the Department of Education. Started drafting a defamation lawsuit against Logan Pierce. Nothing dramatic, nothing public. Just bureaucratic machinery in motion. Logan Pierce continued to post lengthy threads about believing victims, the dangers of families protecting predators, and the importance of choosing moral courage over familial obligation. He wasn't being subtle about it. The whole thing came down to convicting him first and asking questions later. Each post was screenshotted, logged, and added to the file. He was building my case one self-righteous paragraph at a time without even realizing it. The police investigation began 4 months ago. They checked the competition records. My name was not on them. I checked the chaperone list, lodging, and transportation logs, and there was nothing. Then they investigated the hospital job, discovered my permits, inspection reports, badge logs, and 5 electricians who swore under oath that I'd been on site all weekend. The detective called me in November. He sounded tired in the way cops do when they realize they've wasted months on nonsense. We have completed our investigation. I want you to know that we found no evidence that you were in Sacramento that weekend. Your alibi is absolutely solid. We are closing this case with no criminal charges filed. How about the accusations? A long pause. We are looking into how those allegations were documented and who was involved in the process. This is all I can say. He hung up. I called my lawyer. She was not surprised. Perfect. Now we're after them. She'd been busy while I remained quiet. I submitted a discovery request, served subpoenas on the college, Dr. Marissa Vaughn, and Logan Pierce. The college fought it. Student privacy, institutional privilege, and confidentiality are all claimed to be protected. She ripped through each objection like tissue paper. But first came the stonewalling. HR began ghosting. The college's legal department issued form letters. We cannot comment on ongoing personnel issues. When my lawyer requested the hospital's security badge logs, they claimed the data was unavailable due to technical issues. The college attempted to make it go away quietly. Their attorney contacted them in December with a settlement offer. $65,000 mutual non-disclosure agreement. No admission of wrongdoing. The email had a desperate corporate smell. Make this disappear before it worsens. My lawyer forwarded it to me with a single word. Laughable. She responded with our own offer. Full reinstatement, a public apology, $325,000, and Dr. Marissa Vaughn's dismissal. Or we go to trial and expose every procedural flaw in discovery. They remained silent for 4 weeks. Then a reporter from the local newspaper began asking questions. Someone leaked the police findings. The college's public relations office started putting out fires. Board members became nervous. Donors began calling. Suddenly those unavailable hospital badge logs reappeared with exact timestamps. External pressure had forced them to confront reality. something my evidence had failed to do. The discovery materials began arriving in January. Discovery answered the only question that mattered: how my name became attached in the first place. Dr. Marissa Vaughn had forwarded the Sacramento trip roster, which was a recycled template from the previous year. My name was still on there. She treated the spreadsheet as gospel and coached the girls until their statements matched the roster. Dr. Marissa Vaughn and Dean Whitaker exchanged emails about narrative management and story control. Dr. Marissa Vaughn and the students' parents exchanged text messages about how to help them organize their memories. Multiple drafts of student statements with significant edits and additions that clearly did not originate from teenagers. The accusers were not malicious masterminds. They were children. Haley Carter, 18, is in the welding program, and Brooke Daniels, 17, is studying HVAC fundamentals. Both had actually attended the Sacramento competition. Dr. Marissa Vaughn approached both after the event as part of what was supposed to be a routine feedback session. Their initial statements were ambiguous, confused, and uncertain. Then Dr. Marissa Vaughn became involved. A single email from Dr. Marissa Vaughn to Haley Carter's mother stood out. "I understand she's having trouble remembering specifics, but trauma can make memories fuzzy. Let's try the timeline exercise that we discussed. Walking through the weekend hour by hour can help bring things to the surface." Another for Brooke Daniels' father. "I believe we now have enough consistency to move forward confidently. The statements are well aligned. We just need to ensure that the family remains committed to the process and does not waver under pressure." There were more pages to it. Dr. Marissa Vaughn guided, suggested, and shaped every detail until the stories fell into place. But the most damning evidence came from Logan Pierce's digital trail. He was so certain he was the hero that he documented everything. A message to Haley Carter's mother read, "I understand your daughter is having second thoughts. However, backing out now sends the message that if you put enough pressure on victims, they will give in. We need to show strength here." Another, "Don't let them fixate on timelines and alibis. That's just a distraction tactic used by predators. What really matters is the trauma, not the logistics." He had saved everything. Every conversation where he assisted them in refining their statements. Every moment he'd prioritized his crusade over basic fact-checking. Every time he'd pushed back when doubt started creeping in. My lawyer scheduled depositions for February. Logan Pierce went first. The deposition happened in a conference room that smelled like old coffee and desperation. Logan Pierce sat across from me for the first time in 9 months. He looked terrible. Dark circles under his eyes. His lawyer was some underpaid associate who kept checking his watch like he had somewhere better to be. My lawyer looked like a shark that had just spotted blood in the water. She started soft, background questions. His relationship to me, his work, and community advocacy. Then she shifted gears. "When did you first learn about the allegations against your brother?" "The college contacted me in late April. Asked if I'd meet with them to discuss a serious situation." "And what did they tell you in that meeting?" "That 3 students had reported inappropriate contact during a competition weekend." "Did they provide specific details about what allegedly occurred?" "No. They said privacy laws prevented them from sharing details without parental consent." "Did they tell you which competition?" "Skills USA Regionals in Sacramento, April 18th through 20th. "And did you at any point during or after that meeting verify that Ethan Walker had actually attended that competition?" Pause. Logan Pierce glanced at his lawyer. The lawyer nodded slightly. "No, you didn't check the attendance records. Didn't verify the chaperone list. Didn't ask the college to confirm Ethan Walker had even been present?" "No." My lawyer let that sit for a moment. "Ethan Walker reached out to you after the accusation was made?" "Correct." "Yes. And what did he tell you?" "He said he wasn't at the competition. That he had proof he was working a job that weekend." "And what did you do with that information?" "I told him I couldn't discuss it with him and ended the call." "Did you ask to see this proof?" "No." "He sent you documentation, didn't he? Permits, inspection reports, witness statements. He sent emails." "I didn't open them." "Why not?" Logan Pierce's jaw tightened. "Because I'd already made my decision based on the information the college provided." Looking at his defense felt like it would compromise my ability to support the victims. "Support the victims?" My lawyer repeated flatly. "Even if the alleged victim wasn't actually victimized by your brother. I thought the allegations were credible, but you didn't verify them." Silence. My lawyer let it hang there. The court reporter's fingers stopped. Logan Pierce's lawyer shifted in his seat. The whole room could feel the weight of that admission settling like cement. You posted on social media about this case multiple times, correct? Yes. Public post declaring your belief in the accusations and your decision to cut contact with Ethan Walker. Yes. And you helped the families involved organize their statements, didn't you? Hesitation. I provided support and guidance. My lawyer slid a printed screenshot across the table. This is a message from you to Haley Carter's mother. You wrote, and I quote, "Don't let them focus on timelines and alibis. That's just a distraction tactic predators use." Do you remember writing that? Logan Pierce stared at the paper. Yes. Were you aware that timelines might actually matter if, for example, the accused person wasn't present at the event in question? At the time, I believed verification wasn't important. I believed protecting the students was more important than getting caught up in technicalities. Technicalities like whether your brother was actually there. His lawyer objected. My lawyer withdrew the question and kept going. You also messaged Haley Carter's mother encouraging her not to let Haley Carter walk anything back even after the student expressed uncertainty about her recollection. Is that accurate? I was trying to prevent her from being pressured into silence. Or were you trying to prevent her from telling the truth when that truth became inconvenient for your narrative? Objection withdrawn. Let's talk about your testimony to the college board. You gave public comments, correct? Yes. And in those comments you stated that Ethan Walker was guilty and that the family should support the accusers over him. I stated that I believed the students and that accountability was necessary. Accountability for something he didn't do. I didn't know that at the time. You could have known. You chose not to. Correct. Logan Pierce didn't answer. My lawyer leaned forward. Logan Pierce, did it ever occur to you that by publicly declaring your brother guilty, by helping families craft consistent statements, by encouraging them to ignore doubts and stay committed, did it ever occur to you that you might be participating in destroying an innocent person's life? No. Why not? Because I've worked with victims for years. I've seen how often they get silenced and dismissed. I didn't want to be part of that system, so instead, you became part of a system that destroys innocent people without checking basic facts. Objection. The deposition went on for 7 more hours. My lawyer walked him through every message, every post, every statement he helped shape, made him explain each decision, each assumption, each moment he'd chosen certainty over verification. By the end, he looked destroyed. My lawyer had one final question. Logan Pierce, if you could go back to April, would you have done anything differently? A long pause. Logan Pierce's hands were shaking slightly. I would have verified he was there first. The deposition ended at 8:45 p.m. Logan Pierce left without looking at me once. His lawyer pulled my lawyer aside in the hallway. I watched through the glass as they talked. The lawyer kept shaking his head. My lawyer's expression stayed neutral. When she came back, she had that look lawyers get when they know they've already won. He's going to settle, she said. He has to. His own words buried him. The college board meeting where everything fell apart happened on a Tuesday in March. They'd scheduled it as routine business, but word had leaked about the investigation findings. The room was packed. Parents, faculty, a handful of reporters, local activists who'd been supporting Logan Pierce, and some family members I hadn't seen in months. Uncle Ray Walker was there, my cousin Chloe Walker, a few friends who'd stuck around. I'd asked them not to come, but Uncle Ray Walker had said, "We're watching you get vindicated. We're not missing it." My parents sat in the back corner. My mom had that tight smile she wears when things aren't going her way. My dad looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. Logan Pierce was absent. His lawyer had probably told him to stay away. The interim college president, brought in from the district office after the scandal broke, and Dean Whitaker resigned, opened with a prepared statement about transparency and institutional responsibility. The room became silent. Then they read the findings. After an extensive review of the allegations made against Ethan Walker, including examination of work permits, inspection reports, security logs, and witness testimony, this board finds no factual basis connecting Ethan Walker to the alleged incident. Ethan Walker was not present in Sacramento on the weekend in question. He was in fact on a commercial job site in this city, performing licensed electrical work with multiple witnesses confirming his presence. Murmurs rippled through the room. Furthermore, our investigation revealed significant procedural failures in how the initial accusations were handled. Students were interviewed without proper protocols. Statements were edited and refined by college personnel in ways that compromised their credibility. Multiple administrative decisions were made without verification of basic facts. The interim president looked uncomfortable. Ethan Walker has filed civil claims against this institution, against Dr. Marissa Vaughn, and against his brother Logan Pierce for defamation and related allegations. While we cannot comment on ongoing litigation, the college wishes to acknowledge that Ethan Walker was wrongfully terminated and that his professional reputation was damaged by institutional failures on our part. Someone in the audience shouted something. A reporter stood up. The president gave for order. We are prepared to offer Ethan Walker a settlement in the amount of. My lawyer leaned over and whispered. Don't take it. We're going to trial on the defamation claims. Make an example. I nodded. Logan Pierce's case went to trial in May. Civil court, not criminal. Money and reputations, not handcuffs. His lawyer tried everything, argued good faith reliance on the college's investigation, claimed his posts were protected opinion, said he was trying to support victims, and didn't have a legal duty to verify facts. My lawyer destroyed him. She walked the jury through every piece of evidence Logan Pierce had ignored, every message coaching families to ignore doubts, every public declaration of guilt without checking if I'd even been in the same city. This isn't about believing victims, she said in closing. It's about what happens when belief becomes a weapon. Logan Pierce didn't just fail to verify facts, he actively avoided them because they were inconvenient. He helped manufacture consistency in statements that were falling apart. He pressured families to ignore their children's doubts. He did all of this publicly, loudly, with absolute certainty. And he did it to a man who was 85 meters away on a commercial job site when this alleged crime supposedly occurred. The jury took 3 hours, liable on all claims, $175,000 in damages for lost income, reputational harm, and emotional distress. Logan Pierce's face was blank when they read the verdict. His lawyer tried to say something. He just stood up and walked out. The college settled the next week. $310,000, public apology, agreement to reform investigation procedures. The settlement required them to send formal correction letters to every single person in business they'd notified about the accusations. My landlord, every vendor who'd pulled contracts, the college department mailing list, the local contracting association, all on official letterhead stating that the allegations were unfounded, that I'd been wrongfully terminated, and that their investigation confirmed I wasn't present at the event. My lawyer called it reputational remediation. I called it watching them eat crow in writing. My old landlord called me 2 days later, apologized, offered to be a reference. 3 vendors who dropped me reached out about new contracts. The department chair who'd supervised my termination had to sign every letter personally. They also paid settlements to the families whose kids had been used as props in Dr. Marissa Vaughn's crusade. I don't hate Haley Carter or Brooke Daniels. They were 18 and 17 when this started. Just kids who got pulled into something they didn't understand by adults who should have known better. Dr. Marissa Vaughn manipulated them. Logan Pierce reinforced it. Their parents got coached into believing consistency mattered more than truth. The girls were confused, pressured, and surrounded by authority figures telling them what to remember. I blame the adults who used them. Dr. Marissa Vaughn lost her license 5 months later. The state board found she'd coached students, manufactured evidence, and violated about 18 professional standards. She tried to appeal. It went nowhere. I didn't move to some new city to start fresh. Forget that. I rebuilt right here where everyone could watch. Used the settlement money to buy my own building. 4,500 square foot shop with office space and room for equipment. Hired back my old crew. Started bidding on the commercial jobs that had dropped me. Turns out a multi-$100,000 settlement and a court judgment in your favor is pretty good advertising. Within 7 months, I was busier than before the nightmare started. My parents tried to reconcile in July. Showed up at the shop unannounced while I was running conduit for a restaurant renovation. I saw my dad's car pull into the lot and knew exactly what was coming. My dad started with, "We thought it was important to clear the air and discuss." "Get out of my shop." My mom tried her soft voice, the one she uses when she wants something but needs to pretend she's being reasonable. "Ethan, sweetheart, we were just trying to do what we thought was right at the time. We didn't have all the information." "You had the information. I sent it to you. You chose not to look at it because Logan Pierce told you not to. That's not fair." My dad said, "We were in an impossible situation. Family was divided. Emotions were high. Emotions were high because you let Logan Pierce declare me guilty without checking a single fact. You backed his play because he's always been your golden child. And I've always been the disappointment who works with his hands instead of pushing paper in some corporate office. My mom's eyes got teary. We never stated that. You did not have to. You demonstrated it when it mattered. I returned to work. They stood for another minute before leaving. I haven't heard from them since. The family fracture never healed. Uncle Ray Walker and cousin Chloe Walker remained in touch. Everyone else either supported Logan Pierce or remained silent. Fine with me. Blood is meaningless when those who share it throw you under the bus at the first opportunity. Logan Pierce attempted to rebuild his advocacy career, but the court judgment followed him everywhere. He was fired from his nonprofit job 4 months after the verdict. Last I heard, he was working for an insurance company doing grunt work for $48,000 per year. Natalie Pierce, his wife, left him in September. He took the house, the car, and his remaining dignity. I did not celebrate. It didn't feel good to watch him crater. But I didn't feel bad either. The true satisfaction came from watching everyone who was so certain, so righteous, and so sure they were on the right side of history. Watching them all have to eat their words and knowing they'd never admit their mistakes. Logan Pierce arrived on a cold Saturday in October, nearly 20 months after the accusation. I was closing the shop around 6:30 p.m. when his truck pulled into the parking lot. I immediately recognized it. He drove the same beat-up Ford since college. He sat in the cab for about 7 minutes before getting out. I continued loading tools into my service van as if I had not noticed him. He walked over slowly and stopped about 12 feet away. Ethan. I had finished loading the drill kit before looking up. What do you want? He looked worse in person than I had expected. Thinner, older, and worn down in a way unrelated to age. I wanted to talk about what? About everything. About what occurred. He came to a stop. I messed up. I know that now. I closed the van door and leaned against it. You drove an hour just to tell me you messed up. That is your big revelation. I am trying to apologize. You are trying to make yourself feel better. There is a distinction. His jaw tightened. I was wrong about everything. I should have listened to you. Should have examined your evidence. Should have checked to see if I was actually present before declaring me a predator in front of the entire family. Yes. Before telling families to ignore their children's doubts, they should have verified at least one fact. Yes. Should have considered for a second whether your crusade was more important to you than the truth. He did not respond to that one. I pushed off the van. Logan, you did not make a simple mistake. You made a decision. You chose to believe I was guilty because it made you feel better. Because it allows you to be the hero. Because verifying facts required effort, while believing in your own righteousness was simple. I was trying to help. You were trying to feel important. And when the evidence did not support your narrative, you simply ignored it. I thought I was doing the correct thing. No, you assumed you were the correct person. There is a distinction. You've spent your entire life striving to outperform me in terms of intelligence, success, and status. When those students made their accusation, you saw an opportunity. I finally had proof that you were the good brother and I was the screw-up you always thought I was. His hands shook. That is not the case. You did not verify my presence because you did not want to. You wanted me to feel guilty. It matched the story you had been telling yourself since we were children. Silence stretched between us like razor wire. I lost everything, he admitted finally. My job, marriage, and reputation. I understand that this does not make up for what I did to you, but nothing. You did not lose those items because of what I did. You lost them due to what you did. Because you prioritized your crusade over basic facts. When the truth was revealed, everyone knew exactly who you were. I'm trying to make things right. You cannot. Some issues cannot be resolved with a 20-month late apology. You ruined my life because it was convenient for you. You made mom and dad think I was a predator because it made you look better in comparison. You coached families to ignore evidence because you couldn't stand being wrong. I walked past him, toward my truck. Ethan, please wait. I paused but did not turn around. Do you want forgiveness? Do you want closure? Do you want me to tell you that everything is fine and that we can rebuild our relationship? I'd like to try. Then, try this. Accept the consequences of your actions. Live with the fact that you destroyed your brother based on unverified accusations. Live with the knowledge that when it really mattered, you chose your ego over the truth. Live with the knowledge that everyone who praised you for your bravery was actually praising you for being certain of something you never checked. Do not call me again. Do not show up at my shop. Do not send letters, emails, or messages via family members. We're finished. I got into my truck and started the engine. Through the windshield I could see him standing in the parking lot, shoulders slumped and smaller than I'd ever seen him. His hands were inside his pockets. His head was down. He appeared to be a man who had finally realized what he had done, and that there was no way to fix it. I drove away without looking back. 13 days before my master's graduation, my brother said, "Skip it, babysit." I said no, so I sent his Hawaii hotel to canceled. Mark, my brother, called me 13 days before college graduation with exciting news. I watched his 3 kids for 4 days while he took his wife to Hawaii for a surprise anniversary. He gave me the dates and said he'd deliver them the night before without asking if I was available. He was informed that I had planned my graduation ceremony and celebration for months on those dates. Mark laughed and offered me a walk during the November ceremony. He said it was just a stage walk and his anniversary was once a year when I told him this was my master's degree ceremony after 7 years of night school while working full-time. He said my education would come later, but Hawaii tickets were non-refundable. I told him I invited 62 people to my graduation, including our Florida grandma who was traveling. Mark called me selfish for putting paper before family. He said his kids needed their aunt more than a silly cap and gown. I refused, and he got angry and said I was his backup plan and told his wife about the trip. He couldn't disappoint her with my attention requirement. He said I was immature to want claps and that real adults didn't need ceremonies to feel accomplished. When I asked why he couldn't find a babysitter, he said he didn't trust strangers with his kids and family should support each other. I felt obligated to him as their aunt, even though he'd always watched his kids for free. Mark did this before my LSAT. I missed my test because he arrived with his kids claiming an emergency. I stayed in the bathroom with his vomiting child at my bachelor's graduation instead of walking. Mark customized every milestone. This time, I planned. Mark could drop off the kids the morning of his flight while I watched them. His excitement made him say this would be great preparation for having kids. Today Mark dropped off his 3 kids at 8:10 for a 10:05 flight. Telling the kids about my surprise made them happy. After Mark left for the airport, I dressed his kids in their best clothes and told them we were going to an important party. We found all my guests at my graduation site. I promised my nieces and nephew would be special guests at my wedding. 3 kids shouted, "That's our aunt," louder than anyone else when my name was called. I made placards for the front row kids saying, "Our aunt is amazing and first in the family, to get a master's." The auditorium laughed and applauded. My 9-year-old niece Lily took photos with my phone as the 6-year-old twins threw flower petals I gave them. After graduation, we went to a restaurant. College coloring books, graduation hats to paint, and umbrella mocktails were in my kids' booth. Children said their aunt was the brightest in the world and worked hard for this degree. They learned and sang the graduation song in the car. My grandma gave them sweet certificates and honorary degrees. Everyone gave the kids the time of their lives like VIPs at an adult party. Mark and his wife came to Hawaii to find their hotel canceled. Since the kids graduating with me were an emergency, I canceled their reservation with Mark's credit card. A last-minute motel change cost twice. Mark called angry, screaming that I was a crazy who'd ruined his marriage and would beat me when he returned. After talking to Mark, I mute my phone and watched the texts fill the screen. Lily showed her ceremony photos to our friends at the kids' table. 3 times, chocolate-frosted twins visited the dessert table. Grandmother Eleanor boasted to everyone at the head table with my degree next to her plate. My best work friend pushed me to the dance floor where a group was dancing to the restaurant's music. Even though my phone buzzed in my pocket every few seconds, I was too busy celebrating to look at it. We danced with the kids and Lucas taught everyone floss while his sisters laughed. While trying to twirl like a ballerina, Ava's earnest look distracted me from my phone's vibrations. I was congratulated by the restaurant manager, who said the kids had told him at least 7 times that their aunt was the brightest. My grandmother danced with me, slower than everyone else but refusing to sit. She said my celebration was well-deserved. I checked my phone after another ding to find 19 more angry Mark texts. Read the first few where he called me selfish and manipulative, then put it away. The kids smiled during the 3-hour celebration, unaware that their father was screaming 2,400 miles away. The restaurant closed at 10 o'clock and everyone went home. As I loaded their birthday goodies and leftover cake into my van, the kids talked about their favorite parts. 5 voicemails appeared when I checked my phone at a red light after it stopped vibrating. My kids were relaxed with a movie at my apartment before I closed my bedroom door. I had to keep the first voicemail away from my ear because Mark yelled. He called me every name he could think of, sounding hysterical as he described the hotel cancellation. He threatened to tell my family the worst about me in the second message. On the third message, he became mean and threatened to make me regret my choice. Mark listed every dollar the hotel cancellation cost him in the fourth message and demanded payment immediately. In the sixth message, he listed all my failures, including childhood mistakes I'd forgotten. Mark's final message was the scariest. He'd deal with me when he returned and I should watch myself. In case I needed proof of his threats, I saved his voicemails and screenshotted his texts. I returned to find the kids watching a movie and didn't notice my shaking hands. Grandmother Eleanor called 9:30 to say goodnight before going to her hotel. I shielded the kids from our conversation on my apartment balcony. She asked how I was, and I said Mark's texts were intense. She spoke up after a long silence. Her voice quieted as she revealed that Mark had always done similar antics, expecting others to change their plans for him. Mark asked her to delay her retirement party 12 years ago because he was fishing that weekend. My grandma changed the date, so half her friends couldn't attend. Mark's request to start my aunt's wedding 2 hours early for his son's baseball game was big. After my aunt declined, Mark arrived late and made a grand entrance that distracted the bride. Grandmother Eleanor trembled as she said she was proud of my final fight against him. She admitted she'd been too kind to Mark as a child, giving in to his tantrums. She said he needed to learn that his schedule and wishes weren't everything. I cried when she said she was glad I had the courage to do what she should have done years ago. Mark's actions and family effects were discussed for 25 more minutes. She advised me not to let him shame me into apologizing before hanging up. I grabbed my phone out of habit when my alarm went off at 6:30 the next morning. Family group chat has 58 notifications. I checked Mark's long 1:12 a.m. message to see where it started. Hawaii time. His detailed statement claimed I promised to monitor his kids at my flat and then ruined his marriage by canceling his hotel reservation in anger. I was jealous of his happy marriage and tried to ruin his anniversary vacation, he said. My mom begged me to call her, my dad asked what happened, and my aunt defended Mark in the texts that followed. My aunt wrote 3 paragraphs about how I should have rescheduled my graduation for November like Mark suggested and that family should always come first. I disappointed 2 uncles. My cousin left a question mark. I read the notes on my bed while the kids slept in the living room. Mark played the victim, making me look like a bitter sibling who couldn't be ignored. Many family members supported him without asking me. My mom's message was hardest to read because she seemed worried I'd done something wrong. Before uploading, I wrote a 15-minute response in notes. I addressed the family discussion calmly and objectively. Mark learned I would watch the kids and never miss. My ceremony. 3 photos of Lily, Ava, and Lucas in the first row with placards, flower petals, and my diploma are included. My kids enjoyed my graduation as special guests. I then uploaded a screenshot of Mark's initial text message demanding I skip graduation and walk across the stage. He said grown-ups don't need ceremonies and I was immature for wanting claps. The last screenshot showed him saying his Hawaii tickets were non-refundable, delaying my schooling. I sent and saw the chat message. Nothing happened for 30 minutes. The chat said 18 people saw my post, but no one responded. They might read Mark's text in his own words to see how he spoke to me. My phone was silent until the kids asked about breakfast. I made pancakes while checking the group chat every few minutes, but it was quiet. Mark's angry letters paled in comparison to silence. I got a private message from my cousin Emily while washing breakfast dishes. After years of waiting, she was glad I called out Mark's manipulation. I'd never heard her engagement celebration story from 4 years ago. Mark asked her to watch his kids 3 days before the party because his regular sitter had. Even though Emily couldn't miss her engagement party, Mark insisted that family helps. She left her party early to pick up his kids, skipping speeches and cake cutting. She later learned Mark's regular sitter hadn't. He declined weekend childcare. Emily wrote that 6 family members had similar stories but didn't confront him. Mark requested urgent support, so she found relatives who missed important events or changed their lives. Uncle missed daughter's school play. Another relative skipped a job interview. My aunt vacationed. Everyone accepted Mark as Mark for years. Emily said she was proud of my opposition and hoped it would inspire others to set limits. My screenshots showed many people how Mark handled family, she said. I answered a stranger's call at 1 o'clock, believing it was a restaurant employee about yesterday's celebration. Instead, a man yelled that I ruined his best friend's marriage. Mark's college friend, whom I'd met twice at family events, was hard to recognize. He claimed Allison was threatening divorce over the Hawaii fiasco and it was my fault. He said Mark was a good man who asked his sister for a favor and I ruined his anniversary vacation. After he finished his speech, I quietly asked if he saw Mark's texts. He said it didn't matter because families help. I asked him if he would skip graduation for someone else's vacation. He paused before saying that differed. He grumbled about Mark paying for the vacation when I asked how it was different. After 7 years of night school while working full-time, I invited 62 people to my graduation. I repeated my question about skipping his master's to babysit others' kids. When he went silent, he complained I was twisting things and hung up without saying goodbye. I held the phone in my kitchen and felt oddly pleased that Mark's best friend couldn't explain his actions. The kids were playing in my living room when my phone rang again. On Mark's third day, Allison's name made me queasy. I replied from the balcony expecting her to scream like Mark. Her voice was quiet and cautious. She asked if Mark told me to skip my master's to babysit. I confirmed and offered to email her the text. She said yes, so I told her while she waited. It sounded like a hotel lobby or restaurant. 45 seconds passed silently after I sent the emails. She then quietly asked if the kids enjoyed it. The question shocked me so much I almost didn't answer. I told her they had fun and cheered loudest in the auditorium. When she asked what else the party did, I explained the kids' table with coloring pages and mocktails. Allison asked if I made the signs to hold after another long wait. I said I did and that everyone at the ceremony liked seeing 3 tiny kids so excited about their aunt graduating. Her voice lowered as she requested images. I showed her photos of kids throwing petals and holding placards. Allison began sobbing silently on the phone. She said Mark promised to watch the kids in my apartment but didn't mention graduation. She apologized, said she didn't know, and said she wouldn't have gone on the trip. I told her the kids had fun. She thought it was wrong because she made me choose between school and family. Her voice grew and tears stopped as wrath replaced remorse. Mark told her I'd volunteer to take the kids and help with their anniversary vacation. He acted like I was helping them, not sacrificing my milestone. I told Allison about the hotel cancellation and that Mark gave me his kid emergency credit card. I considered his children's aunt's graduation an emergency worth the cost. She laughed bitterly and couldn't argue with that logic. After hanging up, she said she needed to talk to Mark. I waited on my balcony to see how that talk went. Allison called after 75 minutes, shaking with anger instead of tears. She said Mark had been complaining for months about how I never helped with the kids and prioritized school. He convinced her I was selfish and uncaring about family. Why would her husband lie about his sister? She realized how often Mark had manipulated situations to make me look bad as she listened to their conversations. He told her I'd canceled babysitting at the last minute when he asked during finals week or when I was working. Despite my refusal, he booked the kids' birthday parties during my class periods and wouldn't postpone them. Allison trembled as she recounted Mark's lies to make me sound like a mean aunt who didn't care about family. She said she judged me solely on his account and never considered my selfishness. She realized Mark was lying to avoid asking why I couldn't provide last-minute childcare. She apologized again and said she needed time to consider her marriage. I apologized for her situation because I didn't know what to say. She denied apologetic merit. Hanging up with Allison felt like the ground moved. I saw Mark's parents' number on my phone when a call came in. Since I knew what was coming, I let it ring 3 times before answering. Before I could greet Mark, his mom demanded that I apologize and pay for his hotel stay. She called my unauthorized credit card use theft. After her rant, I gently told her Mark gave me the kid emergency card. After he tried to make me miss his aunt's graduation, his kids went. An emergency, in my book. After she started arguing, I told her I had to check on the kids and left before she felt guilty. I placed the phone on the kitchen counter with shaky hands and realized I'd been holding my breath most of the time. Brooke arrived 18 minutes later with 2 bottles of wine and a bag of takeout. She pushed past me into the flat after seeing my expression and went to my kitchen for wine glasses. She poured us a lot and made me sit at the table and start the story. My story included Mark's request to skip graduation, the hotel cancellation, and Allison's calls. Brooke gaped at me at the end. She dropped her wine glass and called me her hero for finally resisting Mark's manipulation after years. She recalled all the times I'd met his needs. Like when I canceled my birthday dinner because he needed a babysitter or worked from home for a week when his kids had chickenpox. Brooke said seeing those 3 kids celebrate my graduation was the right response to Mark's years of disregarding my achievements. She raised her glass to honor my self-prioritization. My shoulders relaxed as we clinked glasses. My phone rang again 3 days later while the kids were making a blanket fort in the living room. Mark had reached my mom, so seeing her number made me sick. She immediately said I should have been bigger and delayed my graduation for November as Mark advised. Her dissatisfied voice always made me feel like I was 9 again and did something wrong. I told them I got my master's after 7 years of night school while working full-time, and that 62 people, including her mother from Florida, watched me walk. My mom interrupted me to say family always comes first. Now my selfishness was ruining Mark's marriage. She said Allison threatened to leave him and take the kids over my petty ceremonial concerns. Her words raised my blood pressure, and I had to hold the phone to avoid throwing it across the room. I took 4 deep breaths before answering to avoid yelling at my mom that Mark's marriage problems weren't my fault. As calmly as possible, I asked her how many life events she wanted me to sacrifice before prioritizing myself. I told her Mark had ruined my bachelor's graduation and LSAT, and this was my time after years of hard work. My mother went silent and changed her breathing. In a low voice, she said she'd call me later to consider what I said. In this family conflict with my dad, I knew she'd discuss sides. After we wrapped up, I sat on my sofa staring at the wall while the kids played happily in their fort, unaware that their parents' marriage was crumbling in Hawaii. Grandmother Eleanor called from her hotel again that night. She advised me not to let my mother shame me for graduating. She revealed something new. She said my parents always excused Mark because he was the oldest and had different expectations. Eleanor said Mark would throw huge tantrums as a child to get his way. Mama gave in, rather than endure the yelling. She said she knew it from her parenting mistakes with my mom and was sorry I'd suffered so long. Eleanor said my grandfather would have been proud of my self-defense. She cried as she said she wished she had stopped this when Mark was young instead of seeing him manipulate everyone. Her words meant everything, so I thanked her. I felt understood by at least one family member after hanging up. After 3 more days with me, the kids still talked about graduation like it was their best day. Cutting graduation hats from construction paper and glitter and writing my name on stickers decorated diplomas were their college projects. Lucas and Ava practiced graduation with their toy animals by walking across the coffee table while cheering and throwing petals. Lily really wanted to attend my doctoral graduation to throw more petals. I told them I was done with school and wouldn't graduate. I was thrilled that she thought I was smart enough to be a doctor. She looked upset but smiled and suggested I throw flower petals for her graduation. I promised to attend her graduation. Her grip was too tight to breathe. I was texted by Daniel, my restaurant graduation coordinator. He said the party was great and asked if I was okay after hearing me on the phone with an upset person yesterday. My brother tried to make me miss my graduation to babysit, but I took his kids. I replied with the basics via text. Daniel was shocked that my brother would try to make me miss my master's graduation after 7 years of night school. Coworkers understood how hard I worked for that degree, and how much it meant to me. When he offered to be a character witness to prove I wasn't a selfish monster, I laughed for the first time in hours. I thanked him and said I might accept if my family kept acting like I did something wrong. Allison called me again on the 3rd day of Mark and Allison's Hawaii vacation with a new voice. She accused Mark of lying about my availability and requesting that I skip graduation to babysit. Then claimed he initially disputed everything and suggested I was exaggerating, but then showed him my text conversations with screenshots of his original chat. Mark eventually confessed, but he fought, saying my graduation wasn't as important as their marriage, and I should have understood. Allison said their tension had ruined their vacation and made them hardly talk in their hotel room. She sounded exhausted and heartbroken as she described how Mark kept trying to persuade her without apologizing for what he'd done to me. Even though it wasn't my fault, I felt terrible that their marriage was suffering and didn't know what to say. Allison started asking about times Mark ruined my big life events. I told her about the LSAT incident when he claimed an emergency and I missed my test date and had to wait months to reschedule. I stayed in the bathroom with his vomiting toddler at my bachelor's graduation instead of walking across the stage. As I gave example after example, Allison was surprised and said she didn't know the pattern was so widespread and long-standing. She realized her spouse had a serious problem with respecting others' limits and putting himself first. She said she didn't know what this meant for their marriage, but now she realized. I felt terrible for her as she learned hard truths about her husband and children's father. Later that night my dad called, and I planned another family unity talk. He said Mark and I made decisions that worsened the issue, but was neutral. After Mark returned from Hawaii, he suggested we sit down and talk like adults to resolve this as a family. I liked that he didn't automatically support Mark like my mom, but I was upset that he was treating this like a two-sided issue when the facts were clear. Mark forced me to sacrifice important moments for his convenience for a decade. Finally, I declined. I told my dad I'd talk but wouldn't apologize for graduating. Fair enough, he said. After we hung up, I realized my dad was trying to be diplomatic, but he wasn't demanding I make amends with Mark like everyone else. The family lunch conversation heated up the next day. My aunt wrote a lengthy letter about family being eternal and forgiving and uniting in times of trouble. She suggested we sit down to resolve family issues after Mark returned from Hawaii. My phone held the message for almost 3 minutes. For Mark to feel better about what he did, my cousin suggested he apologize before everyone arrived. Her message got 4 thumbs up instantly. Up to 8 relatives gave thumbs up. No one answered my aunt's unity message. I put my phone away and focused on the kids today. That night I ordered pizza from the place the kids always picked. Twins fought over the last breadstick at my paper plate kitchen table. Lucas stopped and looked at me intently. He wondered why his dad was so angry over the phone yesterday. He said he heard his mother crying in the bathroom after talking. My stomach dropped, but I spoke normally. I told him adults argue, but everything is fine. He nodded and returned to his pizza, but I could tell he was still thinking. I tried to ignore what these kids were learning for the rest of supper. Instead of worrying about their parents fighting in Hawaii, they should have had fun at their aunt's. Lily joined me in cleaning up after dinner. Her expression suggested she would say something important. She truly desired college like me. She wondered if her dad would try to keep her from graduating. The question prompted me to grab the counter. This 9-year-old knew her father's routine. She linked his attempt to disrupt my graduation to her future. I kneeled at her level and promised to attend her graduation no matter what. She could be anything and celebrate her successes without interference, I told her. She hugged me and thanked me. This tiny kid shouldn't worry about this, so I held her and tried not to cry. Next morning, Mark texted me. From Hawaii, he and Allison returned early. They cut their vacation a day because tension prevented it. Mark wanted to talk before picking up his kids. During reading, my stomach dropped. Since his airport call 4 days ago, this conflict had escalated. I anticipated trouble. I told him to pick up the kids, but we wouldn't talk until he calmed down. I reminded him of his last voicemail threat to beat me. He replied after a few minutes. Angry, he called me dramatic. He promised to treat the kids civilly. I didn't believe him, but I had written proof of his calmness. A neighbor knocked at my door at 2:40. She looked worried and said a man was driving outside my building. He'd viewed the windows for 18 minutes. I thanked her and viewed my front window. Mark owned a car across the street and drove. He planned what to say to me. My hands trembled. Calling Brooke on my phone. She was asked to delay Mark's arrival. We'll be there in 11 minutes, and asked to bring her boyfriend. Without thinking, I agreed. I knew Mark wouldn't act with her big rugby-playing boyfriend there. With witnesses, I didn't fear Mark would hurt me, but I wanted him to know I was supported. Brooke and her boyfriend arrived 11 minutes later. A knock at my door. Followed their brief sit-down. I saw Mark through the peephole. His face was red and exhausted from sunburn. He barely looked at me before asking where his kids were when I opened the door. When they heard him, the kids fled the bedroom. He excited them and they talked about graduation over each other. On my phone, Lily showed him her photo. Mark's jaw tightened as he scrolled through photos of his kids holding signs about their amazing aunt. His face reddened with each photo. Children ran to get their belongings from the bedroom. Mark turned to me and said we were talking. I was expected to reconcile with his wife. To his face, I said I had nothing to fix. I guarded and entertained his kids. His lies ruined his marriage. Though my heart was racing, I kept my cool. Mark blushed and spoke harshly. Brooke's boyfriend rose from the couch. He didn't speak or threaten. Just standing. Mark reconsidered his words after seeing him. Get in the car, his kids. Little Lily carried the stuffed animal I bought while the twins ran with backpacks. Mark stopped at the door. The family would learn about me, he said over his shoulder. He said I'd regret choosing paper over family. He left with kids. Against the door, closed. Weak legs. Though less than 4 minutes, it felt like hours. I slid to the floor, knees to chest. Brooke clutched my shoulders next to me. I cried non-stop. Not the shocking breakdown I expected. I cried quietly, exhausted, and couldn't breathe. Brooke initially remained silent. She let me cry in her arms. Her boyfriend waited near the door and whispered to wait in the car for privacy. After he left, Brooke pulled me close and said I did nothing wrong. She said Mark's anger was realizing he couldn't control me. After years of making me feel guilty for living my life, she said he was losing power. I told her I was stupid for crying and wiped my face on my sleeve. She said I wasn't dumb. She said family was harder to fight than strangers because they knew what to push. We sat on the floor for 18 more minutes as I calmed down. Brooke made me drink water and reminded me that Mark paid double for a hotel while I walked at graduation with 3 kids cheering. They won despite his yelling, she said. The next day, my phone was quiet. No angry Mark texts, wife voicemails, or family group chats. It felt odd after 4 days of notifications. Allison texted me at 1 p.m. She asked Mark for coffee without telling him. I contemplated the message. I didn't expect her to reply without Mark. I said I could meet her. A cafe halfway between us was our next afternoon spot. I wondered what she would say all day. Some part of me feared traps. Maybe Mark sent her to yell at me in person. I hoped she wanted to hear my side, not guilt me about their marriage issues. Ordered coffee 12 minutes early at the cafe. I sat at a door-facing corner table. Exhausted, Allison arrived on time. Her ponytail was messy and her eyes were bagged. She ordered tea and sat across from me without looking. Her hands surrounded her cup as she stared. She looked at me and said she hadn't slept. She remembered Mark exploiting situations. Shut up and let her speak. I didn't recognize her examples. She said Mark told her parents she was too busy for visits because he didn't want to drive. Even though he never called a babysitter, he told her friends it failed. He told her sister the kids were sick and couldn't attend her birthday, but he wanted to watch football. The pattern was everywhere she looked. Allison put her cup down and faced me. She said Mark had portrayed me as the selfish sister who rejected family help for years. She trusted him because she had no reason to doubt. She apologized for judging me without facts. Her apology was sarcastic. She allegedly gave Mark an ultimatum. She took the kids to her parents, or he started marriage counseling. She claimed Will. Her kids wouldn't learn to lie and manipulate for what they want. I appreciated her apology, but she didn't need to apologize for believing her husband. Head shaking, she said she should have asked more questions. Her reason for ignoring signs was convenience. That was her husband and children's father, so I spoke carefully. Mark's disruption of my milestones was detailed. His fake emergency caused me to miss my LSAT, I told her. I told her about spending my bachelor's graduation in the bathroom with his sick kid while everyone else walked. I told her about all the times he expected me to drop everything for him and made me feel guilty for declining. Each story upset Allison more. She realized his behavior wasn't about me. Putting himself first was his habit. She excused him, thinking he was stressed or overwhelmed, because she loved him. But now she knew it was deeper. Talked for 3 hours. More tea for Allison, more coffee for me. She claimed Mark's parents always pardoned him and demanded compliance. She said his mother called her yesterday to forgive him and stop worrying about one vacation. This phone call made her realize the problem went beyond Mark. The whole family taught him to expect favors. She said his mother told her Mark was sensitive and needed support like a child, not a grown man with 3 kids. That conversation opened her eyes most, Allison said. She saw how Mark learned and accepted this behavior. Allison invited me to family therapy with Mark before we left. Professionals should hear both sides, she said. I didn't want to get involved in their marriage stuff. Her hand touched mine across the table. She suggested someone else evaluate Mark's behavior besides her. He should hear from a manipulated person outside their marriage, she said. Time to think. Part of me wanted to reject them and avoid their mess. But part of me knew Allison needed help fixing things. I agreed to one session but stressed that I was supporting her, not reconciling with Mark. I declined family mediation where both sides take equal blame. She nodded, understanding. She said the therapist would focus on Mark's behavior, not my excuses. Allison hugged me before leaving the cafe. She said she was glad I stood up for myself because it revealed things she ignored. She thought Mark's reaction to being rejected showed he expected everyone to comply. Despite the discomfort, she appreciated my honesty. Nighttime call from Mom. Her voice had changed since we spoke. She sounded worried, not mad. Saying she told my dad and grandmother everything. She realized she'd been defending Mark too long. She regretted not supporting me sooner. She said she should have seen the pattern years ago instead of telling me to be flexible. I wasn't sure if this was real or if she'd change her mind tomorrow, so I didn't say anything. She kept talking about how she put Mark's comfort before mine. She said her grandmother showed her the damage. My mom lowered her voice. She always caved to Mark's tantrums when he was younger. She said she avoided his meltdowns by taking the easiest route. So she realized she taught him to expect everyone to accommodate him. She apologized for her parenting mistakes and that he turned out this way. She praised me for setting boundaries despite family strife. She promised to support my Mark relationship. She stopped pressuring me to reconcile or accommodate him. I thanked her for her apology. Changes were discussed for 35 minutes more. She said she'd treat us equally, not compromise. After hanging up, I felt lighter than days. 9 days before therapy. I worked most of that time, trying not to think about sitting with Mark while a stranger analyzed our family issues. I changed my outfit 3 times the morning of the session because nothing felt right for confronting your brother's manipulation with professional help. Even though my stomach was flipping, I wore jeans and a sweater to look calm. The downtown therapist's waiting room had uncomfortable chairs that made you sit straight. Mark and Allison were there. Mark crossed his arms and ignored me. His jaw indicated fight readiness. Allison looked exhausted but focused, like she'd prepared all week. Her smile and thanks were small. Sitting across from them, I grabbed an unread magazine. Therapist called after 12 minutes. I felt tense entering her office with soft lighting and plants, despite its intended relaxation. A notepad holding 60-year-old woman with kind eyes. Introduced herself and explained session strategy. Everyone could speak freely. The pattern she noticed was disgust. Mark shifted, wanting to leave. "Why were we there?" asked the therapist. Mark jumped in first without waiting. He said I betrayed him by canceling his hotel and ruining his anniversary. I turned his request for family help into a revenge plot. He shouted about the last-minute hotel price and how Allison barely spoke to him the whole trip. I caused his marriage problems by holding grudges over nothing, he said. The therapist took notes without speaking. After Mark finished, she asked why he expected me to miss graduation. Mark struggled to speak. He said he delayed it until November. His therapist asked if he understood scheduled ceremonies. Mark said, "Yeah, but family emergencies come first," she inquired. Mark told Allison he booked the trip. Therapist looked at me while writing. "Take a breath and restart." Mark came with his kids claiming an emergency. But he wanted to go to a concert, so I missed the LSAT. He brought his sick kids to my bachelor's graduation, so I spent the ceremony in the bathroom instead of walking across the stage. I said this master's degree required 7 years of night school while working. Mark called 13 days before graduation to ask me to skip it for Hawaii. My hands shook but my voice was calm. Mark turned red as I listed each example. A therapist asked Mark about these events. He replied, "Yeah, but those were different situations." His response was unclear. He requested assistance only when needed. A therapist asked if seeking help meant others had to miss important events. She asked Mark. "Family helps each other." Mark fell silent. Then Allison spoke. Her anger was audible in her steady voice. Mark manipulated their marriage, she told the therapist. He told her parents she was too busy to visit when he didn't want to drive. He canceled her friends' plans after never calling a babysitter. He lied about our conversations to convince her I was selfish and never helped with the kids. Allison said she discovered he'd label me the problem sister for years. Mark interrupted, but the therapist raised her hand. "Listen to his actions' effects," she advised. As Mark closed his mouth, his leg jumped in frustration. Allison persisted. She said Mark's mom said he was sensitive and needed extra support after Hawaii. That conversation revealed Mark always expected special treatment. Seeing his reaction to my refusal revealed a marriage pattern she'd ignored. Therapist asked Mark what he heard. Mark said everyone wanted him. My therapist denied that request. She asked again what his wife and sister said about his behavior. Long silence from Mark. He concluded that they thought he was selfish. The therapist said their thoughts weren't important. It required recognizing his habits. Mark put his needs and schedule before others' time and accomplishments in every example we shared, she said. This violated autonomy, she said. Mark believes families should help. The therapist agreed but advised respecting the other's refusal. It wasn't a help request, she said. That required compliance and guilt when he didn't win. Mark showed several expressions: anger, denial, confusion. The therapist asked if his pattern hurt relationships. Mark guessed defensively. The session lasted 35 more minutes. The therapist asked Mark why he demanded others' time. His family obligations were unclear. Always resisting, she made him consider the consequences of his demands. By the end, Mark looked exhausted. Without confessing or apologizing, he agreed to individual therapy. He must change this pattern or risk his marriage and family, the therapist warned. She stated it clearly. I noticed Mark's expression change. Perhaps not acceptance, but the first sign that this was real and had consequences. We left office quietly. Allison tapped my arm and thanked me for coming. Adds, having concrete examples from outside their marriage helped the therapist see the full picture. I saw Mark walk silently to his car. Like someone popped his confidence balloon, he looked less angry and more deflated. I went home exhausted but relieved. Despite not fixing anything, the session began. Dad called 3 weeks later to suggest a family dinner. Just him, Mom, Mark and me. We must clear the air and move forward, he said. Refused departure. I felt sick thinking about sitting across from Mark at a restaurant and pretending everything was fine, but avoiding him forever was impossible. We were family whether I liked it or not. I agreed, but made my dad promise a public meeting. I wasn't at a house where emotions could explode without witnesses. Halfway between my apartment and my parents' house, we chose a chain restaurant with laminated menus and 3 bright lights. Arriving first, I got a back corner table. My parents arrived 6 minutes later. While hugging me, Mom whispered, "I'm proud." Dad squeezed my shoulder. In a button-down shirt, Mark finished last, looking uncomfortable. He entered the booth across from me and stared at the menu like it was the most interesting thing ever. We discussed work and weather while ordering drinks and appetizers. No one mentioned Hawaii, graduation or therapy. Finally, my dad cleared his throat and indicated we should discuss what happened. Mark placed his menu. His first look since sitting was at me. He apologized for making me miss graduation. His voice was stiff like a script reader. Apologies for threatening voicemails. He said work and trip planning were stressful. My jaw tensed. Excuses accompanied his apology. I accepted his apology but demanded change. I quit as his childcare backup. He had to politely ask for my help and accept rejection. Mark nodded but didn't speak. My dad spoke up. After considering our family patterns, he realized Mark had expected special treatment for years. It must end, he said. Mark opened his eyes. He expected our parents' support again. My dad persisted. He said Mark was an adult with a family and needed to respect others' schedules and boundaries. Mom apologized for allowing Mark's behavior. She said making excuses for him since childhood was unfair to me. She promised equality in the future. He appeared shocked. Without speaking, he opened and closed his mouth. He was processing that our parents wouldn't defend him. The rest of dinner was awkward but productive. The rules are basic. Mark asked for help 14 weeks in advance. Free from guilt or manipulation, I refused. Our parents would be impartial and not force me to accommodate him. Mark accepted everything but looked surprised. Leaving the restaurant made me lighter. No miracle dinner. Although Mark rationalized and blamed others, it was progress. I had parental support. It wasn't perfect, but Mark apologized. Thus we had clear boundaries instead of my implicit promise to always comply. 2 weeks later, Mark texted me, making me think. He scheduled a date night with Allison in 14 weeks and asked me to watch the kids. No telling, no demanding, just please. He told me to let him know if I was busy. My brother used complete sentences and acknowledged my schedule, so I stared at my phone to understand. I texted back I could and thanked you for asking early. A thumbs up. No debt or guilt. Nobody preached family duties. Just thanks and date. This was typical sibling behavior. I felt weird about feeling weird. A few days later, grandmother called proudly. She told relatives I started something. My cousin told Mark she stopped last-minute babysitting and needed 9 days' notice. My aunt said she couldn't change her plans for him. The graduation was announced by Allison, and his father-in-law lectured Mark on respecting others' time. Grandmother said Mark was learning the hard way that he couldn't force everyone to support him. She seemed proud I started a minor uprising. I just wanted to walk at my own graduation without drama. She says, sometimes one person standing up makes others realize they can too. People were talking about Mark's family grapevine stunts, and they went along to keep the peace. Work took my mind off family. The boss called me into her office to congratulate me on my master's. She invited me to apply for a 4-month management position. I would manage a small team and get a big raise. My commitment to finishing school while working full-time was valued, she said. Mark would never understand how I felt validated leaving her office. He made me feel selfish for years of schooling. Education opened doors he'd never have. After work shifts, I studied all nights. I wrote papers on weekends instead of relaxing. They saw tangible results without ceremonies or paperwork. My apartment received Lily's return address package. Her school graduation ceremony drawing was inside. Although only I wore a cap and gown, she drew us all. The stick figures smiled big and she wrote, "My aunt is the smartest," in crayon at the top. The 9-year-old focused. She cared because she saw my hard work and success. A simple black frame sits next to my diploma on my desk. I remembered why standing up to Mark was right every time I saw it. I and his kids watched and learned to respect others' goals. Allison texted me 6 weeks after graduation to invite me to the kids' play. Mark would be there, but they were doing family things, and the kids wanted me to see their performance. I agreed because I wouldn't punish the kids for their father's behavior. Parents with recording phones filled the elementary school auditorium. We sat next to Allison after seeing her. On her other side, Mark looked awkward in a button-down. He nodded as I sat. I nodded. We stayed silent. Kids in homemade costumes entered the stage as the lights dimmed. Lily took her forest scene tree role seriously. Rabbit twins waved to us in the audience. We waited in the lobby as kids ran around with juice boxes and cookies after the show. We felt stiff, like we were trying too hard to be normal. But the kids loved seeing their aunt and parents. That mattered. Mark cleared his throat and approached me as we left. "Thanks for coming." He said his therapist was helping him understand why he always put himself first. After doing it all your life, he said it was hard to spot the pattern. Though still struggling, he was becoming more aware. Though change would be slow, I appreciated the honesty. He seemed more self-aware than ever. I commended his effort. After another awkward moment, his kids ran up and demanded he race to the car. After waving, he left. Allison said, "Thank you," squeezed my arm, and followed her family. That night, I browsed vacation packages on my couch with my laptop. I set aside money for Mark's emergencies that would require me to drop everything for years. Last-minute flight money if he claimed urgency. Taking unpaid leave to help him would pay my bills. He waited to use that money. I realized I didn't need it. I didn't back him. Switched accounts and checked beach resorts. Brooke squealed when I announced our graduation trip by phone. We celebrated my master's degree, 7 years of night school, and learning to prioritize myself without family or guilt. After 9 days in Mexico, I felt lighter than months. 9 weeks after graduation, routines were almost normal. Mark sometimes overreached. He'd ask for favors or guilt me about family obligations in days. He retreated instead of manipulating when I declined. Therapy helped despite slow progress. Allison seemed happier when we spoke. She said marriage counseling was improving communication and teaching Mark to consider her feelings before actions. Her expectations were reasonable. She knew his transformation would take time. Small wins were better than none. My boss called me into her office 5 weeks after our promotion discussion. Spreading paperwork on her desk, she smiled. Upon request, management was mine. Pay raise, small team, more responsibility, flexible schedule. Just then, I signed the offer letter. That night, I told my parents and grandmother to clear their weekends for dinner. My reward. We met at a nice downtown restaurant. Mom hugged me and spoke highly of me. She regretted not supporting me sooner instead of always accommodating Mark. Dad raised a glass to my success. Grandmother winked across the table and predicted my success. My promotion confirmed my late-night studying and sacrifices. I always valued education over Mark's ease. He'd long ignored my degree for his needs. That degree boosted my career in ways he couldn't understand. 11 months after graduation, Mark's anniversary returned. My phone rang Tuesday afternoon as I organized files at my new desk. As his name appeared on the screen, I prepared. He spoke more calmly and tentatively when I replied. He requested time to talk. I accepted and awaited manipulation. With Allison, he wanted to celebrate their anniversary at a 90-minute bed and breakfast over the weekend. He called 14 weeks in advance to ask me to watch the kids that weekend. No coercion or assumption. Even though I was free, I checked my calendar when asked. Weekends worked for me. When I agreed, he seemed relieved. He said he appreciated it, knowing I was busy with my new job. After we hung up, I stared at my phone. Mark respectfully asked for my first adult help. Therapy worked. Maybe not completely, but enough to make him realize when to switch tactics. Mark dropped off the kids Friday night with their bags and a weekend meal and activity plan. He listed their pediatrician and emergency contacts. Allison hugged and thanked me before leaving. The kids rushed into my apartment to see their aunt. Lily told me about her school project on famous scientists over homemade pizza. Since the twins disagreed on a movie, I let them vote democratically. No one mentioned parental conflict. Nobody seemed anxious or worried. Like other kids, they slept over at their aunt's. The Park Science Museum was our Saturday destination. Lucas gathered rocks and Ava befriended every dog. Lily wanted an office job and asked about mine. Playing board games, eating ice cream, and watching cartoons late. Kids helped me flip pancakes Sunday morning. We were exhausted but happy when Mark and Allison picked them up after crafts and reading. Allison took me aside while Mark loaded the kids into the car. Not in years had she looked so calm. Their weekend away was perfect, she said. They reunited without kids or stress. Her next statement shocked me. She said Mark tried hard. Counseling taught him that others' schedules and feelings mattered. He sometimes performed old habits. He sometimes put himself first. When she called him out, he stopped and thought instead of defending himself. She said progress was slow, but real. He learned to consider others' feelings before making decisions. She squeezed my hand and thanked me for opposing him at graduation. Their family's wake-up call, she said. I was leaving the grocery store with 2 bags 8 months after graduating when someone called my name. I turned and saw a Mark-aged man approaching. Him being the college friend who called to yell at me about ruining Mark's marriage took me a second to recognize. My stomach sank. His discomfort was evident from a few feet away. He wanted an apology. He heard Mark's side and called me without details. Mark discussed therapy and manipulation, he said. He realized that he'd seen Mark do similar things with other friends over the years, making plans and then changing them last minute, expecting people to drop everything to help him and getting angry when they declined. He had dismissed it as Mark being Mark, but now he saw it as a problem. He apologized again and asked for forgiveness for jumping to conclusions. I appreciated the apology and was glad Mark was improving. I walked to my car feeling lighter than in months after saying goodbye. I was best engaged by my new job. My promotion gave me interesting projects and a team that valued my input. I owned my windowed office. I could schedule well. Studying until midnight stopped. I had time for friends, hobbies, and me. I noticed something while reviewing a report one afternoon. Defying Mark kept my graduation. It caused a chain reaction that resolved family issues. Kids saw adults respecting and setting boundaries. They learned to say no, and valued your achievements. Without demanding sacrifice, family support meant supporting each other's milestones. After Mark was honest, Allison felt more confident in her marriage. My parents treated Mark and me equally, not expecting me to accommodate him. Even extended family limited Mark. Sometimes family gatherings were tense. Mark occasionally acted entitled. But now there were consequences. People confronted him. I confronted him guilt-free. I sometimes relived graduation. 3 children shouted, "That's our aunt," as I crossed the stage. Whole auditorium clapping and laughing. Grandmother gave honorary degrees. I finished something I worked 7 years for, and kids were proud. That memory reminded me every day that I'd made the right choice, that I deserved to celebrate my successes without guilt, and that real family support means respecting each other's big moments instead of treating them like inconveniences. At Thanksgiving, my sister called me just lucky. Little did she know, I was her boss. The next day, her paycheck bounced, and her career hit the wall. So my sister called me a lucky moron in front of the entire family during Thanksgiving dinner. She had no notion that I was her true employer. I simply smiled, nodded, and discreetly withdrew her off payroll right at the table. Her direct deposit bounced 4 days later. It turns out that luck had no role in this. Let me back up and provide some perspective, since this has been brewing for years. I am 34 years old, and my sister Emily is 30. We grew up in a typical middle-class household in the suburbs. Nothing fancy or horrible. Our parents were accountants who emphasized education and hard work. Standard stuff. They instilled in us the belief that if we worked hard and kept focused, we would achieve success. Solid advice in theory. Emily's and my differences became apparent early on. I was the kid who saved his birthday money and mowed the grass to purchase a better bike. She was the kid who squandered her allowance the day she got it and then begged our parents for more. I read investment books in high school, whereas she read celebrity gossip publications. I worked part-time jobs throughout college while she concentrated on her social life and barely maintained a passing GPA. I'm not saying this to make myself appear ideal, I'm far from it. I had different priorities. I desired financial security. I wanted to construct something. Emily wanted to have fun and work things out later. Neither strategy is absolutely incorrect, but they produce quite different results. After college I began working in renewable energy consultancy. Boring name, but intriguing work. Basically, I assisted enterprises in transitioning to solar and wind power. Managed the financial analysis and project management aspects of things. The industry was rapidly expanding, and I was quite proficient in my field. Within 4 years, I was managing significant clients and earning 6 figures. But here's the trouble about working for someone else. There is a ceiling. You can only go so far until you make someone else rich instead of yourself. I witnessed my boss purchase his 3rd vacation property while I received a 4% yearly increase that barely kept up with inflation. I was creating millions of dollars in sales for the firm while receiving only a fraction of that value in remuneration. The numbers did not work in my favor over time. So, at the age of 27, I took a gamble that my whole family believed was ridiculous. I resigned my comfy corporate position to create my own renewable energy consulting business. My manager chuckled when I tendered my notice. He assured me I'd be back in a year, begging for my old job. He felt the sector was extremely competitive, and I lacked the necessary contacts to succeed. His dismissive demeanor was nearly as inspiring as my own drive. The first year was grueling. I worked 80-hour weeks. I ate ramen more often than I would care to confess. I lost sleep, wondering whether I'd made a huge mistake. I maxed out 2 credit cards to keep the firm solvent while I grew my clientele. There were evenings when I sat at my laptop until 2 a.m. I wondered whether everyone who had doubted me had been correct. My parents were supportive, yet concerned. They'd see me at family gatherings, fatigued and agitated, and I could see they were questioning their encouragement. My father would say that there was no guilt in returning to corporate job if things didn't work out. He meant good, but it appeared like he was already preparing my defeat. Emily felt I was a stupid for foregoing a consistent salary. She warned anybody who would listen that I would fail and return to corporate life within 7 months. She would make jokes at family gatherings about how I was about to apply for a job with her. Present was a lot of supporting sister energy present. Around 8 months in, I had precisely $300 in my company account, and a crucial proposal due in 3 days. I had not paid myself a paycheck in 4 months. I was living on credit cards and the last of my funds. That was my lowest point, sitting in my barely affordable apartment, wondering if I should give up and start sending out resumes. But then the proposition arrived. A mid-size manufacturing business sought to transition to solar electricity. It wasn't a large deal by any means, about $85,000 altogether. But it was enough to keep me going. More significantly, they connected me with 4 additional firms in their industry network. Those referrals led to additional referrals. Suddenly, I had momentum. Spoiler alert, I did not fail. By year 2, I'd secured 4 significant contracts. By year 3, I was adding staff and declining work because we were at capacity. By year 5, which is where we are today, I'm operating a business with 25 workers, generating over $8 million in sales each year, and personally clearing over $420,000 after expenditures and payroll. I still drive the same Honda Civic that I purchased second-hand 5 years ago. I reside in a decent yet modest home. I don't wear luxury clothing or display my money. To look at me, you'd think I was just another ordinary person with a regular job, which is exactly how I want it. The folks that really matter are aware of what I've built. Everyone else is free to think what they wish. Emily, on the other hand, has worked 8 different jobs during the last 7 years. She attended college for communications, which she chose because it seemed simple. She graduated with a 2.8 GPA, and no specific plans. Since then she has worked in retail, restaurants, an insurance office, a gym, a marketing business that dismissed her after 4 months, and a few more places I can't recall. She seldom stays any place for more than a year. There's always a reason why the work isn't for her, why her boss is bad, or why she deserves more. Emily visited my house on a Tuesday night 2 years ago. She cried. She claimed she had recently been dismissed from her most recent job for being late too often. She needed money for rent, or she would be evicted. She promised to pay me back. She vowed this was the wake-up call she needed to get her life in order. I handed her money. Not as a loan. I knew I'd never see it again. But because she was my sister and I didn't want her to be homeless, I also informed her that I couldn't continue to bail her out. She needed to sort out her life. She nodded, thanked me, and said she would. The next week, she purchased a new iPhone. Priorities. About 7 months later, she contacted to see if I had any employment opportunities at my firm. She had been working at a retail business and despised it. She wants something with more income and perks. She aspired to work in an office where she would feel professional and significant. This is perhaps when I should have said no. Every rational bone in my body warned me that this was a horrible decision. Do not combine family and business. Do not hire someone with her professional history. Do not do it. But she is my sister. And my mother had been hinting that it would be great if I could assist Emily out. Emily seemed sincere in her desire to make a difference. So despite my better judgment, I established a position for her. I did not give her anything significant or important. I was not an idiot. I appointed her as Client Services Coordinator, which is a fancy term for someone who answers emails, plans meetings, manages basic administrative responsibilities, and organizes our customer contact. Entry-level job, paid $45,000 a year including perks. Good pay for the work, and honestly, more than she'd ever earned anyplace else. I sat her down before her first day and set clear expectations. Show up on time, reply to emails within 24 hours, keep the client database up to date, and communicate professionally in all situations. These are all fundamental tasks that every effective employee should be able to accomplish. She nodded, said she understood, and pledged not to let me down. For the first month, she was excellent, showed there early, stayed late, and was excited to learn. I began to wonder if I had made a mistake in doubting her. Maybe she had actually turned things around. Perhaps working for her family would provide the impetus she required. Then month 2 arrived, and the cracks began to emerge. She started coming in late, only 5 or 10 minutes at first, which I tolerated because I'm not a strict taskmaster. But then it became 15 minutes, then 30, and then an hour. When I spoke with her about it, she always had an excuse. The traffic was awful. Her alarm did not go off. She wasn't feeling good. Never her fault. Always an external issue beyond her control. Her job quality deteriorated as well. Emails remained unanswered for days. Client meetings were planned at the inappropriate times. The database became a jumble of out-of-date information and missing entries. My office manager, Sophia, approached me 3 times in 1 month concerning Emily's performance. Sophia has been with me from year 1, and she never complains until there is an issue. Emily once arranged an important presentation with a potential customer at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday. The customer traveled in from Nevada just for this meeting. At 1:45, I received a call from our front desk stating that the conference room was not set up and Emily was not in the office. It turned out she had gone to eat at noon and never returned. I did not call or SMS, I simply disappeared. I discovered out later that she had met some acquaintances at the restaurant and opted to hang out with them rather than return to work. She arrived at 4 p.m. It seemed like nothing had occurred. I had to personally apologize and reschedule the client's flight. We ultimately obtained the contract, but only because I paid a portion of our expenses to compensate for the lack of professionalism. That single episode cost me around $18,000 in missed income and almost wrecked a relationship with a client who could have brought us years of repeat business. When I asked Emily about it, she said that she had lost track of time and didn't think it was a big problem because I was there to manage the meeting anyhow. I didn't think it was a big problem. A customer went across 3 states for a meeting she booked, but then canceled, and she didn't consider it a big problem. Another occasion, she sent an email to a prospective client that included so many typos and grammatical issues that they phoned me to inquire whether we were a real business. The email clearly stated, "We look forward to doing business with your company." I had to explain that we were in the process of training a new employee, which was not reflective of our regular standards. Emily had been working there for 4 months by that moment. This was not a new employee error. This was simply lazy work. I took Emily aside for a talk, not as her brother, but as her supervisor. I informed her that the late arrivals had to stop and her job quality needed to improve. She quickly became defensive. Said I was being too harsh on her. Said I didn't realize how demanding the work was. Sophia said she went after her because she was envious of Emily's status as the boss's sister. That final part nearly made me giggle. Sophia has no cause to be envious of anyone. She was my right hand, earning $95,000 per year plus incentives and owning genuine stock in the firm. But Emily wanted someone to blame, and Sophia was an obvious choice. I issued Emily a formal written warning, recorded everything, and informed her that if things did not change within 30 days, we would have to re-evaluate her employment. She sobbed and pledged to do better, and things improved for approximately 2 weeks before resuming their previous patterns. The thing that really struck me was not even her awful performance. It was her attitude in the office. She often complained about how hard she had to work. Meanwhile, she would take hour-long lunch breaks and spend half of the day on her phone. She would complain about being underpaid, although earning more than the market rate for her job and experience level. She'd make comments about how simple it was for me as the owner, as if I just sat around counting money all day instead of working my tail off to keep everything going well. My other employees started to notice. I'd hear them complain about Emily receiving preferential treatment since she was related. And they were correct. Any other employee with her track record would have been sacked some months ago. But I continued to give her opportunities because of our bond. It was just as I had been informed before I hired her. The final straw occurred approximately 3 months ago, just before Thanksgiving. A large customer, a commercial real estate business intending to convert 5 buildings with solar panels, most likely a $2.5 million deal over 2 years, approached Emily with some queries regarding our proposal timeframe. Simple things. They wanted to know when we could start, what the payment plan would be, and whether we could use their chosen vendors for specific components. Emily's duty was to convey those queries to the right individuals on my team, collect replies, and construct a professional response, which was basic coordination work. This was exactly why I hired her. She never responded to the email and never did anything. The client called back a week later, slightly irritated. Still no reaction from Emily. They followed up again, this time directly with me, and were really upset. They were prepared to walk away and take their $2.5 million project to a rival. I learned out when the client phoned me personally, which should never have happened. When I approached Emily about it, she said that she had been preoccupied with other duties and had forgotten. I forgot about a $2.5 million customer. Forgot to complete the fundamental task for which I paid her $45,000 each year. I spent 4 hours on the phone personally smoothing things up with that client, apologizing for our lack of communication, and offered them a discount to compensate for the inconvenience. I just avoided losing the contract, but the harm to our reputation had already been done. They'd recall how my organization failed to react to simple communications in a timely fashion. I should have dismissed her right then. But Thanksgiving was 3 weeks away, and my mother had been inquiring if Emily and I were both coming to dinner. She was ecstatic that we were working together. She continued telling me how happy she was that I was assisting my sister in advancing her profession. I didn't have the heart to dismiss Emily just before the holidays and spoil my mother's Thanksgiving. So I chose to wait until after Thanksgiving. I'd enjoy the holiday, then have a professional talk with Emily the next week about how things weren't going well. I'd offer her a severance package, 2 months' money to ease her move, and wish her well, clean, professional, kind even. Then Thanksgiving dinner occurred. My entire family was there. My parents, Emily and her boyfriend David, my aunt and uncle, and 2 cousins. Standard Christmas gathering. Mom had gone all out on the cuisine. Turkey, stuffing, mashed potatoes, 3 types of pie. The works. Everyone was in excellent spirits, chatting and joking. After we finished eating, we sat around the table in that post-meal haze where you're too full to move yet too comfy to go. Someone asked me how my work was going, simply to make conversation. I provided my typical response, saying business was good. We'd had a successful year. I was thankful for our clients and crew. Nothing extravagant, just nice dinner talk. Emily decided to join in. Yeah, well, he got lucky. That's all it is. The table was silent. I looked at her, assuming I had misheard or she was joking, but she had a smile on her face. The type you make when you believe you are going to say something brilliant. What do you mean? My father said, puzzled. Emily leaned back in her chair, preparing for her speech. I mean, he acts like he's some brilliant businessman, but he just got lucky with timing. The renewable energy boom happened right when he started his company. He rode the wave. Anyone could have done what he did if they'd been in the right place at the right time. My uncle lifted his eyebrows but said nothing. My mother seemed uneasy. Emily's boyfriend David was nodding along as if she were imparting knowledge. I waited there, waiting to see whether she would dig the hole further. She did. Honestly, if you look at it objectively, he's not even that smart about business, she said. She was now on a roll, loving her audience. Like his whole strategy is just undercutting competitors on price. That's not genius. That's basic. A trained monkey could do what he does. Emily. My mother began. But Emily waved her away. No, it's true. Everyone acts like he's this amazing success story. But it's literally just luck. Right time, right industry, right circumstances. He works hard, sure. But so do lots of people who aren't successful. The difference is, he got lucky. She looked squarely at me as she stated that last sentence, as if daring me to disagree. My cousins were looking at their dishes, apparently uneasy. My father appeared to want to say something, but he wasn't sure what. My aunt was giving Emily the look you give someone who has just insulted the host. But I didn't become angry. I did not defend myself. I did not argue. I simply smiled and nodded. You might be right, I answered gently. Luck definitely played a role. Emily seemed almost unhappy that I didn't take the bait. She'd plainly wanted a battle, to put me on the defensive so she could make her point about how I take myself too seriously, or whatever narrative she'd made up in her mind. Exactly, she said, feeling vindicated. People need to stop acting like he's special. He just got lucky. That's the truth. Well, my uncle said, plainly attempting to divert the subject. Lucky or not, it's working out well for him. For now, Emily said. But luck runs out eventually. Then we'll see how successful he really is. My mother recommended we relocate to the living room for pie. Everyone leaped at the opportunity to end the unpleasant talk. As everybody stood up from the table, I took out my phone as if I were reading texts. I accessed my company's HR management software. We utilize a system that allows me to manage payroll, benefits, and scheduling remotely. Very convenient, especially in situations like these. I went to Emily's employee profile, clicked on the employment status option, changed it from active to terminated, inserted today's date as the end date, and wrote a message in the termination reason field about performance concerns and a breach of the business behavior policy. The app prompted me to confirm the termination. I clicked yes. It inquired whether I wanted to process any last payments or severance. I clicked no. She'd receive her last salary for hours worked, but that was all. There is no severance package, no 2-month compensation, nothing. The entire operation took around 90 seconds. Emily had officially left my company by the time I came into the living room to get pie. Her access to our systems was automatically removed. Her next direct deposit, due for the following Friday, had been canceled. I sat down with my slice of pumpkin pie and listened to Emily rant about how overrated I was. She had gone on to criticize my residence, claiming that it was too modest for someone with my alleged income. Clearly, I was either lying about my income or too ignorant to understand how to spend money wisely. One or the other. I simply nodded and ate my pie. I didn't say anything about what I just did. Why should I? She'd find out quickly enough. The remainder of Thanksgiving was lovely. Emily ultimately moved on to different issues. We watched football. My father fell asleep in his recliner. Standard Christmas things. When Emily departed that evening, she embraced Mom and Dad and said goodbye to everyone. She did not even glance at me. I went home that night and enjoyed the best sleep I'd had in months. There was no remorse or second guessing, only satisfaction that I had finally made the decision I should have made months ago. Friday morning I arrived to the workplace early. Sophia was already present. She always is. I summoned her into my office and informed her that Emily was no longer with the firm. Sophia's expression revealed a mix of relief and apprehension. She inquired whether I was all right. I told her I was okay, that it was overdue, and that we'd have to disperse Emily's tasks until we found a successor. Sophia nodded. I'll handle it. And for what it's worth, you made the right call. She wasn't a good fit here. I know, I said. I should have done it sooner. We wrote a quick email to the team that morning. Emily Turner was no longer with the firm. Effective immediately, her tasks had been reallocated. All customers should be routed to Sophia for coordination till further notice. Professional and to the point. Several employees stopped by my office during the day. Nobody inquired as to what had transpired. They all knew. They had been watching Emily coast for months while doing genuine work. A few folks praised me for finally addressing the issue. That stung a little, knowing my staff had been dissatisfied for so long because I had allowed family loyalty cloud my judgment. Emily's direct deposit should have arrived the following Friday. My phone started blowing up at 2 p.m. Emily's first text message. Hey, my paycheck didn't deposit. Can you check with payroll? I did not react. I was having a meeting with a client. Second text, 10 minutes later. Seriously, where's my paycheck? This is ridiculous. Third text, 5 minutes later. I need that money today, I have bills to pay, fix this now. She then called. I refused it. She called again. Declined yet again. Then my office phone rang. Sophia took it up, listened for a minute, and then entered my office. Emily's online too, Sophia added, evidently trying not to smile. She's very upset about her paycheck. Tell her to check her email, I replied. She should have received a termination notification last week. Sophia returned to her workstation. I overheard her deliver that message. Then I heard Emily's voice get loud enough for me to make out words over Sophia's phone. Sophia muttered something else and hung up. She says she never got any email, Sophia stated. And she's demanding to speak with you. Did you verify that the termination email was sent? I requested an answer. Sophia examined her PC. Sent Friday at 8 a.m. to her company email. She probably hasn't checked it since Thanksgiving. Of course she had not. Emily viewed checking her work email as optional. Another reason she had performed poorly in her work. If she calls back, tell her to check her company email for all relevant information regarding her termination, I told her. And if she continues to harass our office line, we'll need to block her number. Emily called back 3 times. Sophia repeatedly gave her the same message and ultimately blocked her number. Then Emily began messaging me individually. The texts were progressively more furious. You fired me? Are you kidding me right now? You can't just fire me without warning. That's illegal. Mom is going to hear about this. Dad too. You're going to regret this. I can't believe you do this to your own sister. You're a terrible person. This is because I told the truth about you at Thanksgiving, isn't it? You're that petty. You owe me that paycheck. I worked for that money. I answered to just one text. You received your final paycheck for all hours worked up to your termination date on November 25th. Any questions about your termination should be directed to HR. Then I silenced the discussion. She attempted to contact my personal phone. I didn't respond. She contacted my workplace straight. Sophia stopped her. She even showed up to my office on Monday morning, but our building is secured and requires a key card to enter the lobby. Security phoned and asked whether I was expecting Emily Turner. I said no. She was no longer worked here, thus they should ask her to leave. They did. The real pyrotechnics began when she contacted my folks. My mother contacted me that Monday evening, just as I was leaving the workplace. She sounded disturbed. What's this about you firing Emily? She inquired. No. Hello? No, how are you? Right to the accusation. It is true, I said. I terminated her employment last Friday without even talking to her first, without any warning. She had multiple warnings, Mom. Written documentation, performance improvement plans. I'd been trying to work with her for months. She chose not to improve. But she's your sister, my mother said. And she was my employee, a bad employee. I gave her more chances than I would have given anyone else specifically because she's my sister. But I can't run a business on family sentiment. My mother was quiet for a bit. After that she said, Emily says you fired her because she said you got lucky at Thanksgiving. She thinks you're just being petty and vindictive. I chuckled at it. Mom, I fired her because she was bad at her job. She consistently showed up late, ignored client emails, created problems for my team, and cost me a major contract because she couldn't be bothered to do basic tasks. The Thanksgiving comment had nothing to do with it. She says, you did it on your phone right there at dinner. I processed her termination on Thanksgiving. Yes, but the decision was made weeks ago. I was planning to fire her that following Monday anyway. Her little speech just moved up the timeline. You should have talked to her first. Given her another chance. I gave her 6 months of chances, Mom. How many more did you want me to give her? My mother sighed. She's really struggling now. She doesn't have a job. She's behind on rent. She needs help. Then she should have thought about that before she decided to coast at the one job where someone actually gave her a real opportunity. She's family, and I'm not her personal ATM, I stated more strongly than I typically did to my mother. I helped her by giving her a good job with good pay. She threw that away. Those are consequences of her own choices. My mother didn't like that response. She attempted the guilt trip tactic, saying Emily was my younger sister and I should want to assist her. I listened patiently and then told her I had to go. She wasn't pleased, but she let me hang up the phone. My father phoned the next day. He was very straightforward about it. You need to give Emily her job back, he told her. No preamble. No, I don't, I answered. She's your sister. You can't just abandon her like this. I'm not abandoning her. I'm holding her accountable for her work performance. There's a difference. But she made one comment at Thanksgiving and you ruined her life over it. Dad, I kept detailed records of every performance issue, every late arrival, every missed deadline, every client complaint. This has nothing to do with Thanksgiving and everything to do with 6 months of documented poor performance. Ask her about the 2.5 million client she almost lost us because she couldn't be bothered to respond to an email. My father went silent. What client? I described the problem. Emily had ignored many emails from a large customer. I had to personally intercede to rescue the deal. How that was only one of many concerns. She never mentioned that, my father explained softly. Of course, she didn't because that would require her to take responsibility for her actions instead of blaming everyone else. My father remained quiet for a long time. He then stated, "Your mother is very upset about this. I'm sorry she's upset, but I made the right business decision. Emily was a liability to my company. I couldn't keep her on staff just because we share DNA. Family is supposed to support each other. I did support her, Dad. I gave her a job she wasn't qualified for. I paid her more than market rate. I gave her chance after chance to improve. At some point, support becomes enabling. I'm not going to enable her to coast through life expecting other people to carry her." My father didn't say much to that. He advised me to think about what I was doing before hanging up. Emily attempted many more times to get me to rehire her, or at least offer her severance pay. She wrote me lengthy text messages about how unjust I was being. How I had never understood her. Everyone expected her to be like me, but she couldn't live up to it. How I was successful because I'd had advantages she didn't have. I did not reply to any of it. There was nothing to say. She had created a story in which she was the victim, and I was the villain. And nothing I said could change it. People believe anything they choose to believe. About 2 weeks after I dismissed her, my mother phoned again. She sounded exhausted. "I just want you to know that your father and I loaned Emily money for her rent. She said she's looking for a new job, but it's taking time." "Okay," I responded. "We're disappointed in how you've handled this situation." "That's your right, Mom, but I stand by my decision. She's your sister. You should have helped her." "I did help her for 6 months. I helped her. She chose not to help herself." My mother sighed. "I don't think you understand how hard things are for her right now." "I understand perfectly well. I also understand that she created this situation for herself. I'm sorry she's struggling, but those are natural consequences of her choices." "You've become very hard," my mother observed gently. "No, Mom. I've just learned that helping people who don't want to help themselves doesn't actually help them. It just enables them to keep making bad choices." We didn't talk for a while after that call. My parents were upset with me. Emily was telling everyone who would listen that I'd betrayed her. My aunt apparently thought I was being too harsh. My uncle thought I'd done the right thing, but wasn't going to say so publicly because he didn't want to deal with my mom's reaction. But you know what? My business ran better without Emily there. Sophia hired a replacement within 4 weeks. A recent college grad named Rachel, who actually showed up on time, responded to emails, and treated her job with respect. Client communication enhanced. My team's morale increased. Everything just works better. About a month later, I received a text from Emily. It was different from her prior furious texts. "I got a new job. Starts Monday. Just wanted you to know I'm fine." I texted back. "Glad to hear it. Good luck with the new position." She did not react. I did not expect her to. That was probably our final direct communication for a while, perhaps forever. Some bridges burn and remain burnt. My parents gradually began talking to me again, but things were clearly tight. Mom would call from time to time, and we'd talk about nothing in particular. Dad gave me an article on a solar project that he had read about. Small attempts toward normalcy, yet the underlying tension remained. They had made it apparent that they believed I was incorrect. I made it apparent that I didn't care. Christmas was awkward as heck. We all gathered at my parents' place since that is what you do. Emily was there with David. We did not talk directly to each other. She spent the entire time on her phone or in quiet conversation with David. I spent time with my cousins and avoided the living room where Emily was stationed. At one time, my father attempted to create a discussion between us. He asked, "Why don't you two talk and work this out?" As if we were kids arguing over a toy. Emily gazed at me with chilly eyes. I returned the stare with the same indifferent expression. Neither of us said anything. My father gave up and went back to watching football. Things became more fascinating shortly after New Year's. Emily evidently informed David her entire account of the story. How I dismissed her out of jealousy and vengeance. How I couldn't take her speaking the truth about my accomplishment. How I was a nasty person who abandoned my family. David, being the smart thinker that he is, resolved to assist Emily exact retribution. He made a phony Google review for my firm. One celebrity said we duped his company out of $50,000 and never delivered on our promises. They said we were scammers running a phony enterprise. He even created a fictitious business name to make it appear real. The difficulty with David's strategy was that I had set up Google alerts for my company's name. I saw the review within an hour of it being posted. I also saw that the account that posted it was formed on the same day and had only posted one review, indicating that it was not a complex operation. I took images, recorded everything, and reported the review to Google as false. It was deleted within 48 hours. Then I had my attorney send David a cease and desist letter for defamation and attempted harm to my company reputation. The letter threatened possible legal action if he continued. Emily contacted me 2 days later, shouting that I was going to sue her boyfriend. I gently reminded her that if her partner intended to commit actionable defamation, he should be prepared to face the consequences. Then I hung up. David seemed to have backed off after that. There will be no more phony reviews or efforts at retribution. It turns out that threatening people with serious legal penalties makes them reassess their activities. In February, my mother called with some news. Emily was evicted from her flat. She'd been staying with David, but their relationship had crumbled following the legal threat. She was now requesting to move back in with our parents. My mother wondered whether I would rethink employing Emily again. I said no. She asked if I would at least lend Emily money for a deposit. I said no again. She said I was being unkind. I told her that Emily had squandered every chance, humiliated me publicly, and had her boyfriend attempt to damage my business. At what point did Emily become accountable for her own situation? My mother didn't have an answer. Emily returned home at 28 years old. However, March provided the most satisfying results. Remember Emily, our important client, who almost lost us because she ignored their emails? What about the $2.5 million contract I had barely saved for? They returned with an expansion idea. They were so pleased with our work on their first 5 buildings that they asked us to manage another 12 properties. This deal was expected to be worth around $6 million over 3 years. During the contract signing meeting, the client's VP expressed his satisfaction with our communication improvements over the previous months. He notably appreciated our new client services coordinator for her responsiveness and professionalism. They said it was a 180-degree difference from their last encounter with us. I thanked him and mentioned that we had made some staff adjustments to better serve our customers. He nodded approvingly and commented that it showed. That arrangement placed us on track to generate more than $13 million in income this year. We were growing quicker than I had anticipated. I hired 3 extra people, including a second project manager, to handle the increasing burden. Business was thriving. My mother informed me that Emily was once again working at a department shop, earning the minimum pay plus commission. She was still living at home, whining about how unfair life was, and blaming everyone but herself. My parents stopped asking me to help her. I believe they eventually understood that no amount of money or opportunity would solve Emily's basic condition. She did not want to perform the task. In April, I received a message on LinkedIn from someone who formerly worked with Emily. He said Emily told others she had quit my firm because I was handling it unethically. She said she departed on principle, not because she was fired. I shared a professional update on LinkedIn regarding our company's expansion and the necessity of upholding excellent standards. I didn't mention Emily's name, but everybody who was familiar with the issue understood. Following that post, 2 former co-workers reached out. Both stated that they had heard tales from Emily and were relieved to discover that we were genuinely prospering. Her attempts to harm my reputation had entirely failed. People in the industry speak, and when they witnessed my company's true success, it made her appear bitter and untrustworthy. By summer, everything had settled into a new routine. My firm has 35 workers and an anticipated yearly revenue of more than $16 million. We moved to a larger office. I ultimately awarded myself a raise and purchased a newer car, still a Honda, but less beat up. My parents and I had achieved a peaceful settlement. We occasionally discussed neutral issues. They had ceased justifying Emily's actions, partly because they could no longer ignore the trend. My father genuinely apologized to me in June, said he understood why I made the decision I did. That mattered more than he understood. Emily was still living at home and working between jobs. Last I heard, she had been fired from the department store for being late too often. She had moved on to work at a call center. My mother stopped providing me updates until I directly asked for them. In August, I saw David at a petrol station. We established eye contact. He glanced aside quickly and dashed to his car. I simply smiled and went about my day. Some fights are inevitable victories. The finest part happened in September. We received a significant industry award for innovative renewable energy consultancy. A ceremony was held, A trophy was awarded, and various trade journals covered the event. My crew was ecstatic. Sophia sobbed happy tears. It was a great confirmation of all we had created. The award ceremony was held on a Thursday evening. The article was published Friday morning. By Friday afternoon, my phone was flooded with congratulatory messages from colleagues, old co-workers, and even some family members. My mother called that evening. She had seen the article. She stated she was proud of me. Then she said something that really astonished me. Emily saw the article too. She didn't say anything, but I could see it on her face. I think she finally understands what she gave up. I did not reply to that. There was nothing to say. Emily had made her decisions. I had made mine. The outcomes speak for themselves. My brother uninvited me from Christmas, saying, "You look like a loser." So I canceled his kid's tuition and his wife's Range Rover. My name is Liam, 33. 3 days after I nearly died on a frigid operating table, my older brother excluded me from our family Christmas dinner because I didn't suit his high-end business image. Caleb called to tell me that my presence would ruin his networking event disguised as a holiday gathering while I was lying on my living room sofa, pale, weak, and wrapped in heavy wool blankets recovering from an emergency gallbladder removal with life-threatening complications. He spoke the terrible words to me. He added, "It is no place for losers, Liam. You will just embarrass yourself and ruin the vibe." He laughed dismissively before hanging off. Caleb and my toxic family ignored one big, earth-shattering thing in their frenzied pursuit of social climbing. They didn't realize the quiet, modest guy they treated like a peasant was the cornerstone of their lavish existence. They had no idea I made 7 figures ghostwriting Silicon Valley tech CEOs. Most importantly, they forgot that my bank account funded his kid's premium private school and his wife's new Range Rover Sport. As they rush and beg as their pristine plastic world burns down, they are now discovering the true cost of their arrogance. My phone notification sound that afternoon seemed like a head blow. My skull was throbbing like a jackhammer. I was laying fetal on my sofa, surrounded by a fortress of dirty tissues, empty mugs of tepid herbal tea, and a plastic bottle of powerful prescription medications that hardly relieved my abdominal burning. The operation was brutal. My rehabilitation felt like walking my bare stomach across miles of shattered glass due to a slight inside infection and a delayed healing process. My weakness was extreme. My hand trembled as I went for the phone on the coffee table, exhausted from moving a single muscle. It read Caleb on the shining screen. A pitiful relief wave swept over me. Finally, my older brother checked on me. I texted him, and his wife Vanessa before anesthesia. Another cold, thoughtless thumbs up from Vanessa and radio silence from Caleb greeted me as I returned to my silent abode, but now he called. I foolishly assumed he cared. Clearing my dry, scratchy throat, I answered the phone. I informed him I was home and that the last several days had been terrible. Caleb interrupted me before I could finish telling him about the hazardous virus. He had a sharp, enthusiastic voice without a care in the world. He sounded like he was rushing through an office. He loudly proclaimed that he and Vanessa were completing the Christmas Eve dinner list and had costly caterers arriving in an hour for a mandated tasting menu. My brain was too slow to register his significant tone change due to severe painkillers. He asked me what I could bring this year since standing by a hot stove was too hot for my fresh stitches, but I proudly said I had already bought Vanessa's favorite pricey vintage wines for the family gift exchange. The line paused. Heavy, pregnant quiet seemed sharper than my stomach cut. Caleb exhaled loudly and theatrically. He constantly made a phony sympathetic noise before doing something selfish and calculated. He informed me the guest list will vary drastically this year. He promised a luxurious, exclusive atmosphere. Vanessa brought Beatrice, the vice president of her large real estate firm, and Caleb was bringing in 2 affluent angel investors for his new startup. I adjusted my legs on the sofa, wincing at the stinging, burning tug in my side, and told him it seemed like a really intense evening. I vowed to sit quietly in the corner. I promised to stay out of his VIP guest's way. I told him I needed to be with my family since being alone in a quiet house after a big surgery was affecting my mental health. Caleb sighed louder. It was an agitated, frustrated sound that showed I was a huge burden. He claimed I wasn't listening. This was no family potluck, he claimed. This was a crucial networking event disguised as a Christmas party, and corporations valued looks. He admitted that my recent appearance did not fit the exclusive aesthetic they were establishing. In my throat, my breath jerked. My stomach discomfort disappeared, replaced by a frigid shock. I inquired about his meaning. He adopted that condescending, lecturing tone I detested since childhood. He noticed I work from home. He noticed I wear cheap sweatpants, and drive a beat-up 10-year old Toyota Corolla. He stated I was fine with my mediocrity, but his house guests were sharks. They won. He stated Vanessa was anxious about creating a good impression, and having her brother-in-law sitting in the corner looking like a sick ghost who hadn't brushed his hair in a week was not the image they wanted to create. The final hit was devastating. A sluggish loser, he said. He instructed me to stay home, take my medicines, and they could send over any cold leftovers. The line stopped altogether. My call was disconnected. Blindly, I stared at my phone's black screen. A pale, exhausted man with large circles under his eyes appeared in the dark reflection. I dropped the phone on the carpet and closed my eyes. My greatest efforts to stop hot tears failed. It wasn't simply my brother's icy rejection. It was the hubris, blindness, and cruelty of kicking a bleeding guy on his couch. We must go back to the beginning to understand why his vicious comments struck so deeply into my soul and why that beautiful Range Rover was about to be towed in front of his wealthy pals. We must examine the tremendous poisonous debt I silently carried for him for years. Caleb and I were divided from the start in our suburban home by thick permanent marker. Caleb was unquestioned golden child. He was the high school quarterback with the captivating $1 million smile who could persuade a rigorous instructor to improve a failing grade by asking about her weekend plans. I was the silent bookworm who built bespoke computers and wrote long stories in his small bedroom while everyone else watched football. He was loved by David and Helen, our parents. He looked like a Fortune 500 CEO bound for glory and wealth. They saw me as a pleasant afterthought, a backup plan they never intended to utilize. When college started, the obvious favoritism was unsettling. My parents surreptitiously liquidated a large portion of their retirement assets and took out a risky second mortgage on our childhood home to send Caleb to a costly out-of-state private university. They claimed Caleb needed exclusive network access. When I applied for schools, my father gave me a cheap glossy brochure for the local community college and told me that hard work and student debt create character. I didn't tantrum. I worked long nights in a dirty diner to pay for my tuition in cash. No one heard me complain. Simply put, I studied late at night and worked. Caleb meticulously used up every advantage he was given throughout the next decade. He founded a luxury watch brand that collapsed in 14 months. He tried to build a big tech startup incubator without coding. My parents rescued him every time the barriers closed. They sold a gorgeous lakeside land my grandfather left for us to pay Caleb's hollow business aspirations. I quietly established a prosperous career from my home room. I became a popular ghostwriter. I turned brilliant but inarticulate startup founders' raw, messy, disorganized thoughts into gigantic best-selling books and polished Forbes pieces. My hourly fees skyrocketed, but my lifestyle was inconspicuous. I acquired a small, well-insulated, paid-off house in a quiet neighborhood. I aggressively maxed out my 401k in investments. I drove a reliable 10-year-old automobile. I could tell time without a Rolex. 3 years ago, Caleb's artificial reality collapsed dramatically. A cold November Tuesday night brought heavy rain. I heard a panic knock on my door. I opened it to see Caleb completely saturated. Sore, red eyes from sobbing. He appeared. Afraid. He stopped in my hallway, fell against the wall, and broke down. The awful reality he withheld from our parents was revealed. His credit cards were maxed out. He was 3 months behind on his large, inflated mortgage payments, and Vanessa, his gorgeous, shallow wife who had grown up with a silver spoon, was packing her fancy suitcase. She threatened a messy divorce and planned to take Noah and Mia back to her affluent parents' mansion. Caleb double-grasped my shirt. He wailed, pleading for financial help. He promised a huge success with a new business, but he needed time to raise investor funding. He stared me in the face and said I was the only person he could trust with his life. I saw my older brother, who had everything, now a sad puddle of water and tears on my wooden floor. I thought about my 8-year-old nephew Noah, who struggled with math. I remembered my 6-year-old niece Mia, who loved to doodle. I couldn't let those innocent kids lose their home and suffer a terrible divorce. Against my better judgment, I signed a strict financial contract with him. I refused to give Caleb a blank check or deposit money directly into his account because I knew it would disappear into expensive business lunches and dubious investments. Instead, I promised him I would cover the fundamentals to keep Vanessa from leaving. I automated bank transactions to Noah and Mia's upscale private school. I took up Vanessa's huge monthly lease on her new Range Rover Sport to protect her fragile public image so she could drive to her high-end real estate showings. I did it for love. I did that because families should protect each other during storms. However, I soon discovered that thankfulness is short-lived. As anxious months grew into years, Caleb never found a regular employment. He claimed freelance consultant status. He never returned a dollar of my blood money. Worse, the family dynamic changed radically. Suddenly, his desperate humility on my floor that rainy night was replaced by a corrosive, insufferable attitude of entitlement. After paying the bills, they stopped thanking. They stopped inviting me to dinner unless they needed free computer help or someone to keep the kids while they attended pricey charity galas. The breaking point became apparent around the holidays. We had a huge Thanksgiving dinner at my parents' house last year. I paid for Vanessa's huge organic turkey and pricey international wine, but no one addressed it at the dinner. My father, David, admired Caleb in the dining room. Caleb is really scaling up his operations this quarter. My dad enthusiastically told the room. That new LLC is going to change everything for the family. My father glanced at me. He smiled tightly and politely. And Liam, are you still doing that typing thing? Writing those little blogs for people on the internet? I held my heavy silver fork under the table till my knuckles grew white. Vanessa laughed condescendingly from across the table as I took a big breath, nodded calmly, and replied, yes, I am still writing to pay the bills. It is honestly cute that you have a little hobby to keep you busy, Liam. But you really should let Caleb give you some real business advice soon. You simply cannot drive that terrible old Toyota forever. It literally brings down the property value of the entire neighborhood when you park it in our driveway during visits. My parents actually laughed. Caleb arrogantly sipped my fine wine, which I had paid for. I sat silently. I bit my tongue viciously because I loved the kids too much to fight. 2 nights a week, I tutored Noah in math via Zoom. Mia got pricey professional art supplies every month from me. I kept telling myself I was saving them from poverty. I had no idea I was sponsoring a gigantic delusion. I paid top price for the bullets they boldly shot into my back. Update 1. Caleb shot me and expelled me from the family when I was recovering from major abdominal surgery on my couch. A cold, hollow agony surged fast across my chest, overshadowing the blazing pain in my surgical wounds. As the fresh stitches tugged tight against my skin, I sat up on the sofa, cringing angrily. Deep within me, a dangerous seething fire began. No post-op fever was involved. Rage was pure. It was pure, unrelenting rage. He knew I was entirely alone in this place. He recognized my physical and mental pain. And he threw me aside like expired rubbish because my comfortable clothes didn't fit his faux wealthy style. I picked up my phone off the carpet and accessed Instagram. Vanessa posted a new story 20 minutes ago at the top of my timeline. Tap the glowing circle. The slow panning footage showed their big, decorated living room. The room I prevented the bank from foreclosing. It had thousands of dollars in unique gold and white ornamentation. A huge, elaborately adorned Christmas tree reached the arched ceiling. Comforting, expensive classical music played in the background. Vanessa wrote, prepping for the biggest night of the year. Exclusive VIP guest list only. High life success. No negativity allowed. At the bottom of the screen, I silently watched the short video loop 3 times. No negativity allowed. I understood. Their new code word for me. Zoomed in on the video with 2 fingers. I noticed the beautiful Italian leather sofa I helped them choose and partly paid for. Little Noah ran gleefully by the camera in his pricey custom-tailored private school winter outfit. My thumb threatened the flashing screen. Caleb on the phone called me a loser. He called me stale. He boldly claimed I did not belong with global champs. I quit Instagram and created my secure banking portal. I bypassed my normal inspection. I swiftly scrolled over my enormous diversified investment portfolios and high-yield savings accounts. The numbers were too big for Caleb to comprehend, even in his most desperate dreams. I firmly selected scheduled recurring transfers and settings. 3 luminous life support units kept his phony plastic world alive. Monthly automatic transfer, $3,500. Private tuition for Noah and Mia. Monthly auto transfer, $1,300. Vanessa leases Range Rover Sport. A $600 monthly automatic transfer. Emergency family support foods. I powered their arrogant triumph silently for 3 excruciating years. I whispered his nasty words to the empty living room. Stagnant loser. Ice cold, menacing smile. Not a joyful smile. A master demolitionist smiling at a doomed building before pushing the detonator. Caleb longed for a winter-only Christmas. Perfect style was his goal. Okay, I'll do what he wants. He utterly ignored the high society cardinal rule. Real winners pay huge bills. My thumb lingered over the private school tuition red cancel button. My body was flooded with a weird, tremendous wave of peace, erasing the sorrow, betrayal, and shame. Tap the glass screen. The banking app warned me strongly. Are you absolutely sure you want to permanently cancel this recurring transfer? This critical action cannot be undone. Yes. Cancelled transfer. Permanent $3,500 monthly loss. The next huge payment was due to the school in 3 days. I quickly descended the digital list. Luxury Range Rover lease, $1,300, month, due 15th, cancel. They spent grocery support on extravagant sushi dinners. Cancel. My back rested on the couch cushions. With 3 thumb taps, I had eliminated over $5,400 of my brother's monthly tax-free income. If I stopped paying the bills, people would notice when the school administration phoned or the burly repo man showed up in the driveway. I knew. I wanted to explain why the money well had dried up. Waiting was short. My phone flashed. At 10 a.m. 2 days later. On time. Caleb called. Let the phone ring and go to voicemail. It rang again instantly. A frenzied, uppercase text followed. Call me now, Liam. Emergency. 10 minutes passed. I cautiously walked to the kitchen, poured a long glass of cold water, took a deep breath, and called him back. The moment the phone line connected, Caleb yelled, "What did you do?" He didn't greet. I was not asked about my stomach's mending. He panicked completely. His voice shattered with hysteria. The school administration just called me. Mr. Harrison said the massive payment bounced hard. He said you completely removed your credit card from the parent portal. Good morning to you too, Caleb, I responded, sounding cool and emotionless. How is the exclusive Christmas prep going? He shouted, do not play your sick games with me, Liam. I am in the middle of a critical meeting. Harrison said if the tuition balance is not paid in full by 5 p.m. today, both kids are permanently unenrolled for the upcoming spring semester. What the hell is going on? Did your stupid bank screw up the transfer? No, I answered quietly, sipping water slowly. I canceled it. It was deafeningly quiet on the other end. All I heard was his raspy, terrified breathing in the receiver for 5 blissful seconds. You what? Why? Why in God's name would you do that to us? Why? Because, I said, with every drop of ice in me, I am a loser. Remember? You proudly told me 2 days ago on the phone, this family is no place for losers. And losers do not pay for elite private schools, Caleb. Real winners do. And since you are such a massive successful winner now with your high-end corporate friends and your exclusive aesthetic party, I figured you did not need my stagnant loser money anymore. You petty, vindictive piece of trash. He screamed, struggling for words. You are doing this right now, right before Christmas Eve? You are intentionally punishing Noah and Mia because I accidentally hurt your fragile feelings? I am absolutely not punishing anyone. I clarified, cutting through his trickery. I am simply stepping back. You clearly stated I bring the energy down. You said I embarrass you and Vanessa. Well, neither does my money. You absolutely cannot have it both ways, Caleb. You cannot treat me like garbage in private and use me as a free ATM in public. It is $3,500, Liam, he shouted into an empty office stairway. I do not have that kind of liquid cash sitting around right now. I am heavily tying up capital for the new business launch. Then maybe you should not be hosting a heavily catered party with expensive wine, I mused. Or better yet, ask your 2 new angel investors. I am sure they would love backing a winner like you who cannot afford his kids' education. He yelled, you are completely ruining our lives. Vanessa is going to have a massive nervous breakdown. Do you have any idea how much pressure she is under to make this VIP party perfect? Actually, I do, I said, turning the knife slightly. Which is exactly why I also permanently canceled the lease payment on her Range Rover Sport. It is due on the 15th. You might want to give her a heads up so she does not drive it to the country club and get stranded. He screamed a lengthy, horrifying curse at me. He said the pricey car was registered in her name, therefore I couldn't do it. I informed him that the money was coming from my account and that the bank of Liam was closed forever. I hung up. I could feel my heart pounding my ribs. My hands shook. I hated hearing my brother cry, but God, it felt great to stand up for myself. The desperate response was quick and pitiful. My phone received the family flying monkeys promptly. My cell phone rang again 2 hours later. My mother, Helen, and Aunt Brenda were on a 3-way conference call. They did not inquire about my surgery recovery. Liam, what is horribly wrong with you? My mother screamed, her voice shaking with forced sadness. Caleb is practically in tears. He says you cruelly cut off the children's education out of sheer petty jealousy over his success. I laughed cruelly into the phone. He told you I was jealous? Did he happen to tell you he completely uninvited me to Christmas dinner because I am not high class enough for his new friends? He is under massive corporate pressure, Aunt Brenda said, perfecting the manipulator part. He is building a lasting family legacy. You have a little house and 0 responsibilities. You have plenty of extra money sitting around. You are being incredibly selfish and cruel. Family always helps family, Liam. Family respects family. I retorted immediately. If his legacy is so incredibly strong, he can pay his own bills. I suspended both numbers, but Caleb continued. A dangerously desperate man. My premium credit card company sent me an urgent red flashing fraud alert the next morning. In a metropolitan high-end designer catering business, someone tried to charge $5,200. Cold blood raced through me. I gave Caleb an emergency backup card 2 years ago when his old car broke down in the middle of nowhere. I instructed him to quickly destroy the plastic card. I immediately contacted the bank's fraud department. The security guard confirmed the card was absent. One person manually inputted the numbers online. Caleb tried to steal from me to buy expensive gifts and food for his party. I told the bank it was big fraud. I reported and permanently canceled the card. My guilt vanished at that instant. This was no longer a sibling rivalry. This was planned financial abuse. That was felony theft. I would burn his phony facade. My rage quickly turned into strategic focus. If Caleb wanted to aggressively play a high society tycoon who had no boss, I would treat him like a defaulting corporate business partner. I called Silas, my best college friend, right away. Senior corporate litigator Silas works downtown, a bright, dangerous shark in a tailored suit who will not accept foolishness. I meticulously described the complicated issue to him over the phone. I detailed the canceled school tuition, lease, crazy Christmas party, and shocking credit card fraud from that morning. Silas remained silent until I concluded my narrative. Silas remarked, "You have been blindly giving him how much money?" In a deadly serious tone. "Yes, I have a highly detailed spreadsheet," I said. I opened my laptop and retrieved my detailed tax-related financial data. Every tuition payment, luxury car lease payment, emergency financial loan he swore he would repay, even Vanessa's purebred dog's pricey vet costs. It totals out to exactly $180,000 over the last 3 years. Silas whistled a quiet approval over the phone. Did he ever put in writing that these transfers were loans and not gifts? Yes, absolutely, I said quickly, pulling up my 3-year-old cloud-stored text messages. Quote, "I will pay you back every single cent, Liam. I just need time to scale," and I have dozens of other messages over the years explicitly acknowledging the mounting debt. "Perfect," Silas whispered, and I could almost hear his predatory smirk. "We are drafting a formal legal demand for complete repayment. I want all $180,000 fully accounted for in the document." It obviously won't force him to write a massive check today, but it legally freezes him in place if he tries to quietly sell the house or take out another line of credit to survive. This demand letter will act as a massive immovable roadblock. "When exactly do you want it delivered to his house?" "Christmas Eve," I answered without hesitation. He specifically wants an exclusive, high-end Christmas party for his VIP guests. Absolutely nothing says high society quite like a uniformed legal courier showing up at your front door during appetizers. Silas immediately began preparing the devastating legal strike, while I saw Caleb's pristine plastic world suddenly disintegrate. Without my continuous income, financial pressure crushed them fast. The private school explicitly gave them a little time to raise funding. Toxic whispers were spreading quickly among rich parents. I was sure since a mutual acquaintance provided me a screenshot. I signed on to a burner Facebook account for neighborhood watch updates. My first stop was the gated community's members-only group page. Vanessa posted a desperate listing an hour ago, selling lease takeover for 2023 Range Rover Sport, immaculate condition. We simply need to upgrade to a much larger vehicle for our growing family. Please DM for details. Serious inquiries only. Must move fast. I focused on the brilliant computer screen. A growing family. The deception was pitiful and obvious. She fought for survival. The hefty lease payment was due in 2 days. She desperately tried to pawn the hazardous debt on a wealthy neighbor before the towing firm located the fancy car as the repo man circled their neighborhood. Their huge lies were choking them violently. They used inexpensive duct tape to keep the gleaming facade together long enough to wow their VIP guests as it cracked into a million pieces. Another business contact told me who those VIP guests were. Vanessa brought her direct supervisor, Beatrice, a powerful commercial real estate vice president. Caleb aggressively invited Harrison and Grant, 2 major angel investors, to fund his empty LLC. Caleb and Vanessa were unknown to these privileged folks. Only the meticulously made mask was known. The costly imported wine, professionally catered dinner, and shining Range Rover in the driveway were all they knew. I checked my desk digital calendar. Christmas Eve was 4 days away on December 20th. My surgery incision was healing well. My intellect was clearer than in years. I had lived my adult life in the shadows, letting my family use me as a stepping stone. I mistakenly believed the toxic narrative that I was the quiet, dull younger brother who was only useful when the huge expenses were due. I shut down my laptop and watched the snow fall from the living room window. I would attend the Christmas party. I wouldn't stay or eat their pricey catered cuisine, but I would give them a wonderful gift they'd never forget. I thought the worst of the betrayal was over. I believed my parents blindly backing Caleb was the worst knife stab. I was terribly mistaken. The frightening reality about my family's financial loyalty was waiting at that party. It would alter my entire understanding of my blood. Update 2. Christmas Eve arrived in our city, bringing a bitter winter wind that seemed to cut through my car windows. I silently parked my 10-year-old, fully paid-off Toyota Corolla down the street from Caleb's massive, sprawling suburban house, or at least the house the bank owned for a few more weeks until harsh reality caught up with his massive financial lies. I sat alone in the driver's seat, my old car's heater fighting to prevent the temperature from freezing, watching the heavy, wet snow swiftly gather on my car's bonnet. I was not invited to this elite holiday party. I knew my older brother had made it painfully plain when he called me when I was bleeding on my couch to say I would ruin his corporate aesthetic. But 2 small gifts wrapped in plain brown paper were carefully placed in my car's backseat. My bright little nephew Noah received a highly specialized, pricey coding kit. The other was a professional watercolor set for my niece Mia. I wouldn't let my older brother's enormous, fragile ego deprive his innocent children of Christmas with their uncle. They should not be penalized for their greedy parents. For the frigid evening, my strategy was really simple. I would silently stroll up the long driveway, Drop the 2 wrapped gifts at the front door, hand over Silas's enormous legal papers, and leave before my poisonous family insulted, degraded, or humiliated me again. I surveyed the immaculate street. Every grand house on the wealthy block followed the pricey, dazzling holiday design. While I watched the peaceful street through the snow, a sleek black corporate town car quietly rolled up to Caleb's house. A sharp, stylish woman in an emerald green wool coat entered the cold night. Vanessa boldly displayed her professional corporate profile images to our family, so I knew her face. The commercial real estate firm Vanessa worked for had a powerful vice president, Beatrice. Vanessa badly wanted Beatrice to give her a huge promotion and salary boost next year. A new electric Tesla stopped softly at the curb behind the corporate town car. 2 elderly guys in costly custom-tailored suits walked on the snowy pavement. Caleb was aggressively pursuing Harrison and Grant, 2 wealthy angel investors, to get big investment for his empty business endeavor. Caleb's house appeared to gleam in the winter sky. Every enormous bay window was filled with beautiful golden light. I saw dark silhouettes of wealthy people moving effortlessly within the living room, clutching fine crystal wine glasses and laughing loudly at jokes I couldn't hear. From the outside, it looked perfect. It looked pricey. It resembled a gigantic, well-constructed, frail lie. I took a deep breath, grabbed the 2 wrapped gifts and the thick manila legal envelope from the back seat, and exited my car into the bitter winter cold. Walking purposefully up the long twisting driveway, my heavy winter boots crunched noisily on the frozen pavement. As I approached the enormous 3-car garage, I saw something pitiful and revealing about their position. Vanessa's white Range Rover Sport wasn't parked in the driveway for VIP business guests to admire. Instead, the fancy car was aggressively jammed into a dark, tiny area on the far side of the home, partially obscured by thick evergreen plants. She deliberately hid the pricey car from the street. She was afraid of losing her ultimate status symbol before the VIP party because she heard the repo man was scanning license plates in her zip code tonight. I knocked on the enormous wood front door with my gloved hand. Before my knuckles touched the black polished wood, the massive door rapidly slid open from inside. There was Caleb. His outrageous rich burgundy velvet tuxedo jacket probably cost more than my first year of college. His right hand clutched a large crystal glass of pricey imported whiskey and his hair was nicely slicked back. His dazzling, phony, charismatic smile evaporated the moment his eyes met mine. His face went absolutely white, turning a sickly, scary pale gray. He appeared to have seen a ghost on his doorstep. "What in the hell are you doing here?" Caleb yelled, stepping outside into the cold and partially closing the big front door to obscure the bright, warm celebration inside. "Merry Christmas to you, too, Caleb," I murmured gently, despite the adrenaline rush pounding my ribs. "I am just dropping off these gifts for Noah and Mia. I am absolutely not staying to ruin your exclusive corporate aesthetic. Just take the boxes so I can go home." I shoved the brown paper bundles at his chest. Caleb did not take the boxes. He stared at me in disgust. Dark denim trousers, a thick wool winter coat, and a knitted scarf were my comfy outfit. I looked like an ordinary, hard-working man who had just come from the cold. No wealthy socialite discussing a big real estate portfolio over expensive caviar. Angered, Caleb murmured, "I explicitly told you to stay away from my house tonight," scanning the street in dread for anyone watching us. "I am actively securing my entire financial future right now. Harrison and Grant are inside drinking the vintage wine right now. You absolutely cannot be seen standing on my porch looking like a homeless person. Give me the damn boxes and get off my property right now before I call the neighborhood security patrol to aggressively escort you out." A crisp, demanding woman's voice screamed out from the warm entryway behind him before I could respond to his wild, cruel threat. "Who is at the door, Caleb? It is absolutely freezing out there. Tell them to come inside and shut the door before you let all the heat out." "Beatrice." Caleb panicked deeply, his eyes widened in abject dread. He could not make a loud, confrontational scene on his front porch in front of his wife's firm's vice president. He carefully opened the hefty wood door with a tense, unnatural grimace. "It is just Liam, my younger brother," Caleb called back inside the home, shivering with tension. He brutally pushed me over the threshold into the bright foyer, gripping my arm like a vice. "Drop the stupid boxes on the table and immediately leave through the kitchen," he murmured into my ear, scotch and real dread on his breath. "Do not you dare embarrass me in front of these people tonight." The big house's heat instantly warmed my chilled face. It smelt like fresh pine needles, pricey cinnamon candles, and gourmet roasted turkey. The huge entrance led to the large living room, where 15 well-dressed people were casually mingling. Noisy chatter in the room halted. Every eye slowly turned to me, awkwardly standing by the front door with 2 brown paper bundles and a hefty manila envelope. "Liam." Vanessa emerged from the big designer kitchen with a silver platter of intricate canapés. Her nicely manicured face turned into a horrific mask. She looked at my damp cold boots, then panicked at her sparkling, pricey white imported rug. "We absolutely were not expecting you tonight. Caleb told everyone you were violently ill and highly contagious. I am leaving right now? I murmured, staring into Vanessa's fearful eyes. I am just dropping these gifts off for my niece and nephew. I absolutely do not want to interrupt your high-end corporate networking. As I turned to put the 2 boxes on the foyer table, I spotted my parents, David and Helen, relaxing on the costly leather sofa near the fireplace. My mother's face was tense with disdain. My father got up and pointed an aggressive finger at me from across the room. Liam, your brother explicitly told you this was a closed corporate event, my father said, meaning to chastise me like a rebellious child in front of the wealthy strangers. You have zero business being here tonight. Have some basic respect for Caleb's important career and leave right now. You are entirely ruining the mood. Since childhood, my father had emphasized Caleb's artificial success over my life. The man who was sitting in a property I saved from foreclosure, confidently drinking excellent wine I bought with my own money, aggressively told me I didn't belong in the room my money had paid for. The situation's audacity was intoxicating. The tall woman in the gorgeous emerald green coat entered the foyer before I could turn around and leave the front door into the frigid weather. It was Beatrice. She held a crystal champagne glass, looking glamorous and frightening. She disregarded Caleb, Vanessa, and my outraged parents. She looked at me with sharp, analytical eyes, tilting her head like a puzzle solver. Wait just one moment, Beatrice remarked, her strong voice breaking the tense, unpleasant silence of the huge living room. She took 2 deliberate steps toward me. Liam the ghostwriter? The man who structurally edited and rewrote the Horizon Tech CEO memoir last spring. Complete silence filled the living room. A pin dropping on the costly hardwood floor could have been heard. The sudden interaction puzzled and derailed Caleb, who forcefully blinked. His high-pitched, anxious laugh resembled a dry choke. What? No, Beatrice, there must be a massive misunderstanding, Caleb sputtered. This is just my little brother, Liam. He just writes silly little blogs on the internet from his couch. He is currently in between real jobs right now, struggling a bit financially. You know how the economy is right now. We kindly try to help him out with family charity where we can. He did it again in front of me in a room full of corporate VIPs. His goal was to make me look like a charity case to boost his bogus prestige. Beatrice ignored Caleb's anxious talk. She approached me and extended her hand with professional reverence. She shouted, "You are the absolute best structural editor and ghostwriter on the entire East Coast." To make sure every affluent investor heard her, my chief executive officer actively tried to hire you on a massive retainer contract last year. You cost an absolute fortune. Your corporate lawyer told us your private waiting list for new clients was over 6 months long, and you firmly rejected our massive salary offer without a second thought because you were fully booked with Silicon Valley billionaires. My smile was tiny but sincere, and I boldly shook her hand. It is actually an 8-month waiting list now, Beatrice. It is incredibly nice to finally meet you in person. Your CEO runs a brilliant operation, but my schedule was simply too full to take on another massive project at the time. Caleb's face lost all color instantly. He appeared ready to vomit on the white rug. His shaking hands were ripping apart the years-long lie he had created. Caleb said, "I really think you are horribly mistaken, Beatrice," trying to reclaim control of the room. Liam heavily relies on us for money. He drives a rusted 10-year-old Toyota. He does not have corporate clients. I said, "I think we should entirely stop pretending right now, Caleb," loudly and clearly in the quiet, attentive room. Vanessa shouted, "Liam, please do not do this right now," from the kitchen doorway, panicking. Her hands were shaking so much that the silver appetizer tray rattled against her rings. "Do not do what exactly, Vanessa?" I inquired gently, carefully turning to face her. "Do not tell your wealthy corporate guests that I paid the massive cash deposit for the expensive catering they are currently eating. Do not tell them I bought the vintage wine they are drinking from my personal checking account. He is highly medicated," Caleb yelled, his voice booming off the vaulted ceiling. "He just had major abdominal surgery. He is suffering from intense post-surgery delirium. He absolutely does not know what he is saying. Please, everyone just ignore him." "I am absolutely not confused, Caleb," I said, holding the large manila envelope I brought inside. Definitely not a Christmas gift. My aggressive lawyer, Silas, had formally drafted the terrible legal brief, and I am absolutely not a stagnant loser. Losers do not completely fund your fake luxury lifestyle for 3 full years while you pretend to be a wealthy corporate tycoon to your friends. I deliberately strolled to the costly glass side table next to Harrison and Grant, the 2 enormous angel investors, who were in astonishment. I firmly laid the large legal envelope on the glass with a pleasant thud. That document is a formal, legally binding demand for the immediate repayment of the $180,000 I have personally loaned you since 2021, I told the VIP guests, staring at my older brother. That massive sum officially includes the expensive private school tuition for your children that you lied and told everyone you paid with your corporate bonuses. It also strictly includes the massive monthly lease on the white Range Rover Sport parked outside. You are completely lying, Caleb shouted, lunging for the glass table to grab the package. Harrison, the taller of the two wealthy businessmen, immediately led Caleb with his hand raised like a traffic cop. Harrison coldly remarked, "Let the man speak," his keen eyes narrowing ominously at Caleb's pitiful expression. "I permanently canceled all of the automated bank payments 3 weeks ago," I said, feeling lighter and stronger with every syllable. "Because you proudly told me on the phone that I did not fit your exclusive aesthetic. You were right. I absolutely do not fit in here because I actually pay my own bills with my own money. Liam, you are completely ruining this family." My father David shouted from the sofa, his face turning a frightening purple. "How dare you embarrass your brother like this? We gave Caleb our entire retirement savings. We completely drained your future college fund and your grandfather's inheritance to build his business. If you destroy his reputation tonight, you destroy us all. We have absolutely nothing left." The secondary twist shook the room like an earthquake. My parents surreptitiously bankrolled his early failures with money we both owned, bringing themselves to the edge of destitution to keep Caleb's golden child reputation. They had staked their lives on a losing horse, depleting their 401ks, and now they demanded I pay their horrific gambling debts to rescue their fragile egos. The dark living room was flooded with intense orange and yellow light. Bright flashing colors came from the large bay window facing the street. Each person in the room looked at the glass. A big heavy-duty tow truck aggressively pushed into the driveway, blocking the exquisite corporate town car and the electric Tesla in the frigid snow. The falling snow reflected the dazzling flashing lights, creating a wild nightclub-style strobe glow over the carefully adorned Christmas tree. A large hefty man in a high-visibility outfit aggressively jumped out of the truck cab with a metal clipboard. He confidently approached Caleb's slightly open oak front door and loudly pounded on the glass panel. "I am looking for a Vanessa," the repo man shouted, his harsh voice muffled but detectable through the frigid glass. "I have a highly expedited legal order for the immediate repossession of a white Range Rover Sport. I see it hiding on the side of the house. You can hand me the electronic key right now, lady, or I can forcefully use the steel hook to drag it out of the bushes. Your absolute choice." The vast living room was suffocatingly quiet. Vanessa's hands gave out. The heavy silver tray of pricey appetizers fell suddenly onto the hardwood floor. All that could be heard in the huge home was the smash of ceramic plates and the splash of shrimp cocktail on the white floor. Beatrice, the vice president, carefully gazed out the bay window at the tow truck's flashing yellow lights, then down at the hefty legal demand letter on the glass table, and lastly at Caleb, horrified. No anger was on her face. Pitying was incomparably harsher in the brutal corporate world. "I think we should all leave immediately," Beatrice said to the two angel investors, setting her crystal champagne glass on the next table. "No, wait, please." Caleb ran toward them, crawling over the mangled shrimp cocktail, and grasping Harrison's fine suit jacket sleeve. "Harrison, Grant, Beatrice, please. It is a massive banking error. A complete misunderstanding. My brother is mentally unstable and trying to actively sabotage the massive deal. We can fix this right now." Harrison aggressively shook Caleb's anxious fingers off his fine suit jacket as if it were covered with radioactive filth. "The absolute only massive error here tonight, Caleb," the investor said, "was you arrogantly assuming we would not run our deep corporate due diligence. We fully knew about your LLC filing status being entirely delinquent. We just attended tonight to see if you would be honest and transparent about your cash flow. Clearly, honesty is absolutely not your strong suit. Do not ever contact my corporate office again." The investors turned and left confidently. They aggressively stepped over the big mess on the pricey carpeting. Caleb, stunned and hyperventilating, was passed quickly. They left through the heavy front door, disregarding the muscular repo man who was using noisy hydraulic machinery to secure Vanessa's white Range Rover, and fled into the cold winter night. I stood alone in the destroyed living room center. The rest of the high society crowd, wealthy neighbors, and distant corporate friends rushed to the coat closet to escape the radioactive embarrassment. "I want a complete divorce," Vanessa shouted, her neatly groomed hair tumbling madly in front of her face. She aimed a shaky finger at Caleb violently. "I am absolutely done with this fake life. I am filing for full custody of Noah and Mia and I am moving back to my parents' estate tomorrow morning. You completely ruined my professional career in front of my boss." Caleb slowly turned to me. He looked tiny, looked old quickly. The ugly burgundy velvet jacket looked like a shoddy, badly fitted high school play costume. "You completely ruined my life," he lamented, hot tears flowing down his pallid cheeks. "You destroyed absolutely everything I built." "No, Caleb," I responded calmly, slowly buttoning my thick winter coat for the cold. "I absolutely did not destroy anything. I just finally turned the bright lights on, so everyone could see the rot. There was no explosion or battle immediately afterward." Massive egos deflated slowly, pitifully, agonizingly. The luxurious car was violently pulled away into the darkness, so I left the cold driveway, Vanessa was yelling about hiring a terrible divorce lawyer to get full custody of the children and every dime in their empty accounts, so I left. I left when my parents started sobbing about their lost retirement cash and social status. I confidently left the front door, got into my trustworthy, totally paid-off Toyota, sat quietly in the driver's seat, and breathed. For the first time in years, the crushing weight on my chest, the laborious secret-keeping, the tremendous financial burden, and the incessant desire to blindly protect my miserable family from brutal reality were gone. The sudden end of that unhealthy familial dynamic felt like a long overdue burial. Instead of enormous anguish, I felt immense tranquility. After driving home, I made a huge cup of hot chocolate and watched a comedy. I spent Christmas Day alone in my quiet house, and it was the most calm, delightful holiday of my life. In the anxious months after the tragic party, the phony house of cards crashed totally. Caleb could not afford the huge mortgage without my monthly payments and no affluent investors. The bank drove the house into foreclosure hard. The large property had to be listed in late January. It sold swiftly, but after aggressively paying off the large bank debt and various legal liens, including my lawyer Silas's $180,000 lawsuit demand, they left with nothing but the clothing on their backs. The corporate fantasy died quietly and pitifully. Vanessa delivered on her loud threat. She demanded full custody of the kids, divorced, and returned to her parents. Caleb was forced to move into a tiny, gloomy two-bedroom apartment near the noisy city center. He finally needed a hard work. He was no CEO. He was a pressured mid-level account manager who aggressively sold commercial HVAC equipment over the phone. Because they stupidly gave Caleb their life savings, my parents had to surreptitiously apply for part-time retail jobs at a local hardware shop in their late 60s. No one from my family spoke to me for 6 months. I desperately wanted emotional and physical separation. I needed quiet time to recover from the painful knowledge that my parents and older brother had treated me like a cash resource rather than a person. In late April, my phone buzzed with a text. Absolutely not from Caleb. It was from Noah, my nephew. Can you please come to my soccer game today, Uncle Liam? Dad says he has to work and cannot make it. I went. I relaxed on the cold aluminum bleachers in my sweatpants and hoodie, proudly watching my nephew run on a somewhat muddy, uneven public school sports field. He no longer wore the pricey private school uniform fitted for perfection. Despite looking scruffier and worn, he seemed happier and lighter. He rushed wild across the field toward me when the whistle halted the game. My niece Mia was also there, sitting calmly on the green grass and drawing in the professional sketchbook I gave her for Christmas. Noah threw his arms around me and muddied my spotless jacket, shouting Uncle Liam. I didn't care. Hey there, buddy. I patted his back and said warmly. Dad told us you are secretly super rich, Noah innocently stated, pushing back and staring at me with huge, inquiring eyes. Is that actually true? I boomed with laughter, feeling great in my chest. I am very comfortable, Noah. I am comfortable because I work incredibly hard every single day and I do not buy expensive things. I absolutely do not need to impress people who do not care about me. Mia said, Dad says he is really sorry. Without looking up from her vivid picture, he strongly told Mom he was incredibly stupid. Caleb stood alone by the chain-link parking lot fence while I slowly stared up across the muddy field. He wore soiled khakis and a cheap wrinkled windbreaker. He appeared weary. His weight had increased and his hair was thinning. Definitely no longer the golden boy. Not a phony tycoon. He was broken, anxious, and working hard to pay child support. After seeing me glance at him, he slowly waved his hand. He avoided the bleachers. He finally respected the large, immovable boundary I had legally and emotionally created by keeping his distance. I only nodded at him, not waved. There was no instant forgiveness. I need years of therapy to forgive that kind of treachery, but it was a sign that he was now living in the real world with us. As we gently approached my reliable, paid-off automobile, I realized something profound and significant. Caleb was right about one thing when he called me that dreadful day. That upscale Christmas party was not for losers. But standing there holding my darling niece's small hand, knowing my mortgage was paid, my vast financial accounts were secure, and my conscience was clear, I knew who won. I wasn't the insecure man who required a rich audience to feel important. I was no sad man who needed a rented velvet jacket and a leased fancy automobile to feel important in a room full of strangers. I was Liam. The silent foundation was me. This was my ghostwriting. For the first time in my life, I had rewritten my tale and fixed my life first. Let me tell you, that tremendous peace of mind is the best aesthetic anyone could wear. My brother forged court documents to take over my finances because I had savings. Then the judge shut down his insane presentation. My brother literally dragged a projector into small claims court to prove I owed him money for the psychological privilege of lending him $4,500. He thought he was a financial guru liberating me from wealth addiction, but his insane crusade ended with him in a psychiatric hold and me realizing the terrifying truth about his mind. I, 28 male, desperately needs some perspective on whether I am slowly losing my grip on reality or if my older brother, Marcus 32 male, is orchestrating the most elaborate, manipulative gaslighting campaign in human history. This entire situation has been escalating for the better part of a year, and I am completely at my wit's end trying to untangle his absolutely backwards logic. For some context, I work as a data architect for a mid-sized tech firm in Chicago. I've been incredibly fortunate in my career, allowing me to save a very healthy portion of my income over the past 5 years. I currently live in a nice, modern 2-bedroom apartment in the West Loop that I've been renting for about 3 years. It's certainly nothing extravagant by luxury standards, but it is very comfortable, it has a decent view of the skyline, and it's a short commute to my office. Marcus, on the other hand, works as a regional manager for a chain of retail shoe stores. He has always struggled financially, a situation born from a mixture of genuinely terrible luck, medical emergencies, car accidents, and what I now clearly recognize as a long history of remarkably poor financial decisions. The pattern of borrowing began about 9 months ago when Marcus frantically called me, asking to borrow $600 for an emergency transmission repair on his car. I didn't even hesitate. He is my older brother. I had the liquid cash sitting in my checking account, and I wanted to help him. He swore up and down he would pay me back within 2 pay periods. When those 4 weeks passed without a word about repayment, he instead asked for another $400 to cover an unexpectedly high utility bill and some groceries. Again, I transferred the funds. This cycle just kept repeating with various amounts. It was $300 here for a vet bill, $500 there for car registration, always accompanied by solemn promises of imminent repayment. Here is where the situation took a hard left turn into the bizarre. About 4 months ago, Marcus started making highly critical, unprompted comments about my spending habits. It began relatively subtly. He came over to my apartment one evening, saw that I had purchased a new, high-end espresso machine, shook his head in disgust, and muttered, "Must be nice to just throw money around like it's water." I gently reminded him that I had taken on 2 freelance projects specifically to afford it, but he just scoffed and rolled his eyes. The comments rapidly escalated from passive-aggressive muttering to full-blown lectures. When I casually mentioned that I was planning a 4-day weekend trip to Austin with some college buddies, he launched into a fiery diatribe about financial responsibility. "You know, Alex," he said, using his authoritative manager voice, "the mere fact that you can just lend money out to people proves you have absolutely no idea how to manage it properly. If you were actually smart with your finances, every single dollar would be tied up in investments or high-yield savings, not just sitting around in checking accounts available for casual loans." I sat there on my couch, entirely speechless. This profound financial wisdom was coming from a man who, at that exact moment, owed me nearly $4,500. When I very gently pointed out this glaring hypocrisy, he immediately got fiercely defensive. "That is exactly my point," he snapped, pacing across my living room. "If you were a financially responsible adult, you wouldn't have had that $4,500 available to lend me in the first place. You are actively enabling both of us with your catastrophic lack of financial planning." The mental gymnastics were absolutely breathtaking. According to Marcus's newly invented economic theory, my ability to help him in his time of need was irrefutable proof that I was terrible with money. From that day forward, he started critiquing every single aspect of my life. My apartment, why on earth? Do you need a second bedroom when you're single? It's pure ego. My car, a 10-year-old Civic, would get you to work just as well as your Mazda. Even my grocery shopping. Name brand Greek yogurt? Really, Alex? You're a victim of corporate marketing. Last week, things reached a terrifying new plateau. Marcus came over, ostensibly to finally discuss a structured repayment plan for the $4,500. Instead, he sat me down at my own kitchen island for what he seriously called a financial intervention. "Alex, I've been doing some deep thinking about our dynamic," he began, looking at me with profound pity. "I realize now that by accepting your money, I have been actively enabling your deeply irresponsible, consumerist lifestyle." I actually let out a short laugh, genuinely thinking he was doing a bit. He wasn't smiling. "Look at this place," he continued, gesturing wildly at my living room. 2 bedrooms, West Loop location, matching furniture. You are living so far beyond your means it's terrifying. The fact that you had $4,500 to lend me proves you are not budgeting correctly. A truly responsible man has every penny allocated to wealth building. I tried to interject, explaining that I utilize a zero-based budget, save 35% of my gross income, max out my 401k, and that the money I lent him came directly from my 6-month emergency fund, a fund I was now deeply regretting dipping into. "Emergency fund," he scoffed, shaking his head condescendingly. "If you managed your life properly, you wouldn't need an emergency fund. You'd have proper lines of credit for real emergencies. Keeping cash liquid is primitive. It's what uneducated people do." The conversation devolved into utter madness from there. He earnestly suggested I break my lease, move into a basement studio in a much cheaper suburb, sell my car, take the bus, and stop cosplaying as a rich person. When I finally lost my patience and demanded to know when he was going to pay me back, he stood up, adjusted his jacket, and said, "We will discuss returning those funds after you get your financial house in order. I won't fund your downward spiral." I am genuinely so confused and incredibly frustrated. Am I missing some fundamental economic principle here? How on earth did I become the financially reckless villain in a scenario where I am the one bailing him out? His logic is so completely backwards, yet he delivers it with such absolute, unwavering confidence that I am legitimately starting to question my own sanity. My friends think he is just a toxic manipulator trying to dodge a debt, but I cannot understand the endgame. What does he possibly gain from this bizarre reverse psychology? Am I being gaslit, or is there some secret millionaire mindset I'm failing to grasp? Update 1. 2 weeks later. I want to express my deepest gratitude to everyone who took the time to read and respond to my original post. Your comments were a lifeline. They helped me realize I wasn't losing my mind and that Marcus's behavior was a textbook, albeit incredibly elaborate, campaign of manipulative gaslighting. I took the most common advice offered. I started meticulously documenting everything. I created a heavily detailed spreadsheet tracking all the bank transfers, dates, amounts, and screenshots of his text messages promising repayment. The grand total is exactly $4,500. Unfortunately, things have escalated in a way I could never have anticipated in my wildest nightmares. Last Sunday, we had our mandatory monthly family dinner at my parents' house in the suburbs. I made a conscious decision to keep things strictly civil. I wasn't going to bring up the money or the intervention. Marcus, however, had entirely different plans. About halfway through the roast beef, Marcus literally clinked his spoon against his wine glass until the room went silent. He stood up and solemnly announced that he had a matter of vital family importance to discuss. My stomach instantly plummeted into my shoes as he launched into what I can only describe as a TED Talk about generational financial responsibility. "I've been doing a tremendous amount of research on wealth distribution and familial health," he began, locking his eyes directly onto mine. "And I've come to the painful realization that our family has developed a highly toxic dynamic that is actively preventing all of us from reaching our true potential." My mother, Helen, paused with her fork halfway to her mouth, looking completely bewildered. "What on earth do you mean, sweetheart?" Marcus smiled at her with his sickeningly sympathetic expression. "Well, Mom, let me pose a question. Have you ever sat back and wondered why Alex has so much excess capital to throw around while I am constantly struggling to make ends meet?" I immediately tried to shut it down, but he held up his hand like a traffic cop. "Please, Alex, let me finish. The core issue isn't that Alex earns a higher salary. I celebrate his salary. The issue is that he aggressively hoards it instead of deploying it properly. Did you know he's been lending me thousands of dollars?" Both of my parents slowly turned to stare at me, utterly shocked. I had never breathed a word about the loans to them because I didn't want to humiliate Marcus or cause unnecessary family drama. The fact that Alex can casually lend out $4,500 proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that he is not managing his wealth responsibly, Marcus continued, pacing behind his chair. Think about it logically. Elon Musk doesn't have thousands of dollars in a checking account just sitting around to lend to his siblings. Every penny is deployed. Alex's liquid cash is a glaring symptom of financial immaturity and deep-seated insecurity. My father, Robert, a retired accountant, frowned deeply. "But Marcus, if your brother is lending you his money, doesn't that mean?" "That is exactly my point, Dad." Marcus interrupted triumphantly. "I've realized that by accepting these loans, I have been the one enabling his poor financial habits. It is no different than buying a bottle of whiskey for an alcoholic. I am actively helping him avoid facing his severe money management trauma." The dining room was dead silent. You could hear the grandfather clock ticking in the hallway. I could literally see my parents' brains short-circuiting trying to process this spectacular leap of logic. My younger sister, Chloe, 21, who was home from college, caught my eye from across the table and blatantly mouthed, "What the actual F?" But Marcus was far from finished. Alex lives alone in a 2-bedroom apartment in the West Loop. He drives a car that is only 4 years old. He takes vacations to Austin. Meanwhile, I am living paycheck to paycheck in a modest space, driving a car that's falling apart, and never taking a single day off. I ask you, who is truly living the responsible, grounded life here? My mother, who has spent her entire life playing the family peacemaker, tried to desperately find a middle ground. Well, Marcus, honey, people just have different priorities with their... No, Mom? Marcus slammed his hand on the table, making the silverware jump. This is about far more than priorities. This is about the soul of this family. Alex's hoarding of wealth is creating a deeply diseased dynamic. If he truly cared about our family's overall well-being, he would drastically downsize his bloated lifestyle and invest that capital properly. The fact that he didn't even blink at lending me $4,500 $500 proves he has entirely too much. I finally found my voice, my hands shaking with pure adrenaline. Marcus, you begged to borrow that money. You came to me in a panic, claiming you needed help, and I bailed you out. How in God's name does that make me the irresponsible one? He looked down at me with an expression of profound, sorrowful pity. The very fact that you still view it through that primitive lens shows just how deep your sickness goes. A financially actualized person would have had those funds locked in untouchable assets. You are essentially stuffing cash under your mattress, Alex. It's embarrassing. Chloe finally snapped. This is completely insane. Marcus, you are literally standing there arguing that Alex is bad with money because he was financially secure enough to save your ass when you were broke. Do you even hear the words coming out of your mouth? Marcus's face darkened instantly. I don't expect a college student to grasp macro financial philosophy, Chloe. When you enter the real world, you'll understand that true responsibility means every dollar has a designated mission. Emergency funds are a myth sold to the poor. Lending money is for institutional banks, not brothers. The dinner abruptly ended shortly after that. The atmosphere was suffocatingly awkward, with my parents clearly distressed and confused. As I was putting on my coat in the foyer, my father pulled me into his study and closed the door. Alex, look at me, is everything okay? He asked, his voice low. That entire presentation was deeply disturbing. I gave him a rapid-fire rundown of the reality of the situation, the constant begging for money, the broken promises, and Marcus's recent, bizarre behavioral shift. My father's face morphed from confusion, to shock, and finally, to a cold, hard anger. So, let me get this straight. He owes you $4.5 grand, and he just tried to convince your mother and me that you are the one teetering on the edge of financial ruin? He summarized, rubbing his temples. That is exactly what is happening, I confirmed, feeling a wave of relief that at least my dad wasn't buying the delusion. My father sighed heavily. I spent 40 years in accounting and I have never seen a defense mechanism quite like this. Watch your back, son. I don't know what kind of game Marcus is playing, but this has crossed the line from irresponsible into something very dark. Since that horrific dinner, Marcus has been relentlessly blowing up my phone, texting me links to obscure finance blogs about lifestyle inflation and the spiritual danger of liquid assets. He even created a new family WhatsApp group chat called Wealth and Wellness, where he posts daily affirmations about how having available cash is a sign of moral decay. Chloe texted me privately last night, is Marcus having a psychotic break? This is genuinely starting to scare me. I am starting to wonder the exact same thing. This has evolved far beyond a simple manipulation tactic to avoid paying a debt. It has morphed into something almost completely delusional. He genuinely appears to believe his own insane rhetoric, and he is actively trying to recruit our entire family into his cult-like worldview. I have completely stopped responding to his messages. I am meeting with a civil litigation lawyer this Thursday to discuss my legal options for recovering the $4,500. I have also contacted my building's security to ensure Marcus is not allowed up to my floor. I will update you all again when the legal wheels start turning. Update 2. 1 month later. The situation with Marcus has taken a turn so profoundly surreal that I genuinely debated whether I should even post this update. It reads like a rejected script for a psychological thriller, but I made a commitment to keep you all informed, and honestly, I need to write this down just to prove to myself that it actually happened. Following the advice of the lawyer I consulted, she drafted a very stern, formal demand letter for the $4,500, citing the exact dates and amounts of the loans, backed by the text messages. I had it delivered to Marcus via certified mail, requiring his signature. I expected anger, I expected him to ignore it. His actual response was something I could never have prepared for. 3 days after the letter was signed for, Marcus showed up at my apartment building. Security stopped him, but he called me from the lobby, claiming he had the money and wanted to hand it over in person to clear the air. Against my better judgment, I told security to let him up. He arrived at my door carrying a thick manila folder, radiating the terrifying, manic energy of a door-to-door salesman who genuinely believes he is about to change your life. Alex. He beamed brightly, stepping into my foyer before I could even fully open the door. I am so incredibly glad you took the initiative to formalize this. I've prepared a comprehensive resolution that I know will bring us both peace. He marched over to my dining table, opened the folder, and began spreading out meticulously printed and highlighted documents. I recognized some of them. They were blown-up screenshots of our text conversations where I had agreed to send him the money. I've been doing a deep dive into alternative economic theories, he began, clasping his hands together, and I discovered a truly fascinating concept. Did you know that in numerous ancient cultures, charging interest on loans to blood relatives is considered a severe moral atrocity? I stared at him, completely bewildered. Marcus, I didn't charge you a single cent of interest. I asked for exactly what I lent you. Exactly. He pointed at me like I had just solved a riddle. Which brings me to my formal proposal. You see, Alex, While you didn't charge me times monetary times interest, you have been secretly collecting something exponentially more valuable, psychological interest. I felt the room spin slightly. I felt like I had slipped into an alternate dimension. Psychological interest? He nodded enthusiastically, pulling out a custom-made spreadsheet. Every single time you transferred money to my account, you gained a massive power dynamic shift over me. You got to play the role of the responsible, successful younger brother. You got to be the benevolent provider. The immense psychological superiority and dopamine hits you've been harvesting from our arrangement that is worth far, far more than standard financial interest. He slid a document across the table. It was titled, in bold Arial font, Reconciliation of Debts, Financial versus Psychological. I have meticulously calculated the fair market value of the psychological benefits you've extracted from me, he said, his voice entirely serious. The self-esteem boosts, the elevated family status, the moral high ground. I've assigned them monetary values based on standard therapy rates. I looked down at the document. It was pure, unadulterated madness. He had literally created itemized billing lines. Feeling of superiority at family dinners, $75 per dinner x 8 dinners equals $600. Self-esteem elevation from playing the successful brother, $150 per month, x 9 months, equals $1,350. Anecdotal value, stories to tell friends about helping family, $500 one-time value. Moral high ground during arguments, $50 per argument x, 12 arguments equals $600. Savior complex fulfillment, $2,150. As you can clearly see by the math, Marcus said proudly, tapping the bottom of the page, your total psychological benefit comes to exactly $5,200. Since the initial capital loan was only $4,500, technically, you actually owe me $700. But, he held up his hands magnanimously, because you're my brother, I am willing to call the debt completely settled and walk away clean. I was paralyzed. Chloe had warned me he might try something unhinged, but this defied all known logic. Marcus? I finally choked out, my voice trembling with suppressed rage. This is not how reality works. You cannot just invent a fictional form of emotional currency, assign arbitrary dollar amounts to it, and declare a legal debt paid. His bright expression instantly morphed into a look of deep, sorrowful disappointment. Alex, I am trying to help you break free. Your pathological attachment to fiat currency is destroying you. The fact that you are so hyper-fixated on extracting exactly $4,500 from me proves how completely money controls your mind. It has nothing to do with control, I snapped. You borrowed money. You agreed to pay it back. That is the fundamental basis of human commerce. You borrowed money. He shook his head slowly. You are so hopelessly trapped in the capitalist matrix, I am offering you a spiritual out. Truly wealthy people wouldn't even notice $4,500 missing. When I pointed out that truly wealthy people don't get wealthy by letting people steal from them, he loudly accused me of regurgitating corporate propaganda. But here is where the evening went from absurd to genuinely frightening. As he was packing his insane documents back into his folder, clearly annoyed that I hadn't accepted his psychological interest theory, he stopped at the door. You know, Alex, I've been doing some calculations regarding your living situation, he said smoothly. My blood instantly ran freezing cold. Several commenters on my last post had warned me that he was angling for my apartment. What about my apartment? I asked, stepping back. Well, you are clearly drowning in deep-seated trauma regarding wealth and possessions. Living in this massive, excessive space is only feeding your sickness. I have a proposal that will heal our family. He paused for dramatic effect. I will move in here, and assume the lease. You will pack your things and move into my basement studio. It is a much more appropriate, grounded space for a single person. The $1,000 a month difference in rent can go directly toward the intensive therapy you so clearly need for your wealth addiction. I let out a harsh, involuntary bark of laughter. Are you out of your mind? Are you seriously demanding we swap apartments? It is not a swap, he corrected sharply. It is a therapeutic intervention. Over the 9 months I've been borrowing from you, that's $9,000 in rent savings you could have retained if you lived responsibly. I am literally trying to save your life. Get out, I said, pointing at the door. Alex, your addiction is clouding your anamina. Get out of my apartment now. I yelled, stepping toward him. He threw his hands up and backed out into the hallway, but not before sliding a 15-page printed manifesto under my door an hour later. It detailed exactly how the apartment swap would spiritually cleanse me. Since that night, Marcus has been calling our parents relentlessly, expressing deep, fake concern about my rapidly deteriorating mental state. He actually convinced my mother that I am having a nervous breakdown because I am obsessively demanding repayment. Yesterday, my mother called me in tears, gently suggesting that maybe I should just forgive the debt to stop tearing the family apart. When I read her Marcus's itemized bill for psychological interest and his demand for my apartment, She went dead silent for a full minute before whispering, "Oh my God. He's not well. Chloe has been my absolute rock." She sent me screenshots of Marcus trying to recruit her, telling her to refuse any birthday gifts from me because it would feed my toxic financial superiority complex. I have officially filed a lawsuit in small claims court. My lawyer assured me that psychological interest is not a recognized legal defense in the state of Illinois. I have also upgraded my apartment security, installed a Ring camera, and given a photo of Marcus to my building management with strict instructions to call the police if he sets foot on the property. I don't know if this is calculated, sociopathic manipulation, or a genuine descent into madness. Update 3, 6 weeks later. I need to start this update by describing exactly what happened at the small claims court hearing, because the sheer absurdity of it sets the stage for the absolute nightmare that followed. Marcus arrived at the courthouse wearing a full, three-piece pinstripe suit, carrying a vintage leather briefcase, looking like he was about to argue before the Supreme Court. He didn't bring a lawyer. Instead, he brought a man he introduced to the bailiff as his alternative dispute resolution guide, a guy he explicitly admitted he found in the gigs section of Craigslist. When the judge called our case, Marcus stood up and confidently asked if he could provide visual context for the complex socioeconomic relationship at hand. The judge, an older woman who already looked completely exhausted by the morning docket, hesitantly agreed. Marcus proceeded to pull a portable projector out of his briefcase. Yes, my brother brought a functional PowerPoint presentation to small claims court. The title slide beamed onto the courtroom wall, "The Hidden Economy of Familial Debt, a Case Study in Psychological Capitalism." I buried my face in my hands. The Craigslist guy nodded sagely. Marcus spent the next 10 minutes explaining his completely fabricated theory of psychological currency to the judge, who was staring at him like he had lobsters crawling out of his ears. Marcus even showed a slide featuring an actual algebraic equation he invented. EB equals LX, PDX, T, emotional benefit equals loan amount, multiplied by power, dynamic, multiplied by time. The judge finally slammed her gavel, cutting him off mid-sentence. "Mr. Thompson, I am going to ask you a very simple question. Do you possess any tangible evidence proving that you did not borrow $4,500 from your brother?" Marcus stood tall. "Your Honor, I am not disputing the transfer of fiat currency. I am mathematically demonstrating that the debt has already been satisfied through alternative emotional compensation." The judge's tone dropped to absolute zero. "Mr. Thompson, this is a United States court of law. We deal in legal tender. We do not deal in feelings, vibes, or psychological currency. Do you have the $4,500? Marcus's confident facade cracked for a split second. "Your Honor, if you will just examine slide 7, the paradigm shift clearly shows judgment for the plaintiff in the full amount of $4,500 plus court costs," the judge snapped, stamping a document. "You have 30 days to comply." Bailiff, next case. As we walked out of the courtroom, Marcus turned to me with a chilling, serene smile. "You think you won today, Alex. But you've only proven my point. You are so hopelessly addicted to money that you weaponize the state against your own blood. I weep for your soul." That was 6 weeks ago. The 30-day deadline passed. I haven't seen a dime. Instead, the situation exploded. 2 weeks after the court date, I received a highly official-looking letter in the mail from an organization called the Institute for Financial Wellness and Familial Harmony. It took me a quick Google search to realize Marcus had literally registered this fake institute as an LLC himself. The letter formally informed me that I had been selected for a mandatory, comprehensive financial rehab program due to my severe wealth hoarding. The treatment plan included 1. Mandatory weekly auditing sessions where Marcus would review my bank statements. 2. Gradual asset reduction therapy, forcing me to sell my electronics and furniture. 3. Residential downsizing, again, demanding I move out of my apartment. The letter ended with, "Your intake fee of $4,500 has been graciously waived in light of your severe mental condition." I threw it in the trash, thinking it was just another pathetic stunt. Then, my building manager called me in a panic. Marcus had contacted my apartment's leasing office, falsely identifying himself as my court-appointed financial conservator. He had forged documents, literally photoshopped court seals claiming a judge had deemed me mentally unfit to manage my own assets, and requested the immediate transfer of my lease into his name. Thank God my building manager knew me well and immediately flagged it as fraud. But Marcus didn't stop there. He decided to take his crusade to my workplace. I work in a secure corporate building, but the main lobby is open to the public. 3 weeks ago, Marcus walked into my office lobby carrying a large cardboard box. He told the front desk receptionist it was a critical family emergency. When I rushed downstairs, my heart pounding, I found Marcus standing in the center of the crowded lobby. Inside the box was my blender, a pair of my expensive running shoes, and a table lamp, items he had apparently stolen from my apartment during his earlier visits. "Alex," he announced, projecting his voice so dozens of my coworkers could hear. I am returning these material anchors to you. Part of your recovery is learning to detach from consumerism, but I realized forcing you into cold turkey separation was too traumatic for your fragile state. People were stopping and staring. My manager, Jessica, who happened to be getting coffee, walked over, looking deeply concerned. Alex, is everything all right here? Before I could speak, Marcus thrust his hand toward her. Hi, I'm Marcus, Alex's brother and financial wellness coach. I'm guiding him through a very dark period of wealth addiction. Has he been exhibiting any erratic spending behaviors at work, buying too many lunches? I physically grabbed Marcus by the arm and dragged him out the revolving doors, threatening to call the police, but the damage was done. The office rumor mill exploded. I had to have a humiliating closed-door meeting with HR to explain that my brother was suffering from some kind of delusion and that I was not, in fact, mentally unstable. The harassment immediately spilled over to social media. Marcus created a public Facebook page titled Supporting Alex's Road to Recovery. He began posting multiple times a day, tagging our extended family, my high school friends, and even my coworkers. Sample post. Day 43 of Alex's journey. He is still violently resisting help. If you love someone suffering from wealth hoarding, remember that their anger is just the money talking. Keep them in your prayers. Number, financial wellness. Number, intervention. Number, family first. My aunt from Ohio called me sobbing, genuinely believing I was about to file for bankruptcy and lose my home. I spent days doing damage control, explaining the insane reality of the situation to horrified relatives. The terrifying climax happened 3 days ago. I came home from the gym to find Marcus sitting on the floor of my apartment hallway, right outside my door. Next to him was a woman holding a bundle of burning sage. Alex, Marcus said solemnly, standing up. This is Dr. Silas Vance. She is an energetic wealth healer. We are here to perform an intervention on your living space. Your aura is absolutely corrupted by fiat energy. I didn't say a word. I pulled out my phone, dialed 911, and requested police assistance to remove trespassers. While we waited for the cops, Marcus and this random woman stood in the hallway, loudly chanting about cleansing the capitalist trauma. The police eventually arrived and escorted them off the property, but as he was being led into the elevator, Marcus screamed, "Rock bottom is just the beginning, Alex. We won't let the money kill you. I am currently exhausted beyond measure. I have filed for a permanent restraining order. My lawyer has initiated wage garnishment for the $4,500, though Marcus's retail salary means it will take an eternity to collect. I have locked down every aspect of my life. My parents are absolutely devastated, finally realizing that their oldest son has completely lost his grip on reality. I don't know what happens next, but I am terrified of what his broken mind will come up with. Final update, 4 months later. This will be my final update regarding the saga of my brother Marcus. I debated for a long time whether to post this, because the conclusion to this nightmare is both incredibly dramatic and surprisingly tragic. It puts everything into a perspective I never could have anticipated. First, the legal housekeeping. Through the wage garnishment order, I managed to recover exactly $2,800 of the original $4,500 debt. I will likely never see the remaining balance, and honestly, I do not care anymore. The reason the garnishment stopped is because Marcus spectacularly lost his job. About 2 months ago, Marcus's behavior at the retail shoe store he managed crossed the line from eccentric to full-blown catastrophic. According to Chloe, who got the inside scoop from a mutual friend who worked there, Marcus started pulling his employees off the sales floor to lecture them about the spiritual poison of their paychecks. The final straw occurred when Marcus attempted to completely overhaul the store's payroll system. He tried to pay his teenage employees in life credits, essentially handwritten IOUs that he claimed could be redeemed for one-on-one mindfulness coaching sessions with him in the break room. When corporate HR caught wind of a manager refusing to pay legal wages in favor of meditation credits, he was terminated immediately and escorted off the premises by mall security. Unemployed, facing eviction from his own apartment after trying to pay his landlord with the same fake currency, and increasingly isolated, Marcus completely doubled down on his delusion. He took the last of his savings and rented a conference room at a local community center. He printed hundreds of flyers and plastered them around town for a seminar titled, "Breaking Free from Financial Prison, The Revolutionary Truth About Money." My father, deeply worried, attended the seminar incognito, sitting in the back row. He told me it was the saddest thing he had ever witnessed. About 8 people showed up, mostly confused retirees who thought they were attending a free retirement planning workshop. Marcus paced the stage for 2 hours, sweating profusely, speaking a mile a minute. He projected his insane charts, ranted about the gold standard, and spent 40 minutes explaining how his own brother me was patient zero in an epidemic of wealth addiction. At one point, he completely broke down, dropping to his knees and sobbing into the microphone, screaming that I had chosen paper money over his love. The community center manager eventually pulled the plug on the microphone and asked everyone to leave. 2 weeks after the disastrous seminar, my phone rang at 3 a.m. It was my mother, absolutely hysterical. Marcus had been hospitalized. I rushed to the emergency room, my heart in my throat. Despite the absolute hell he had put me through, the gaslighting, the harassment, the sheer terror, he is still my brother. When I arrived, I found my parents huddled outside a room in the psychiatric ward. A doctor pulled us aside and explained the situation. Marcus had been picked up by the Chicago police at a downtown bank at 2 p.m. the previous day. He had walked into the lobby and started passionately screaming at the customers in line, telling them that their bank accounts were a shared hallucination, and physically trying to slap deposit slips out of their hands to liberate them. He hadn't slept in at least 4 days. He was surviving entirely on espresso shots and pure, unfiltered adrenaline. This is where the anger I had been holding onto for nearly a year finally began to dissolve into a heavy, crushing sadness. After a thorough evaluation, the hospital psychiatrist diagnosed Marcus with bipolar I disorder, explicitly stating he was in the midst of a severe, prolonged manic episode with psychotic features. The doctor explained it to us in detail. The grandiose thinking, the incredibly elaborate but nonsensical schemes, the institute, the PowerPoint, the psychological interest, the absolute, unwavering conviction in his irrational beliefs, the pressured speech, the lack of sleep, these were all textbook symptoms of extreme mania. Looking back, the warning signs had been there for years, hiding in plain sight. The region while, the periods of deep depression that Marcus always blamed on financial stress, the times he would suddenly quit a job because he had a $1 million business idea that never materialized. The way he could shift from barely getting out of bed to possessing unstoppable, chaotic energy. We as a family had just written it off as Marcus being eccentric, moody, and bad with money. We missed the disease entirely. Marcus spent 3 full weeks in an inpatient psychiatric facility. When they finally found the right combination of mood stabilizers and antipsychotic medication, the change was jarring. The first time I was allowed to visit him after he had stabilized, I walked into the visitor's room to find him looking smaller, older, and profoundly exhausted. He looked up at me, his eyes finally clear of that terrifying manic shine, and his voice cracked. "Alex. What did I do?" The next 2 hours were the most difficult, painful conversation of my entire life. Marcus, now fully lucid, sat in horror as I gently recounted the events of the past year. The fake lawsuits, the harassment at my office, the attempt to steal my apartment, the sage-burning intervention. He remembered pieces of it, but it was fragmented, like trying to recall a fever dream. I remember thinking I had unlocked the secrets of the universe. He wept, burying his face in his hands. I thought I had cracked a code that everyone else was too stupid to see. It made such perfect, absolute sense to me at the time. "I thought I was saving you." The psychiatrist later explained that during severe manic episodes, the brain can construct incredibly elaborate delusions that feel as real to the patient as gravity. The fact that Marcus's mania fixated specifically on money and financial philosophy wasn't unusual. Mania often latches onto a person's deepest real-world insecurities and blows them up to mythological proportions. Marcus's lifelong insecurity about being poor compared to me became the fuel for his psychosis. He asked me, tears streaming down his face, if I could ever forgive him. I told him the truth. I needed time. That was 4 months ago. Today, the landscape of our family looks entirely different. Marcus is strictly maintaining his treatment plan. He goes to therapy twice a week, takes his medication without fail, and attends a support group for adults living with bipolar disorder. He is currently living in my parents' guest room while he slowly rebuilds his life. He is also paying me back, not through the court system, but voluntarily. He managed to get a low-stress, back-office data entry job, and every single month, on the first of the month, he transfers exactly $250 into my account. He told me, "I need to make actual, real-world amends. Not the insane psychological currency I invented." We are very slowly, very carefully rebuilding our relationship as brothers. We meet for coffee once a month, always in a public place, always with incredibly clear, strict boundaries. He has never once asked to come back to my apartment, and I am deeply grateful for that respect. He also spent weeks writing deeply personal apology letters to everyone he dragged into his manic hurricane. He wrote to Chloe, to my parents, to my manager Jessica, and even mailed a formal apology to the judge at the small claims court. He completely deleted the Facebook pages, dissolved the fake LLC, and shredded the manifestos. Chloe has been an absolute champion through all of this. She changed her college major to psychology, heavily researching bipolar disorder to help our parents understand what happened. She said something to me last week that really helped me let go of the residual anger. "Alex, he was deathly ill. The disease took his normal human flaws, his jealousy, his financial stress, his stubbornness, and mutated them into a monster. You were fighting the disease, not your brother. I am in therapy now, too. Not for wealth addiction, but to process the genuine trauma of being systematically gaslit, harassed, and betrayed by the person who was supposed to look out for me. It is incredibly difficult to reconcile the anger I felt with the medical reality of his condition. The money, the $4,500 that started this entire nightmare, has ironically become the least important detail of the story. I don't care if I ever see the rest of it. What matters is that my brother is finally getting the medical intervention he desperately needed, our family is healing, and we now know exactly what warning signs to look for. Yesterday, Marcus sent me a text message. It was a photo of a flyer at the local library advertising a financial wellness seminar. Beneath the photo, he wrote, "Saw this. Only threw up in my mouth a little bit. Progress." It was the first time I had genuinely laughed with my brother in over a year. I don't know what the future holds for us. We will probably never have the easy, carefree relationship we had when we were kids. Too much damage was done. But we are building something new, something grounded in absolute truth, firm boundaries, and a profound respect for the fragility of the human mind. To everyone who followed this insane saga, thank you. When I thought I was the one losing my mind, your validation kept me anchored to reality. And if anyone reading this is dealing with a family member whose behavior has suddenly become irrationally toxic or bizarre, please remember that sometimes, there is a medical explanation hiding behind the malice. Take care of yourselves, and protect your peace. Top comments. User 1. I have been following this saga since the very first post, and my jaw literally hit the floor reading this final update. The PowerPoint presentation in small claims court was the funniest thing I've ever read, but the bank incident is genuinely heartbreaking. It makes so much sense in retrospect, the grandiosity, the zero sleep, the absolute conviction that he had cracked the code of the universe. That is textbook bipolar mania. I am so sorry you had to endure the trauma of being his target, but I am incredibly relieved he didn't end up in prison and actually got a diagnosis. The fact that he is paying you back $250 a month voluntarily shows that the real Marcus is back and taking accountability. Wishing you both the best of luck in therapy. User 2. As someone who works in HR, the moment you described him walking into your office lobby with your blender and trying to talk to your manager, my blood pressure spiked to dangerous levels. That could have destroyed your career if your manager wasn't understanding. I'm so glad you got HR involved early to get ahead of the narrative. Bipolar disorder is an absolute beast of an illness. My mother had bipolar 1, and during her manic phases, she once tried to sell our family home to a cult because she thought the property taxes were demonic. It is terrifying how real the delusions are to them. Chloe is absolutely right, the disease takes their existing insecurities and weaponizes them. Stay strong, OP. Keep those boundaries firm. User 3. I am going to frame that equation. Honestly, before the bipolar reveal, I thought your brother was just the most arrogant, manipulative narcissist on the planet trying to scam his way into a luxury West Loop apartment. The psychological interest invoice where he charged you $75 for family dinner superiority is something out of a sitcom. It's wild how the human brain can construct such elaborate, mathematically detailed fantasies when the chemistry goes wrong. The fact that he can joke about the library seminar now is a massive green flag for his recovery. Forgive yourself for being angry at him. You didn't know he was sick, and his actions were objectively abusive, regardless of the cause. Healing takes time.
At Dad's country club retirement party, the legacy slideshow erased me completely. I left one envelope. You inherited yours. I built mine. I'm Ethan, I'm 39, married with 2 children. Liam is 11, and Ava has just turned 8. I'm a software consultant who works largely from home, and I actually prefer it that way. I get to walk my children to school, prepare supper most nights, and be present. That wasn't something I had growing up. My father was present, but he assessed love in terms of milestones and achievements. He wasn't harsh, just frigid. Unless you're my elder brother Logan. Logan could do no wrong. Straight B's in school. At least you're trying. Takes 3rd place in a scientific fair. Look at the future engineer. Meanwhile, I came home with straight A's, and Dad would squint at my report card and mutter, "Well, that's what's expected." I became accustomed to being the invisible child. But things improved when I left for college. I met my wife Natalie, fell in love, began our own family, and dedicated everything to creating something unique, warm, and constant. I used to believe I had made peace with the way things were. Dad was not going to change, but I no longer needed his approval, or so I told myself. It's funny how the past constantly finds a way back in. This narrative begins on December 18th, when my father's long message appeared in our family group chat, which usually remains silent until birthdays. It was very intelligent and nearly lyrical. He stated that he intended to establish a new tradition, a New Year's Eve family party at his home, replete with food, a fireplace gathering, and a special surprise for the grandchildren. He repeated that part twice.
Something extremely unforgettable for children. Now, I have to admit that I hesitated. Our prior holiday gatherings had been difficult. Logan was toasted during Thanksgiving and delivered a long, rambling speech about carrying on the family name as I sat silently with mashed potatoes in my lips. Or the Christmas when Dad gave all the kids gifts but mine since he didn't know what Liam was into these days. However, this message was different. It sounded like effort. It sounded like he was trying. Liam was quite excited. He inquired if he should wear his blue blazer, which he refers to as his gentleman's outfit. Ava practiced counting backwards from 10 and repeatedly asked if she could stay up until midnight like the other children. I will confess it. I allowed myself to hope it would be different. Maybe this was Dad's way of reaching out, of attempting to balance the scales slightly. We got at Dad's apartment about 6:45 p.m. on New Year's Eve. Natalie brought her trademark cranberry tart. The kids were all dressed up, and I even donned one of those stupid paper crowns off a cracker to lighten the atmosphere. The place was already bustling. My brother Logan and his wife Leia had come earlier with their 3 children. Dad was in the kitchen, uncorking wine and giggling as if it were a sitcom. I offered him a tiny bottle of whiskey that I knew he'd like and said, "Happy almost New Year, Dad." He hardly looked up. "Oh, thanks. Put it by the drinks." Okay, hardly the most promising start, but I shrugged it off. It was early. As the night progressed, things began to seem odd. The living area was decked out with decorations, but not the typical Happy New Year ones. There were sparkly banners with phrases like Carter's Big Year and A Star is Born, Chloe's Ballet Journey. The bookcases were adorned with posters and framed images of Logan's children, their spelling bees, piano recitals, and soccer medals. There was also a little monitor on the side table that displayed a slideshow. Of course, it was a slideshow, replete with beautiful background music and film footage of Logan's children performing everything from school plays to unwrapping Christmas gifts. Natalie looked at me, her grin frozen in a polite, "Please tell me this isn't what it looks like" expression. "Maybe there's another surprise later," I said, fixing Liam's bow tie. He was watching the slideshow with an odd face, as if he wasn't sure whether he should be impressed or uncomfortable. Then came the toasts. Dad stood up, tapped his glass with a fork, and went into what he described as a small tribute to the next generation. I expected something broad, perhaps a general homage to all the grandchildren. Nope. Carter has had a tremendous year. Dad began grinning. Student of the month twice. Don't forget the game-winning goal in October. He looked at Logan's youngest. And Chloe, you blew us all away with your ballet presentation. Such poise. Everyone applauded. He proceeded down the line, lavishing Logan's children with praise. Jackson's scientific project was so excellent that we should have called NASA. More laughter, then silence. Not one mention of Liam or Ava. Not even a look in their direction. I kept waiting, hoping he'd come back and say, "And of course Liam aced his math test and Ava's drawings are all over our fridge." But they are not. He lifted his glass and said, "Let us all be inspired by their hard work. Cheers." I felt Liam move behind me. Ava's hand clasped mine. Natalie clenched her lips into a narrow line but said nothing. I grinned, or something like that. I smiled despite clenched teeth, a racing heart, and the sound of clinking glasses and polite laughing. I rose up carefully and murmured to Natalie, "Let's go get their coats." We departed discreetly before midnight. No scene, no drama. I really didn't want my kids to endure through another second of being neglected. I tucked them in at home shortly after 11:15 p.m. Liam inquired, "Did I do something wrong?" I said no. People don't always notice things they should, and it had nothing to do with him. But I could see the perplexity in his eyes, the uncertainty. And Ava. She cuddled up close to her teddy rabbit and didn't say anything. The next morning, at 8:32, I received a text message from Dad. It said, "Leaving early was disrespectful, Ethan. The kids were disappointed you weren't there for the countdown, especially mine. You made it about you again." That's when I knew it wasn't just another blow. This wasn't due to forgetfulness or poor judgment. This was something else. A pattern. A option. A message was delivered loudly and clearly. That was the moment something inside me changed, and I began to plan something of my own. I did not reply to my father's SMS. At first, I gazed at the message, repeating the last phrase as if it might change if I looked at it long enough. "You made it all about yourself again." That was the portion that stuck like a fishbone in my throat. As if this had been a reoccurring crime of mine. As if simply leaving a party where my children were absent from the storyline suddenly transformed me into the villain in a film I was not even watching. I showed Natalie the text that morning as we sat at the kitchen table. She didn't say anything at first, simply set down her cup and touched the side of her head, as if to massage the annoyance away. Then she gave out a quick, breathless chuckle. "He actually texted that?" "Yes," I said. Like if it was my fault. We both remained quiet for a bit. Ava was watching television in the living room while humming. Liam was upstairs, most likely creating one of his enormous Lego forts that occupied every flat area in his room. "I don't want them to grow up with this," I added eventually. "I don't want kids to believe this is usual." "You know what hurts me the most?" Natalie spoke softly. "When we arrived home, Ava asked me whether she looked nice enough. Maybe that was why your father didn't say anything." I had no idea what to say about it, so I didn't. I simply stretched for her hand and held it. We sat in quiet, not out of discomfort, but because saying anything would have further exacerbated the pain. But things didn't end with New Year's Eve. They initially escalated quietly. Like my father couldn't believe I hadn't come crawling back with an apology. 10 days passed, then another, and I still had not responded. That's when the second communication arrived. This is a group chat announcement. "Logan and I are planning a springtime family vacation. We are thinking of a cabin weekend with hiking, activities, and family bonding. Grandchildren are welcome. Please let us know who has arrived." Notably, the message was sent to family chat as well. Not the normal crowd. Natalie and I realized Logan had renamed it. My mother was not present, nor were a few cousins. It's just myself, Logan, and our separate families. I didn't respond to that mail either. I knew what it was. A fishing line with a hook embedded in guilt, but I didn't bite. Neither was Natalie. About a week later, my mother called. We don't communicate too often, but she does check in on occasion, generally when she detects stress and tries to smooth things over. She was always the bridge between my father and me, albeit a creaking rope bridge across lava. "I simply wanted to check how you were doing," she replied, bypassing the greeting. "You have been silent." "I'm all right," I said. But I wasn't. She exhaled. "Your father is unhappy. He feels as if you are punishing him." I actually laughed. Punishing him for not celebrating my children, and for pretending they do not exist. She hastily replied, "He didn't mean anything by it, Ethan. He simply got carried away. You know how Logan's children are constantly performing or competing? He had more stuff, correct? Because Liam's success in his math league finals is not worth a toast. Alternatively, Ava may be granted accommodations in order to assist a younger student in adjusting to class. Not showy enough, I suppose." She dropped her voice. "He asked me to call you. You said you would listen to me." That stung worse than I thought. It reminded me of when I was 12 and she said, "Ethan, just try to understand your father. He does not always know how to say the proper thing." But 39-year-old me didn't want to be the interpreter anymore. "I have to go, Mom." I told Dad that I'd see him when he was ready to treat all of his grandchildren like they mattered. 10 days later, Logan's wife Laya shared a Facebook album titled Family Unity, Winter to Spring, in which she included everyone except me and Natalie. The photographs were excessively polished. Logan's children in matching fleece jackets carrying cups of hot chocolate are shown in group images of board games and beautiful walks with the remark, "So grateful for a father-in-law who sees and nurtures the best in our children." Natalie showed me #legacy.yourfamilyfirst without saying anything. We stared at the TV together until Liam came in and asked if we could prepare pancakes. I got up, went to the fridge, and broke eggs with a bit too much force. Then came Ava's birthday. She turned 9 in late March. We opted to keep it small. Natalie planned a backyard party for a handful of her school pals, complete with balloons, cake, and a treasure hunt made out of riddles affixed to little envelopes. It was sweet. She donned a glittering outfit and embraced everyone, including the neighbor's kid who was constantly pinching icing from her cupcake. Liam assisted with the clues. Natalie took photographs. Dad did not come, he didn't call or text. There wasn't even a slow happy birthday greeting on the group chat. But do you know who showed up? My mom said quietly. She arrived midway through, carrying a wrapped package and a card. She just stayed long enough to say, "Your father's busy but I wanted to come."
and kiss Ava on the forehead. I didn't blame her, but I also didn't question what busy meant. That night, as we tidied up streamers and half-deflated balloons, Liam inquired, "Why didn't Grandpa come?" Natalie and I exchanged glances across the yard. "I don't know, Bud," I said. "Maybe he had other plans." "But it's Ava's birthday," he replied, as if I'd overlooked something obvious. "I know." That's when something clicked for me. This wasn't simply favoritism. This was exile. Slow, passive-aggressive, and deliberate. He was writing us out of a family screenplay. We were no longer inside. But the ultimate straw, the true breaking point, came in mid-June, when Natalie's mother died. A painful and unexpected strike. Natalie was gutted. And I was doing my best to keep things running as she mourned and helped prepare the memorial. I was transporting the kids to school, cooking, cleaning, keeping the house peaceful, and offering her space and support. It was one of the most emotionally exhausting times of our life. Dad texted me again. "Hey, I saw Liam didn't attend Carter's birthday celebration. He was invited. Logan claims you never RSVP'd. I hope this isn't about New Year's yet." Our anguish, however, seemed to have an expiration date. As if our sentiments were nasty leftovers in his conscience's refrigerator. I didn't respond. Not to that message. Not until the next one. Not to the one that followed a few weeks later, asking Liam and Ava to a grandkids-only weekend at his home. A sleepover replete with a talent show, personalized t-shirts, and special awards. He also added a flyer that looked like it was for a school field trip. I showed it to Natalie. She reiterated the special recognitions. For what? Being linked to the correct son. We declined graciously. I assured him that the kids had plans. But what harmed? What truly stung was that he didn't inquire why. Did not follow up. We didn't try to reschedule. Just went on as if we were the problem. We felt that we were never really a part of the family in the first place. That was the night I went into the garage, took out the dusty plastic bucket labeled Dad's boxes, and began sorting through old family pictures. Not out of nostalgia, but to check if I had imagined it. If I had ever been in his universe in the same way Logan had. But in photo after picture, birthday cakes, beach getaways, and school performances, I was always off to the side, cropped, half-shadowed, arms folded, and smiling but not visible. That's when I found the letter. A tattered envelope with yellowed corners buried behind a stack of old report cards. It was addressed to me in my mother's handwriting. Inside, let's just say that everything changed. I sat on the chilly garage floor for a long time, holding the letter with shaky hands. It wasn't long or fancy. It was simply a folded sheet of cream paper with fading ink, dated September 12, 2006, my sophomore year of college. I'd recently switched majors from engineering to computer science, something my father had never mentioned. The letter came from my mother. It began with a single line. "Ethan, I am sorry your father did not say it, but I am proud of you." I blinked at the words. They struck harder than I imagined. My mother wasn't the gushy sort. Never had been. Growing up, most of our chats were about logistics, meals, school, and chores. However, this letter was different. She had composed it in secret. I could tell. It had a somber confessional tone, as if someone was penning down something they knew they'd never have the confidence to speak out loud. She went on. "You've always followed your own path, which terrifies your father. He doesn't grasp what he can't control. He sees Logan's life and it's familiar. Grades, trophies, predictability. But you ask questions. You don't just follow. You think deeply. That's not a defect, Ethan. It's your strength." I read that section 3 times. Someday you'll build something that no one else in this family has ever done. And don't allow anyone take credit for it. Not even me. Own it. It concluded simply. "I love you always, Mom." I did not weep. I just sat there gazing at the letter, as the quiet hum of the garage freezer broke the silence. It was the first time I understood how long I'd been seeking crumbs of approval from individuals who had no intention of feeding me. That night, when the kids had fallen asleep and Natalie had finally dozed off, I went into my home office, turned on my monitor, and gazed at the desktop. I had a dozen open tabs, including emails, old ideas, and incomplete code. Normally I'd close them, shut everything off, and walk away. But something was different. Something within me had moved. I opened a blank document and began typing. Not code, not a client brief, simply ideas, notes, and fantasies of things I'd always wanted to develop but had put aside. I created a list. It started little.
An instructive game that Liam might like. Natalie joked about needing a budgeting software. A reminder system that did not feel like a to-do list screaming at you. Then it increased. Concepts for modest software products for parents, students, and freelancers. Nothing groundbreaking, but it felt like me. Over the next 2 weeks I began waking up earlier. Not by much, only 40 minutes before the rest of the house awoke, but it was sufficient. I'd brew some coffee, open that document, and begin drawing wireframes, creating user flows, and teaching myself frameworks that I'd always wanted to learn someday. Someday has finally come. Natalie noticed. "You've been up early," she commented one morning while stretching on the kitchen island. "Working on something new." I paused. Only a few thoughts. I do not know. It may be nothing. She drank her tea. I doubt it. And just like that, I began constructing silently. There is no hoopla, no major pronouncements. I was no longer attempting to prove anything. I simply wanted to create. But even as I settled into this new routine, things at home were not simple. Natalie was still mourning. Some days she'd be her normal self. Organized, humorous, and snarky. On other days, she'd sit on the couch, eyes vacant, holding her mother's necklace in her fist. I did what I could. I took over bedtime readings, kept meals warm, and left tiny messages for her on the bathroom mirror. It wasn't flawless, but it was authentic, and it reminded me how much love resembled work. Consistent, patient, and unglamorous work. The children, thankfully, were resilient. Liam began 5th grade and joined the robotics club. Ava started drawing more. Actually, I'm painting. She was expressing herself rather than simply coloring between the lines. She created entire stories, comic-style panels featuring dragons, queens, and mysterious castles. One afternoon I came across a drawing of her standing on a stage holding a microphone with the caption, "I matter too." I kept it. In late summer, my app, an all-in-one digital planner for families, was in beta. I called it Hearth. The interface is clean and simple. Shared calendars, chore charts that resembled games, and task boards that children could update with emojis. I shared it with a few parent friends and asked for feedback. The response was stronger than I had anticipated. One father emailed me and said it was the first time his son remembered to take out the trash and brush his teeth without nagging. By October, I'd created a working prototype, a simple landing page, and a small email list. Nothing flashy, but it felt solid and personal. And still no word from my father. There were no check-ins, invitations, or even mentions of the kids when my mother called every now and then. It was as if we had been completely erased, like someone had torn a page from the family photo album and thrown it in the fire. One Sunday, Natalie and I took the kids apple picking. It was a clear, crisp day, the kind where the leaves crunched beneath your boots and the sky seemed higher. Liam dashed ahead with a basket, calling out which trees had the best ones, while Ava attempted to reach the highest branches and ended up covered in juice and laughter. We paused at a bench for cider, and Natalie said, "You know what I realized? This is what matters." I nodded. "Yeah, I believe I have always known. I just didn't realize I was allowed to stop chasing everything else." She nudged my shoulder. "You did not stop. You simply changed direction." I grinned. For the first time in months, I felt lighter. But that feeling did not last long, because 10 days later, I received an unexpected phone call. It came from my cousin Brooke. We weren't especially close, but we always got along. She worked in real estate and had a sharp sense of humor. I picked up thinking she was calling about the fantasy football league we were both forgetting to update. Instead, she said, "Hey, so I wasn't sure if I should tell you this, but your dad's planning something big." I frowned. "What do you mean?" "There is a retirement party surprise for him. Logan is organizing it, but your father is aware. It's one of those fake surprise deals. It's in 3 weeks. Nobody told me." "That's kind of the point," she explained quietly. Then she paused. She added, "There's a speech. Logan is giving it. I saw the draft. He refers to himself as the next chapter in his family's legacy. There is a slideshow. Just don't be surprised if you aren't in it." I didn't say anything for a few seconds. I think I was trying to breathe silently. Brooke lowered her voice. "Ethan, your mother isn't thrilled either. She asked Logan if he was going to include both of you, and he said something like, 'Ethan's on his own path now. He's not part of the business family.'" "The business family? Like we were some annex colony? I thought you should know." She said, You deserve to know. I thanked her, hung up, then sat in my chair, staring at the Hearth dashboard on my screen. An app, one built from scratch with love and late nights and patience. Something that was helping families across the country stay connected, stay grounded. But in my own family, I didn't exist. That was rock bottom. And that was also when I realized I wasn't going to stay there. 3 days after that phone call from Brooke, I opened a new folder on my desktop and labeled it Legacy Rewrite. That same night, I went into our bedroom where Natalie was folding laundry and told her everything about the party, about the slideshow, about how Logan was positioning himself as the next chapter in the family legacy like I'd never even existed. I watched Natalie's face shift from confusion to disbelief to something far sharper. "So, they're rewriting history now," she said flatly, tossing a folded towel onto the bed. "Just cutting you out like you were never part of it, apparently. And your dad's okay with this?" "He's not just okay with it," I said. "He's proud of it." She was quiet for a beat. Then she picked up Ava's pajama top and stared at it in her hands. "You know," she said, "I used to think he just didn't know how to connect with you. That he was old-fashioned or insecure or maybe just afraid of showing emotion, but this isn't awkward parenting. This is intentional." I finished. She nodded. And that was when we decided if they were going to treat me like I never existed, I'd give them a taste of what that actually felt like. But not with a scene, not with yelling, not with some viral meltdown at the retirement party. I was going to show them what legacy really looked like, and I was going to do it my way. The first step was simple. Take control of the narrative. Logan had the family name, the family business, and our dad's approval. But I had something else. A product people actually used. Families depended on Hearth to organize their lives, and slowly, quietly, it had grown. Not just a few dozen users anymore. Not just friends. We had just crossed the 12,000 user mark. And what started as a side project was now something I had to scale. I hired a freelance UI designer, brought on a part-time back-end dev, and partnered with a local parenting coach to build a blog around it. Then I did something I hadn't done in years. I reached out to a friend from college named Caleb who had built and sold a productivity startup for mid-six figures. I sent him a demo. He replied within an hour. "Dude, this is good. Like actually good." We got on a Zoom call. I told him I wasn't looking to sell just yet, but I was looking to build it out, position it for a real seed round. He offered to connect me with 2 angel investors he trusted. By the time the retirement party rolled around, I had a new version of the app launching, a logo refresh, a waiting list for new features, and best of all, a soft feature in Family Focus Weekly, a parenting blog with over 220,000 monthly readers. But that was only one side of the setup. The other was personal. See, my mom hadn't attended the spring getaway. She'd skipped Logan's kids' birthdays. She kept calling me with quiet concern, asking how the kids were doing, asking if we needed anything. It was subtle, but I could tell she was feeling the cracks forming under the weight of my dad and Logan's alliance. So I invited her over one day. Just her. No pressure. No agenda. I asked if she wanted to come help Ava with an art project she was doing for school. My mom agreed. And that visit, it changed something. Ava lit up when Grandma walked in the door. Liam shyly handed her a drawing he'd made of our whole family, including her, labeled Grandma and holding a pie. My mom sat at the kitchen table helping Ava glue cutout stars to a poster board. And after a while she looked up at me and said, "You've built something beautiful here, Ethan." She didn't mean the poster. I offered her tea. And when we sat across from each other, I slid the letter across the table, the one I found in the garage. She picked it up instantly, recognizing her handwriting. Her eyes softened. "I forgot I ever wrote this." I didn't. She looked up. I held her gaze. "I think I need to do something. Something that might not look nice from the outside. And I need to know you're not going to stop me." She folded the letter slowly. "I won't," she said. "Your father made his choices. Now you make yours." And with that, I had an unexpected ally. Now let me explain something about my dad. He's not flashy, but he's extremely prideful when it comes to appearances. He values tradition, reputation, and doing things the proper way. So when I found out that the retirement party was being held at a country club he frequented, with catered hors d'oeuvres, a hired videographer, and a legacy wall featuring framed photos of him, Logan, and the business they built, I knew exactly where to hit. Not with drama, not with a scene, with optics. So, I got to work. The first thing I did was build a clean 2-page website for Hearth. Not the main landing page, but a hidden one, a case study page. On it, I included screenshots, user testimonials, graphs of user growth, and a breakdown of how we were helping over 12,000 families structure their lives more intentionally. Then, at the bottom, I added a simple paragraph. Founder's note. Hearth was built quietly in the shadows of a family who never believed in me. This is what legacy looks like when you choose to build your own instead of waiting for permission. I didn't sign it, just a quiet mic drop. I printed 12 copies of that page on heavy cardstock and slipped each one into a custom white envelope with a navy wax seal. No name, just the logo. Then I shipped them out. One to the country club's event manager, one to the videographer Logan hired, one to the guy who handled the programs for the night, and one to Brooke. I also sent one to our old high school principal who now sat on the board of the local tech council. That part wasn't revenge. That was strategy, because I wasn't just trying to get even. I was preparing to elevate. Then came the part one debated most. Should I go to the retirement party, or should I let my absence speak louder? It was Natalie who helped me decide. Go, she said. But don't go to make a scene. Go to watch. Let them feel you watching. Let them know what they lost. So I suited up. Gray blazer, white shirt, dark jeans, clean, understated. I brought a small gift box with me and told Natalie I wouldn't be long. The club's parking lot was packed when I pulled in. There were banners out front, one with a photo of my dad shaking hands with the mayor from some event years ago. Inside, the lobby smelled of champagne and old money. Everyone was milling around, sipping drinks, taking selfies in front of the family legacy display. And right at the center of it was Logan, grinning, holding court, back straight like a politician working the room. He saw me, and his smile faltered for just a second. He walked over, drink in hand. Ethan, he said, like he hadn't nearly erased me from our family's history. Didn't expect to see you here. I smiled. I figured I'd witness the coronation. He laughed tight, controlled. No hard feelings, I hope. Of course not, I said. Why would there be? He opened his mouth to say something else, but the event coordinator called everyone to the main room. It was time. I followed the crowd in, found a seat near the back. No one approached me. A few glanced my way and quickly looked elsewhere, like I was a ghost at the feast. The lights dimmed. A slideshow started. Photos of my dad, of the company, of Logan shaking hands with partners, accepting awards, coaching his kids on a soccer field. I wasn't in a single frame. When the lights came back on, Logan took the stage. He cleared his throat, voice full of warmth and reverence. He talked about sacrifice, about perseverance, about carrying the family name with pride. And then, near the end, he said, "When I think about legacy, I think about the roots we plant, not just in our business, but in our children." My father taught me what it means to build something that lasts. Everyone applauded. Everyone except me. I stood up quietly, left the box I brought on the gift table, and walked out. Inside the box was one of the sealed envelopes. Just one line printed on a card inside. Some legacies are built on inheritance. Others are built on silence, pain, and perseverance. Guess which one lasts longer? I got in my car, pulled out of the parking lot, and drove home. No fireworks, no confrontation. Just the beginning of something bigger. 3 weeks passed before the first ripple hit. I was stirring pancake batter on a Sunday morning when Brooke called. Not texted, called. "You really lit a fire," she said, her voice hushed but thrilled. I wiped my hands and stepped into the hallway. What happened? They found the card. I didn't say anything. I just listened. Apparently your dad opened it at home alone. Logan wasn't there. I think he expected some kind of gift. Maybe a framed photo or a heartfelt note. Instead, he got your little manifesto. Did he say anything? Not to me, she said. But I heard from Aunt Lorraine that he didn't sleep that night, and he canceled the golf game with Logan the next morning. Interesting. I thanked her and hung up. It was working. Not in some dramatic explosion, but in a quiet unraveling of their story. The moment they saw I wasn't playing their game anymore. The moment they realized I'd built something without them, they started to feel it. The absence. The weight of what they'd pushed away. Then 3 days later, it went public. Family Focus Weekly ran the feature on Hearth right on the front page. How one father turned family chaos into a 12,000-user organizational app. There was a photo of me and Natalie at the park, Liam and Ava in the background laughing. The piece was soft, warm, well-written. It told the story without bitterness. It never mentioned my dad or Logan by name, but it didn't have to. The closing quote was mine. Legacy isn't what you inherit, it's what you choose to build, even when no one's watching. The article exploded. Tech Twitter picked it up. Parenting blogs reshared it. My inbox filled with partnership inquiries. School counselors, even a city nonprofit that wanted to trial the app for low-income families. By the following Monday, we hit 28,000 users. Caleb called again. Ethan, I hope you're ready. This is turning into something real. You're going to have options soon. Big ones. I nodded. I'm ready. And I meant it. Because this wasn't just about growth. It was about proof. Not to them anymore, but to me. Still, I won't lie. I did feel a spark of vindication when I got a text from my mom that afternoon. Your father saw the article. He didn't say much, but he clipped it out of the paper and put it in his study. That was his version of a confession, not an apology. He'd never say the words, but clipping it out, that meant it got under his skin. The following weekend, the biggest surprise came. Logan emailed me, not a text, not a call, a formal, oddly corporate email. Subject, opportunity to collaborate. Hey Ethan, saw the piece in Family Focus Weekly, really impressive work. I think there might be an opportunity here to cross-promote some of our consulting materials, maybe even bring Hearth into the educational nonprofit space. Let me know if you'd be open to chatting. Logan. I stared at the screen for a long time. My brother, the one who erased me from the retirement speech, cut my kids from the highlight reels, dismissed my life's work like it was a footnote, was now asking to collaborate. Natalie leaned over my shoulder. Don't. I know, I said. I'm not going to, but I didn't delete the email. I replied, Logan, appreciate the kind words. I'm currently focused on building something independent of the family brand. I hope the retirement party was everything you wanted it to be. Best Ethan. Polite. Direct. I didn't give him oxygen, just closure. About a week later, my mom visited. She came alone. She brought banana bread and a small envelope. Inside was a photograph. I hadn't seen it in years. It was from my high school graduation. Me standing between my mom and dad, cap slightly crooked, holding my diploma. I was smiling, big and dorky, and my dad had his hand on my shoulder. Back then, I thought it meant something, but now I saw it differently. It was staged, a snapshot for others to see. A performance. My mom watched me closely. I kept it, she said. I thought maybe one day you'd want to remember that he tried. I looked up. Did he? She hesitated. He wanted to. But wanting isn't the same as doing. I nodded. She touched my hand gently. You broke the cycle, Ethan. Your kids will never doubt if they matter. That meant more than anything, and slowly things began to shift. My dad didn't come groveling. He never apologized, but he did start reaching out in small, careful ways. He sent Ava a birthday card that fall with a handwritten message. He called Liam after his first science fair and asked about the project. They were gestures, not grand ones, but enough to show he was aware now. Aware that the ground had moved beneath him. Natalie kept him at arm's length. She didn't forget how long he'd ignored our kids. But she saw what I saw. A man realizing too late that he'd bet on the wrong legacy. Meanwhile, Hearth kept growing. By winter we had 55,000 users. We were featured on a parenting segment on local TV. I hired 2 full-time developers. A VC firm from Austin sent an offer when I wasn't ready to accept just yet. But the valuation they proposed, it made my hands shake. Not from greed, from validation. Because this was legacy. Not the speeches, not the banners. Not the business that traded warmth for tradition. But this. A product born in silence, in doubt, in the long cold nights after being told I didn't belong. A product built for families who wanted to be better, who chose to be present. And now it was changing lives. Liam kept building Lego cities and eventually started designing basic games using block coding. Ava got into a youth art program downtown and started selling little postcards of her dragons and castles. She saved her earnings in a glittery jar labeled Queen Fund. One night, as we all sat around the table eating spaghetti and telling stories from our day, Liam looked at me and said, "Dad, I think it's cool that you made something on your own." I smiled. "Thanks, bud." Ava added, "I want to build something too, maybe a comic book." "You can," I told her. "Start with a single page." They didn't know the full story. Not yet. Someday, maybe. But in that moment, they didn't need to know. They felt seen. They felt safe. They knew they mattered. And that was the best revenge of all. I didn't burn bridges. I didn't shout. I just walked across a new one built with my own hands. And on the other side, I built a home, a legacy. My fiancé said medical school was too hard for my female brain. But I excelled at my job and earned a medical school scholarship from his company. Medical school was too difficult for my female brain, so my fiancé suggested hospitality. On his job, I proved him wrong. I was admitted into medical school after 3 years together and 8 months engaged to Jake. To do this, I took the necessary classes, volunteered at hospitals, studied for the MCAT for months, and received letters of recommendation from instructors who believed in me since high school. I cried happy tears when I got the admission letter, thinking of becoming a doctor. I immediately called Jake, expecting his approval. Instead, he paused and suggested we meet to discuss this. I was seated when he came over that night, as if to deliver bad news. He thought medical school wasn't feasible for us. He indicated the minimum time between school and residency was 5 years, which would delay our lives. We could make it, I told him. Many pairs did. After shaking his head, he continued. Those couples didn't last because the woman got too focused on her career and forgot about her family. I'd ditch him the moment I put on a white coat. He advised I study human resources or hotel management. He stated that jobs were beneficial for women because they had regular hours and weren't too demanding with kids. I thought he was joking, but his look seemed serious. He opened his phone and showed me divorce rates for female doctors and how many became single and childless. That wasn't his want for me or us. Since I was 8, seeing my grandma suffer from cancer while her doctor rescued her, I wanted to be a doctor. His dreams change when you grow up and become engaged. He said his sister Emily was pleased as an administrative assistant, and his mother Susan never worked. Both were fulfilled women. Fighting over this continued for weeks. My desk had business program brochures from him. He would remark every tired-looking female doctor we saw may be me in 8 years, exhausted and alone. I met his co-worker's wife, who abandoned nursing school to support her husband and looked pleased. Medical school would make me rigid and unfeminine, he said. Why bother? Patients don't appreciate female doctors, he remarked. He explained to his folks that I was considering medical school like a mad phase. According to his mother, Jake was worried about my rash judgments. He received papers from his father about unhappy marriages for women who earn more than their spouses. Jake sent me notes to consider. He became cruel. He said I wasted time studying for my biology final. I was asked if I was looking for a rich doctor to replace him when I shadowed hospital doctors. Jake told a buddy we weren't planning a wedding until I got over my medical fantasy. He publicly called it my little medical phase. When he said he wouldn't pay for my wedding if I went to medical school, I snapped. He refused to celebrate a fatal marriage that started. He claimed I'd choose a career that was good for our relationship if I loved him. He printed and completed the first page of the local community college's hospitality program form for me. I recognized then that he'd never consider me equal. I went to medical school without telling him. Deferred for 2 months to evaluate. The medical supplies firm, where Jake was a sales manager, hired me. He was happy that I quit medical school to be with him. I let him think I was the top sales associate in 2 months because, unlike Jake, I knew medical equipment. Doctors requested me because I could answer their questions with information, not sales pitches. Michael, the firm owner, asked me to become regional sales coordinator. Jake was upset because he wanted that job. Michael suggested he be more competent if he understood medicine as I did. Michael stated they would finance one employee to go medical school part-time at the Christmas celebration. This curriculum was made for me because I raised their sales by 35% in 4 months by knowing what I was talking about. Jake became pale. After Michael's declaration, the room goes silent, and everyone stares at Jake's motionless face. Despite wanting to leap up and scream, I maintain my expression calm and professional. My heart is pounding so hard, people can hear it. Michael says the corporation will cover my tuition and books, while I work reduced hours, and underlines how my medical knowledge has improved customer connections and sales. A coworker nudges Jake and says something, but he just stares at his plate like a stone. As Michael talks about how I increased sales by 35% in 4 months, by understanding the equipment instead of memorizing scripts, I notice his jaw tighten and unclench. The other sales managers are nodding and smiling at me, and some are looking at Jake like they understand. Coworkers shake my hand and touch my shoulder after the news. Jake leaves out the side door without saying a word, and I feel relieved and satisfied that I don't have to confront him. Michael pulls me aside and wants to discuss the sponsorship and my new schedule Monday morning. He makes me feel appreciated like Jake never did by taking joy in my achievements. Apparently, I've raised the bar for the sales team, and additional employees are asking about training. I realize everything when I drive home alone that night. Attending medical school. My employer values my skills. Just saw Jake's attitude explode in front of everyone we work with. I jiggle my steering wheel as I enter my driveway. After telling my best friend everything, she yells with joy and I had to hold the phone away from my ear. She claims to have known I could do it and that Jake was incorrect about me. I'm pleased Jake doesn't come home that night because I need time to comprehend everything without him manipulating it. I spent the evening staring at my medical school acceptance letter from months ago in my desk drawer. And I finally felt the utter thrill I had when it arrived. Reading it 3 times, I touched the paper like it could disappear. I arrive early Monday morning to meet with Michael, who has an HR representative review my new contract and timetable. They aim to have me work 2 days a week on important accounts and train new sales staff, which will pay my wage and provide me time to study. HR says my benefits will stay, and I'll get a little raise for my new training duties. After signing the paperwork, I feel like I've changed my life. Jake arrives late at work looking exhausted and avoids eye contact with me and others. Because everyone knows what happened at the party, and can hear whispers about him trying to keep me from medical school, the office is uneasy. 2 younger salespeople ask about the sponsorship program at my desk, and Jake watches from across the room with a sinister look. Despite being Jake's sister, Emily calls me at lunch, surprising me because we've never been close. She says she heard, and is proud of me for not letting Jake stop my dreams. Strangely, her voice is less cautious and more honest. Jake's parents persuaded her to take the administrative position, and she sometimes regrets not finishing her degree. Watching me fight Jake made her realize she'd been making excuses for years for not going back to school. That afternoon, Jake confronts me in the break room, looking angry and embarrassed. Low, tight voice asks how long I've been plotting this betrayal. I calmly say I didn't betray anyone. I quit letting him decide my life. He claims he was protecting me from making a mistake, and that medical school will wreck my life. I explain that his concern was never about me, and that I've shown I can handle medical information better than him. Self-esteem and control were involved. Moving closer, his face turns crimson, and I smell coffee on his breath. He claims I'm selfish and wasting our future for some stupid degree. I tell him our only future was me shrinking to make him feel bigger, and I'm done. When I finish, he steps back and makes fists at his sides. The break area feels too small, the fluorescent lights buzz too loud, and I can smell burnt coffee from a long overused burner. After opening his lips to yell, he closes it and looks about like he's realized we're at work and anyone can come in. In an agitated whisper, he says we need couples counseling to resolve this. He argues we can't waste 3 years on a professional dispute. He still doesn't comprehend it, therefore I feel cold. Not for his career, I tell him. He spent months saying my brain is too feminine to grasp difficult stuff. Since it's not a communication issue, counseling can't help. Respect issue. He tries to dispute, but I go by him, and go back to my desk to respond to client emails while shaking my hands as I type. That night, I drive home and sit in my driveway for 10 minutes before I can get inside. Unlock the door, and go to the bedroom closet to get the empty boxes on top. I began gathering Jake's belongings because I can't live with someone who spent months telling me I wasn't smart enough for my aspirations. I pack his shoes, cologne, and sales training books he never read, and fold his shirts in boxes. I hear his key enter the lock while taping the 3rd package. Arriving home, he stares at the boxes against the wall at the bedroom doorway. Suddenly pale and red, he asks what I'm doing. I pack his belongings because we're done. He accepts that this is over for the first time since it began. I keep packing while he sits on the bed, with his head in his hands. Next morning, he tries something new. He suddenly claims he's always supported my medical school goals as he sits across from me at the kitchen table in a composed voice. He claims I'm misremembering his worries, and that he was worried about work and stress.
I find the 2-month-old voice memo on my phone. I press play and his voice fills the kitchen, saying female doctors are unfeminine and unhappy and patients don't appreciate them. He becomes white listening to himself and can't deny it. That weekend, he leaves with his boxes, furnishings, and last year's coffee maker. His folks keep calling to persuade me. They think Jake is distraught and I'm nasty. Susan has the gall to imply I'm wasting a wonderful man on pride. Self-respect, not pride, motivates me to use my intelligence. 2 weeks pass in a whirl of paperwork, apartment cleaning, and preparing for my biggest move. On my first day of medical school, I wake up at 5 a.m. Even though class starts at 9. Driving to campus, I park in the student lot and walk toward the medical education building with my new backpack and orientation folder. I feel like I'm finally living my dream life as I enter the building. No one disputes my female brain's ability to handle the information in the lobby of enthusiastic and nervous first-year students. I sit in the third row of my designated classroom, and a woman introduces herself and asks what specialty I'm interested in. Michael has been great helping me balance work and school, which is harder than planned. When I have exams, my coworkers cover accounts and text me good luck. Jake was relocated to a different territory, because too many clients asked why I wasn't representing them. I hear from office gossip that he protested to Michael about the reassignment. But Michael said clients make the requests and the company follows them. 2 weeks into the semester, I meet Jake's friend at a campus coffee shop. He spots me studying at a corner table, while waiting for his order, and approaches over seeming uncomfortable. Without asking, he sits down and awkwardly says Jake has been telling people I cheated on him and we broke up. Angry but unsurprised. Jake can't accept that his behavior ruined the relationship, so he makes me the villain. Due to my 6 months selling medical equipment, I'm doing better in anatomy class the next week. I raise my hand and discuss how different specialties prefer distinct handle grips based on their procedures, while my professor explains surgical tool design. She stops and asks how I know, so I tell her I sell. She compliments my practical application of theory, and assures me that real-world experience produces better doctors after class. Michael requests that I teach the salesperson, who will replace my territory. I spend the day showing her how medical knowledge simplifies sales. I discuss anatomical reasons for tool shapes, and how to talk to surgeons about their needs instead of reading product specifications. I told her how the equipment works and why doctors need it, unlike other sales managers who merely remember scripts. Regional Coordinator Jake's replacement begins the following Monday. Olivia Hopkins, a nurse, has 8 years of hospital experience. In the morning meeting, we immediately bond over medicine. She visits my desk after the meeting to inform me Michael wanted someone with healthcare experience after seeing how much it mattered. Working with someone who knows both sides of the business excites her. After 3 months, I'm doing well at my decreased job schedule and retaining decent grades. By email, my anatomy professor praises my recent exam score, and my biochemistry lab companion says I explain topics better than the teaching assistant. 2 other committed women in my class study with me, and their partners text them support and bring them coffee during late-night cramming. One of them sends me a message from her fiancé indicating he's proud of her hard work, which is different from Jake's response. The partner finds her ambition beautiful, not intimidating. The other woman's fiancé is also in graduate school, so they question each other on their subjects and cooperate on their education. Their behavior shows that Jake wasn't normal, or protective as he stated. Small and controlling, it kept me from growing past him. I hear Jake is dating again in the office. Someone indicates she works reception at one of our customer hospitals during a sales presentation. Olivia later tells me the woman never went to college and answers phones and schedules appointments at the front desk. Because I know Jake will do it. I feel awful for her. He'll be nice at first, then quietly advise she don't need that online course or promotion. He'll say she's perfect as she is, and keep her where he can manipulate her. Most of all, I'm glad I'm not her. Emily randomly texts me on Tuesday afternoon to meet for coffee. It's surprising because we haven't chatted much since the breakup save for awkward company Christmas party small talk. I accept, and we meet Saturday morning near my flat. When I sit down, she appears apprehensive and talks quickly like she's practicing. She told me she's been thinking about our last talk, and how I didn't let Jake stop me from medical school. She's been an administrative assistant for 8 years. But she wants to be an accountant. Although she's always been brilliant with statistics, Jake's parents convinced her that administrative employment was more stable. Her courage came from witnessing me fight Jake, so she told me she started night classes 2 weeks ago to get her degree. I'm surprised,
Proud and disappointed she settled for a job for a decade. We talked for 2 hours about her classes and objectives, and I realized Jake's family has odd beliefs about women. Mother never worked, and father believes that's wonderful. Emily wanted to study business, but Susan said accounting was too math-intensive for most women. The same bullshit Jake told me about medical school being too hard for women. Family customs keep women small and manageable. My metabolic pathways biochemistry unit stalled. I spend 3 nights studying the same chapter without understanding it because the content is hard and complex. I stare at Krebs cycle diagrams at my workstation at 2 a.m. and think about Jake suggesting medical school would be too hard for me. He may have been right, but I'm too obstinate to acknowledge it. I recall that 6 months ago I knew nothing about medical equipment beyond first aid. After learning about surgical equipment, diagnostic machines, and patient monitoring systems, I outsold experts. Complex medical vocabulary, anatomy, and specialty equipment were taught. If I can learn it in 6 months while working full-time, I can learn biochemistry. I use flashcards, videos, and ask my lab partner to clarify. It clicks by week's end. After I pass, my professor puts excellent work on my paper. Michael asks me to speak at the next company-wide meeting about how medical knowledge promotes client relationships. I must demonstrate to the sales team how understanding science helped me solve difficulties and close deals. A week goes into creating a sales case presentation. I mention a surgeon who was upset with a laparoscopic tool, and I suggested an alternate based on the process. I demonstrate equipment better by knowing anatomy than reading specifications. Understanding sterilization helped me solve hospital infection control challenges. All sales workers must attend the meeting, including Jake. He enters and sits in the back row with his arms folded. As Michael introduces me and I present, Jake's expression tightens as I give each case. I'm exhibiting knowledge he never earned, since he memorized scripts. Not comprehending. Requested reads are on Spotify. Link in description or comments. Jake sits looking like he wants to disappear while other salespeople take notes and ask questions. After my presentation, 2 employees ask Michael about education. Each aspires to pursue nursing or medical technology. Michael beams, and tells the room, he's considering making the sponsorship scheme permanent because it's enhanced the company's performance. He acknowledges me publicly and says, I changed the culture around professional development and made everyone think about growing their skills. I realize my impact goes beyond my own accomplishment. My approach to education and knowledge is altering the company. In my 4th month, my medical school advisor asks about my past. I describe how I went into medical supplies, sales, and she listens and takes notes. Unlike most doctors and salespeople, I understand both the medical and financial sides of medical equipment, she adds. She suggests I build or improve surgical tools, or work with corporations to improve equipment. The notion intrigues me since it would blend all I've learned into something new. It's a road I wouldn't have found if Jake talked me into hotel management. Curiosity leads me to accept Jake's new girlfriend's social media friend request. Her public profile shows her community college online business course posts. Her posts are enthusiastic, but Jake's replies follow. He writes, "Don't stress yourself out with this, and you're already perfect without a degree, and make sure you're not neglecting us for homework." The same dominating stupidity he told me. Despite thinking about emailing her to warn her, I know she won't believe me. He undoubtedly appears protective and kind. Like me, she must find things out. I receive an email 6 months into medical school requesting me to speak at a prospective student event regarding work-life balance. I'm asked to relate my medical school experience while working. I agree and tell frightened prospective students about my journey in the evening. Someone told me I wasn't capable, so I almost gave up my dreams. I discuss how working at the medical supply firm benefited me in school. Managing everything was difficult, but my employer helped. After my discussion, several young women thank me for sharing my story. A woman approaches me aside and says her boyfriend has been saying similar things about her nursing school intentions. He kept telling her it's too hard, and she should do something easy. And she was believing him. His doubts are about him, not her, she says, after hearing my story. She has my email, and can contact me for support. After Michael announced the medical school sponsorship, the business Christmas party returns exactly 1 year later. I wear my first scholarship dress to the event. Michael quickly finds me and pulls me aside before the program. He confirms that he will publicly acknowledge my first semester success, and wants me to be comfortable, for real. I tell him I am. Company growth and client pleasure are his annual speech topics. Then he mentions educational sponsorship. His words: I completed my first semester of medical school with excellent grades, while still performing well at work. I proved that investing in employees who want to grow is good for everyone. The group applauds, and several coworkers congratulate me. Jake misses this year's gathering. He told Michael he had a family duty. But everyone knows he didn't want to be there. Olivia informed me. His presence isn't missed. At this gathering last year, I was nervous, excited, and seeing his face become white with amazement. My pride, gratitude, and anticipation for the future fill me this year. Grades arrive in my student site 3 weeks after final exams. My hands shake when I click the link to examine my findings at my kitchen table with my laptop open. I see them one by one after the page loads slowly. Medical terms, anatomy, physiology, a biochemistry minus an introduction to clinical practice. I make the dean's list for academic excellence with my GPA. Part of me can't believe I did this, so I gaze at the computer for a minute. I print the dean's list certificate and take it to the frame shop that afternoon. I say, no, it's mine. When the counter woman asks whether it's for my daughter, she exuberantly congratulates me. The framed certificate hangs above my desk in my home office, where Jake used to tell me I was wasting my time studying stuff my female brain couldn't handle. I still remember his white face at that Christmas gathering when I saw it. The next weekend, my folks drive up for a celebration meal. My dad hugs me in the restaurant parking lot and cheers me on for not letting anyone extinguish my light. My mom cries and says she knew I could. We discuss my favorite classes and next semester throughout the meal. Work and how Michael supports my schedule are asked. I mention my reduced hours and new sales crew training. In toast to his future doctor daughter, my dad lifts his glass. I feel warmth in my chest that I never had with Jake. Olivia and I have lunch every Thursday at the office cafe. She's friendly and doesn't demand me prove myself as Jake did. At one lunch, she tells me something new. Before launching the medical school sponsorship program, Michael worked with her to ensure work-school balance. After reviewing my sales and client comments, she convinced him I was worth it. She left a job where her employer made similar comments about women in healthcare to Jake. He believed women were too emotional to make effective medical decisions, and that nursing was fine for women, but anything beyond that was stretching it. Her workplace favors expertise over gender, which she likes. She thanks me for showing that medical knowledge improves salesmen regardless. I understand that her friendship means more to me than Jake's backing, because she sees me as capable, not someone who needs protection from my goals. My hospital clinical observation day is late January Tuesday morning. First time donning scrubs. I feel like I'm becoming the person I always wanted to be. I'm walking through cardiology when someone calls my name. Turning around, I notice Dr. Harris, one of the doctors who used to request me when I sold equipment. He's thrilled when I tell him I'm in medical school and says he knew I had the drive. He offers me to shadow him during his procedures in the coming months. He says I was the only sales rep who understood their needs and why. I could explain how the equipment will interact with their systems and improve patient outcomes, but most reps merely read spec sheets. I instantly accept his offer and exchange contact information, so he may add me to his operations schedule. As I leave the hospital, everything seems to be coming into place. On a Saturday afternoon, Jake's parents arrive to my place without notice. Susan and Jake's father is uncomfortable when I open the door. Even though I don't want to talk, I let them in when Susan asks. Susan sits on my couch and begins talking about Jake's struggles and the family's concerns. He's been aloof and won't discuss our relationship, she adds. She then says I left him wrong, and that he was simply looking out for me. I remain cool, and say their son spent months warning me my brain couldn't withstand medical school. Showing them my framed Dean's List certificate on my wall, I said I'm proving him wrong every day. He didn't want a partner, I say. A little person would make him feel big. I stopped Jake's father from saying he wanted me to have a happy life. Their son warned me patients don't respect female doctors and medical school will make me hard and unfeminine. I say he printed hospitality management applications and filled out the first page for me like I was a toddler who couldn't decide. Susan stands and says they should leave, turning red. They walk to the door, and Jake's father mutters about kids not understanding compromise. After closing the door, I'm pleased to no longer have to pretend to be tiny. Advanced courses in my second semester push me more. Pathophysiology challenges me to comprehend cellular disease mechanisms. Pharmacology entails learning hundreds of medication interactions and mechanisms. Since I learned how to manage my time and ask for help in the first semester, I'm challenged but never overwhelmed. My study group is close pals that help each other through difficult subject. We met twice a week at the library and took turns teaching ideas until everyone understood. My late-night study companion is engaged to a teacher who serves us coffee and never complains about academics. A nursing husband helps her practice physical exam procedures at home. I'm glad for a community that supports each other. We support each other through tough times and celebrate triumphs. I now see a supportive environment. During my second semester, my lecturer assigns a medical device innovation research project. I recall my sales career in an instant. I told her after class that I sold medical equipment and still had ties with local doctors and medical practices. She smiles and suggests this may be a thesis project combining clinical practice and device development. My commercial and medical knowledge sets me apart from most medical students, who only see equipment clinically. She advises I explore how user feedback might improve device design and safety. I spent that evening identifying doctors and equipment to interview. I look forward to creating something significant from my past experience and current studies. On Wednesday morning, Michael invites me into his office to inform me the company wants to use my narrative in recruiting. They aim to show potential hires that the organization provides professional development and invests in growth. I agree to show other ladies that you can achieve large goals despite doubts. The next week, the recruiting director asks about my sales associate to medical student journey. I'll admit I almost quit my dream. I tell her Jake worked on my hospitality management applications, and about my months of being told my brain couldn't handle complex subjects. Michael noticed my ability and gave me a life-changing chance. She says the interview will inspire many and records it. After leaving her office, I hope my struggle will inspire someone to follow their dreams. Emily calls me Thursday night with a strange voice. She received acceptance into the community college's accounting department and will begin school in the fall. She breaks down and says her parents are mad at her for returning to school at 32. Susan warned her she's too old to start afresh and should focus on marriage rather than job. Emily praises me for demonstrating her you can always pursue your dreams. Remembering that she took the brave choice. I went first. I tell her my worries and fears, and how Jake almost convinced me to quit. She laughed and said we're proof that Jake's family's ladies are stronger than expected. We talked about her accounting and my medical classes for over an hour, and I'm proud of us for not being small. It turns out my unconventional path to medical school affords me benefits over other students. In March, I noticed Jake across the exhibit hall while assisting Olivia present at a medical conference. He's passing booths looking at new gear and hasn't spotted me. Jake walks by Olivia and me setting up our booth near the main entrance. He stops and changes expressions quickly when he sees me. He seems uncomfortable and turns down a different aisle to escape me. But the conference is small, and we find up in the same elevator 20 minutes later. He's staring at me from the corner of his eye in the awkward stillness. As we approach the main floor, he murmurs that I'm doing great. I say, thank you, and leave without looking back. And from Olivia is anticipating me at the registration counter, and lifts her eyebrows. We conclude the presentation at our booth, after I shake my head, and tell her it wasn't important. Jake disappears after the conference goes well. Thinking about him no longer makes me furious or hurt. I'm grateful I chose myself rather becoming tiny for others. In late April, my anatomy professor asks me about summer research after class. She says the hospital needs someone who understands medical theory and practice to test new surgical instruments. When I say I sold medical equipment, her eyes brighten up. Since most medical students can describe how equipment should work in theory but not in operating rooms, she thinks that's exactly what they need. The hospital conference room interview occurs 3 days later. 2 surgeons and a research coordinator across from me quiz me about gadget design and surgery. I show what a sample laparoscopic tool accomplishes, and the usual technical concerns surgeons have with that model, and how the manufacturer tries to remedy them in the newer version. One surgeon says, they've interviewed 8 candidates, and nobody else could discuss the practical sales perspective like I just did. They give me the job right away, with a stipend to decrease my work hours in half next year. After leaving that hospital, I feel like everything is falling into place. 2 weeks later, Olivia summons me into her medical supply company office. Her promotion to director of sales prompts her to discuss modifications. She tells me that seeing my achievement over the previous year was crucial to her from behind her new desk. I showed that understanding medical science improves sales force performance, despite the company's training to memorize scripts and product specs. She's implementing medical education training instead of sales approaches. In the company-wide change communication, She personally credits me. 3 former coworkers visited my desk to thank me over the next 2 days. A corporate employee says he always felt bad answering doctors' queries with rehearsed answers, but now they're learning the science behind their products. In early May, the medical school invites me to a Women in Medicine panel. I relate my experience at a platform in front of a packed auditorium, about almost abandoning up because someone said my brain couldn't manage the intricacy. The brochures on my desk, divorce rates, and the hospitality management application with the first page filled out are discussed. The room is hushed as I talk. A first-year student claimed her father informed her medical school would make her unmarriageable during the Q&A. She jumps up and says her spouse called her selfish for choosing school before family. A back row professor describes colleagues who questioned her place in academic medicine. So many people want to share their experiences, we stay 30 minutes longer than planned. About a dozen kids compliment me for being honest about how close I came to choosing the lesser life someone else desired for me. We've accumulated enough data for a manuscript in 2 months, because my research role starts in June. Nights after work, I analyze surgeon comments on device design issues, and write up our results. On the study about improving surgical gadget design based on real-world usage patterns, the primary researcher names me second author. In September, my name appears in a medical publication. And I realize I'm still in my second year of medical school. Michael requests a copy of the story, and frames it to hang in the business lobby with top sales performance. One morning before work, I stood in front of that frame, and remember the girl who almost went into hotel management to save a relationship with someone who thought she wasn't smart enough. Emily texted me in October to invite me to her accounting diploma graduation. I spend the afternoon watching her come across the small platform to receive her certificate in a hotel conference room. I'm the loudest cheerer as she beams. She then introduces me to her high school math teacher boyfriend. He shook my hand and said, "Emily always mentions me." He finds her ambition and desire to learn attractive. He stares at her with pride and respect while we observe. I am so glad she met someone who values her smarts instead of wanting her to stay tiny. I hear workplace rumors from a former coworker in November. Jake lost his girlfriend. She informed numerous office mates that he was dictatorial and disrespectful when she discussed her professional objectives. She desired a real estate license as a receptionist at one of our client offices, but Jake kept telling her it was a waste of money that she wasn't good at sales. My coworker says the girlfriend told her buddy, who told someone else, that Jake made her feel silly for having ambitions. It verifies what I already knew. Therefore I feel relieved. He didn't pick on me or medical school's demands. His behavior toward women who want more is consistent. His partners must be smaller than him since he can't manage someone who may outgrow or succeed him. August begins my 3rd year of medical school, and I begin clinical rotations in the hospital where I shadowed doctors in sales. Assigned to cardiology for my first rotation. One attending doctor stares at me mid-rounds on my second day. When I tell him I sold cardiac monitors, his face lights up, telling the other residents that I was the only sales rep who understood their needs and why. Another doctor claims he always knew I was a doctor, not a salesman, over lunch. From my queries and equipment explanations, he thinks I was thinking like a clinician even then. Michael retires at a September corporate meeting. It's 72 and he wants to see his grandchildren. Everyone applauds Olivia's appointment as business president. Olivia pledges to increase educational sponsorship from 1 employee per year to 5 at her first meeting as president. She stands at the front of the conference room and says, "Investing in people's progress is good business and ethical." She says, "I prove that educated employees bring more value to the company and to their clients. I inspired the company culture shift from sales volumes to knowledge and competence." My surgery rotation in October involves using laparoscopic equipment I sold. The monitor flickers while the surgeon removes a gallbladder. This model has a connection port issue, which I note to the scrub nurse before she calls for a replacement. Resetting it involves unplugging and rejoining the cable in a certain order. When the surgeon follows my advice, the picture clears instantly. I'm pulled aside in the hallway after surgery and asked about my background. He says, "My path is unusual, but it makes me a more well-rounded doctor." He adds, "Most medical students only see equipment as tools, but I understand the engineering and the business side too." My Step 1 medical board exam scores arrive in November. I open the email at my kitchen table and discover my 90th percentile score. Jake said medical school was too hard for my female brain. I think about him saying I'd never make it through, and that I was wasting my time studying subjects I'd never use.
I frame the score report and hang it on my wall next to my first semester Dean's List certificate to remind me of everything I could do. In early March, my advisor calls me into her office and closes the door behind me with an excited look. She displays a document on her computer and turns it toward me. I was mentioned to the program directors because of my published research and medical sales experience in a new residency program on surgical device innovation that starts next year. She says my clinical skills, research experience, and real-world understanding of medical device use make me an ideal candidate for this program, leaving me stomach-flipped because this sounds like the career path I never knew existed but now can't imagine doing anything else. It's a competitive program with only 4 spots nationwide. But she thinks I have a good chance if I apply. I leave her office and start researching the program. Reading about how residents work with engineers and surgeons to improve and develop new devices. I think about how Jake wanted me to quit medicine. I attend the 4th-year medical student graduation ceremony in May, even though I have 2 more years. The program includes every phase of my experience, including the sales employment he thought was settling. As I watch them walk across the stage in their white coats, I imagine myself receiving my diploma in 2 years. The ceremony feels long. But I don't mind because I keep thinking about how close I came to never experiencing this. After the ceremony, a woman approaches me in the lobby. She's wearing her new white coat and holding her diploma. Her name is Amanda. She heard me speak at the Women in Medicine panel 2 years ago about almost quitting medical school because someone told me I wasn't capable. She was struggling that semester and seriously considering dropping out because her family kept telling her she was wasting her time. Says, my narrative about proving Jake incorrect inspired her to continue. Now she's graduating and starting pediatric residency. I start crying and hug her, and she thanks me for being honest about how hard it was. In June, Olivia calls me to get coffee. She says knowing that someone else fought through doubt and made it gave her license to fight. After sitting down, she tells me Jake was demoted from his sales manager position after multiple women complained about his attitude and comments. She says the complaints weren't about me, but about how he treats female colleagues. Olivia says she reviewed all the complaints and talked to HR, and they decided he needed to step back from management. He's been moved to a sales position with no direct reports. She says she's mandated respect and workplace equality training for all managers, and several women have told her they feel more comfortable speaking up. I don't enjoy Jake's struggles, which is mostly true. But I do like knowing that his behavior finally caught up with him. In July, my research mentor emails me to come to her lab, and when I arrive, she offers me a position for my entire 4th year. Olivia says the company culture has changed significantly since I started, and she credits me with showing them that expertise matters more than gender. She says she's received a grant to study medical device safety using real-world usage data, which is exactly what I've been doing in my research. The grant will pay for me to quit my sales job and focus on school and research, which relieves me because balancing work and school has been difficult but manageable. She says the research will strengthen my residency applications and give me more publications. I accept immediately and tell Michael I need to resign from the company. He's not surprised and seems happy for me. He hosts a goodbye party with the entire sales team, who take turns sharing stories about what I taught them. One man says, I'm the reason he went back to school to get his nursing degree. Another woman says, watching me balance everything made her realize she could go back for her MBA. Michael makes a speech about how I changed the company's sales and professional development strategy, and says hiring me was one of his best decisions. In September, my surgery rotation begins, and on the 2nd week, I scrub in on a cardiac procedure. The patient needs a valve replacement, and I watch the surgeon as she performs. I know every detail about her catheter system, which I used to sell. Halfway through the procedure, she pauses and asks me about device placement. She says she knows my background and wants my opinion on whether the angle looks right. I study the monitor that shows the catheter position and suggest adjusting it slightly based on the device specifications I remember. After following my advice, the image quality improves immediately, and the procedure goes smoothly. In the hallway, she removes her surgical cap and tells me I'll be a great surgeon because most medical students see devices as tools, but I understand engineering and limitations. In October, Emily calls me crying, but they're happy tears. She says she got her first accounting job at a downtown firm. After 10 years as an administrative assistant, she finally has a job that uses her skills and interests. She says watching me fight for my dreams gave her permission to fight for hers. I'm proud of her courage, and she says our family doesn't understand why she's making things harder for herself.
But her new boyfriend, who met her at night classes and is studying to be a teacher, supports her. She says he likes her ambition and smartness, and I'm glad she found someone who appreciates her instead of trying to limit her. I spend November working on my residency applications, which are overwhelming but exciting. My application includes my published device safety research, detailed descriptions of my medical sales background, and letters of recommendation from doctors who saw me in both roles. She explains, "My diverse background distinguishes me from other medical school applicants. I think about how Jake encouraged me to go into hospitality management, and now I'm applying to one of the country's most competitive residency programs. I feel confident about my future, and who I am." The Surgical Device Innovation Department feels different from the other floors. When I walk into the hospital on my first day of residency, the walls are covered with blueprints and prototype sketches, and residents can test equipment modifications in a lab. My attending physician, Dr. Harris, meets me in her office and tells me she requested me because my published research on improving surgical device design caught her attention, and my sales experience and clinical training are perfect for their program. I feel proud as she hands me my schedule and tells me I'll be dividing my time between surgeries, research projects, and device manufacturer consulting. Even the painful ones, like leaving Jake and balancing school and sales, led to this moment. Dr. Harris shows me my desk in the residence area and introduces me to the team, who are friendly and excited to have someone who understands both medicine and business. During lunch, Emily texts me with a photo of her standing in front of an office door with her name and the title Junior Accountant. I save the photo in print and frame it later that week to place next to my medical school diploma on my apartment wall. She says we both made it to where we were supposed to be all along, and is proud of us for not giving up. 6 months later, I'm thriving in ways I never imagined possible, and contributing to research that will change surgical outcomes for thousands of patients. I'm working on device modifications surgeons want. I think about the version of myself who almost enrolled in hospitality management to save a relationship with someone who thought my brain was too female for complex subjects. I'm glad I had the courage to choose myself instead, because this life is challenging, demanding, and fulfilling. Just like I was meant to live it. Having one good concept is what matters. After my husband passed away, his family tried to take custody of my daughter with fake reports. I used a fake DNA test to protect her. After my husband died, my in-laws filed phony CPS reports and sent attorneys to get me to sign over my daughter. A DNA test was lied about. My husband David died in a car accident when Emma was 5. It happened suddenly and heartbreakingly, leaving me hardly functioning for weeks. Although David's parents, Richard and Catherine, supported the funeral, something felt off. They stated, now she was all they had left of David. They took hundreds of shots of Emma without me. Catherine kept taking Emma to the bathroom alone, and Richard recorded her height against the door frame. James, their lawyer, gave me custody paperwork 3 weeks after the funeral. Calling me an inadequate grieving mother, they sought Emma's complete custody. I neglected Emma, as documented. Photo evidence. Me crying at the grocery store while Emma played on my phone. The reception after David's burial displayed our dirty home. Catherine. I left Emma with them for 4 hours the day after David died while I was to the funeral home. Richard said Emma belonged to blood family, and I was only the incubator. Catherine said David would want his daughter raised by people who loved him, implying I didn't. James said if I signed over custody, they'd let me visit Emma once a month monitored. If I battled them, they'd make sure I never saw her again. They assumed I'd acquiesce since they demanded Richard and Catherine kept phoning after the social worker discovered me sober playing puzzles with Emma in our spotless living room. 3 days later, Child Protective Services arrived for a wellness check, filing with the court that I was inebriated and Emma was in danger. I was on drugs, Emma had bruises, and strange guys came and left. Each inquiry discovered nothing, but it was exhausting and embarrassing. Richard and Catherine would pretend concerned and offer to take Emma for her safety. The custody court was 7 weeks later. Richard and Catherine hired 4 lawyers and a private investigator to follow me everywhere. They showed up at Emma's preschool and told the staff they were emergency contacts. They told the pediatrician I was unstable and shouldn't make medical decisions. They told our neighbors they were moving Emma in ASAP for her safety. After they decorated David's old room as Emma's princess room and showed photos like it was decided, I started playing dirty and hinted that David might not be Emma's real father. I just stated I was grateful Richard and Catherine still desired a relationship. My friend Sarah called Richard pretending to be from a DNA testing company to confirm his appointment. Richard had never scheduled an appointment but became hooked with the notion.
I left a paternity booklet on my kitchen counter when they came to visit. I concealed it fast, but Catherine caught up and wanted to know what I was concealing. I started crying and claimed David and I had troubles before Emma was born, but I wasn't sure. David said it didn't matter because he loved her anyhow, but he was Emma's father and we were happy. Richard and Catherine didn't know that, so they requested a DNA test immediately. I was reluctant, but agreed provided they dropped the custody fight. So confident Emma was David's, they scheduled the test at my friend's husband's clinic. He was eager to help after hearing what they did. After giving samples and waiting for the hasty findings, my friend's husband told Emma she wasn't connected to Richard and Catherine. The test was false, but the documentation looked flawless. When their lawyer James stated the custody issue was terminated because they had no biological claim, Richard and Catherine went nuts. Requested Reds is on Spotify. Link in description or comments. Richard's face turned purple in 12 seconds as he screamed that I was a liar who caged his son. Catherine lunged at me across the clinic waiting room like a wounded animal. Ethan and 2 nurses stopped her. Richard yelled about how I destroyed their family and stole their grandchild through lies, and security had to physically escort Richard and Catherine to the exit. Catherine cried and shouted that she'd prove I lied. Richard said I'd pay for what I'd done to them. Their daughter covered her face with her hands and their son gasped. Ethan put his hand on my shoulder and told me to take Emma and go home. I took Emma's hand and left the side door while Richard and Catherine were evacuated. Emma played with her bunny in her car seat behind me like nothing happened. The weight of what I did hit me swiftly, and I had to pull over because I couldn't see through the tears. Emma asked why Grandma and Grandpa were yelling so loud. I wiped my eyes and told her they were unhappy about grown-up things. She understood and kept letting her bunny hop across the seat. I drove again and called Jackson on my phone through the car speakers. After I settled Emma at home with her coloring books, Jackson contacted me an hour later and asked about the clinic. He said he'd review Richard and Catherine's paperwork and conclude the custody case. He highlighted that Richard and Catherine's agreement before the DNA test specifically stated that they would relinquish all custody claims if the DNA proved no biological tie with Emma. James, their lawyer, witnessed and signed the document. Since they were unstable and desperate, Jackson advised me to film everything and ask for a restraining order if they didn't stop harassing me after the custody case. I thanked him, hung up and stared at nothing on my couch that night. Emma looked so serene and safe in her butterfly-sheeted bed, so I cried silently to not wake her sleeping. David was her father. Despite shame, I wiped my eyes and kissed Emma's forehead and reminded myself I did what I had to do. Richard and Catherine would have taken her away and allowed me see her once a month like I was a dangerous stranger after I lied to delete his parents from her life. Next morning, Catherine called my phone at 6 a.m. I let it go to voicemail, and she called again immediately. This happened 50 times before I blocked her number around 8 a.m. I listened to a few of her voicemails, which ranged from begging to see Emma to threatening legal action to calling me every nasty. I saved all the text messages in a folder and blocked his number because Richard started sending them around the same time. He called me terrible things and promised to pay for my lie, saying I destroyed their family and robbed their sole connection to their dead son. I contacted Alice at 10 a.m. to tell her about the phony DNA test while Emma watched cartoons in the next room. Alice hugged me as I cried and told her I felt terrible. She pulled back and looked me in the eyes, saying, "I did what I had to do to protect my daughter from people who were trying to steal her." She reminded me of how Richard and Catherine had been clever and cruel from the moment David died, taking photos to build a case, filing false CPS reports and hiring 4 lawyers to take. She said they left me with no good choices, so I made the only one that kept Emma safe. 3 days later, Richard and Catherine arrived at my house around lunchtime. I saw their car pull up and started recording on my phone. They came to my front porch and punched the door, demanding I admit the test was fake. I stood inside with the door locked and recorded while they screamed Catherine knew I'd switched the samples or paid Ethan to lie about the results. Richard said there was no way David wasn't Emma's father and I was running a conspiracy. They argued for 12 minutes before I called the police and told the operator I had a recording and they wouldn't leave. The next day, Jackson filed for a restraining order, citing harassment, false CPS reports, threatening voicemails and texts, and trespassing. The police removed Richard and Catherine in 15 minutes, collected my statement and recording, and asked if I wanted to prosecute charges. The court approved a temporary injunction forcing Richard and Catherine to stay 500 feet from me, Emma, our home, and her preschool with no contact until the permanent restraining order hearing 4 weeks out. Jackson felt the evidence was strong enough.
I started seeing Claire for grief counseling and trauma the following week to process everything. I told her about David dying and Richard and Catherine trying to take Emma in the fake DNA test I used to stop them. Claire listened without judging, and helped me understand I'd been backed into a corner by predators using my vulnerability. She told me the lie was survival, not malice, and we spoke about sadness, protection, and being a good mother when there are no good options. She gave me ways to manage the panic attacks, guilt, and horror that kept coming in waves. When Catherine called his clinic a few days after the restraining order to obtain DNA test results and lab documentation, Fletcher had created false lab letterhead, technical information, and reference numbers that looked authentic. Catherine threatened to sue the clinic for fraud, but her lawyer said the test results were valid and properly documented, and there was no evidence of tampering or deception. Fletcher called me afterward to say we were safe and the fake paperwork had held up. Mark, David's brother, showed up on my phone 4 days after the DNA test exploded. He hadn't called since the funeral or responded to custody battle messages. I let it ring twice before answering. His voice was broken and shaky, unlike the confident guy who teased David at family dinners. He apologized, saying he had no idea they'd gone that far and had been working abroad and returned when the DNA findings exploded the family. I told him I needed time to think about it and hung up, feeling weird and suspicious but hopeful that David's family hadn't gone insane. Alice watched Emma the next morning while I met Mark at a downtown coffee shop. Several days later, one of my friends sent me a screenshot of Catherine's long post about being kept from her granddaughter and hinting that I was abusing Emma. She didn't use names, but it was obvious who she meant. Several people who knew the truth responded with the custody attempt and false CPS reports. After the post backfired, Catherine deleted it within hours, but many had already collected screenshots and her reputation was harmed. Her attempt to make me appear terrible made her look insane to everyone watching. I brought a thick folder of evidence of the harassment, threatening voicemails and texts, trespassing, and preschool scene to the permanent restraining order hearing 4 weeks after the temporary one. Richard and Catherine presented another lawyer who claimed they were grieving grandparents denied access to their only grandchild. The court read the custody paperwork and fraudulent CPS reports with a tight line on his mouth and asked Richard and Catherine whether they realized how serious it was to make false reports with child services. Their lawyer tried to argue they had legitimate concerns, but the judge cut him off. Mark called me after the court to discuss keeping Emma from his parents. He granted a 3-year permanent restraining order to keep them away from me, Emma, our home and her school. Even one violation would result in criminal charges. I didn't want any connection to Richard and Catherine, but Mark was respectful and horrified by everything they'd done, so we agreed he could visit my house to be her uncle without bringing the toxic grandparent stuff. He seemed relieved and grateful and promised to never manipulate the situation or tell his parents. I had a panic attack when I saw a silver sedan that looked like Richard and Catherine's in the grocery store parking lot. My chest locked up and my hands shook so badly I couldn't get my keys in the ignition. Emma deserved to know at least one unbroken member of David's family. Emma asked what was wrong, and I gasped for air like a drowning person. It wasn't their car, just one that looked similar, but my body responded like they were trying to grab her. I drove home with white knuckles on the steering wheel and called Claire when I got inside. She scheduled me for an emergency session that afternoon, and explained that this was normal after months of harassment and threats. My nervous system had been in fight-or-flight mode for months and was still in that mode after the danger passed. She taught me breathing exercises and grounding techniques to remind my body of my safety. She promised that after time and safety, my hypervigilance would fade, but I needed to be patient while my brain rewired. For weeks after that, I saw cars that looked like theirs everywhere, even though they lived 30 minutes away and had a restraining order. My heart raced and my palms sweated until I confirmed it wasn't them. Emma inquired when she'd see Grandma and Grandpa again as casually as she would any other relative as we were eating dinner. I laid down my fork and explained her they were taking a long hiatus due to adult issues. Nothing she did wrong, but complicated issues that were hard. I was amazed by her ability to move on from difficult themes without appearing unhappy or confused. She nodded and accepted without further inquiry, then started talking about her preschool glitter and popsicle stick art project. I was glad she wasn't traumatized by losing contact with her grandparents, but I worried about long-term effects. Was she internalizing feelings she couldn't express? Would this abandonment show up in therapy sessions when she was older? I could only watch for signs of distress and make sure she knew I was always available to talk about feelings. Alice brought boxes of security cameras she ordered online the following weekend and spent hours helping me install them around my house, mount them under the eaves, and connect them to my Wi-Fi network. The footage automatically saved to cloud storage, and I could monitor everything from my phone. Since we had cameras on the front door, back door, driveway, and both sides of the house, I felt safer knowing I had evidence 24 hours a day if Richard and Catherine violated the restraining order. Alice showed me how to check the footage and set up motion alerts. After changing all the locks and installing a deadbolt on Emma's bedroom door, which felt excessive but necessary, she made me promise to call her immediately if anything suspicious showed up on the cameras. I tested the system by walking around outside while watching the feed on my phone. Seeing myself from multiple angles was creepy but comforting. Catherine wrote a message in her loopy calligraphy asking to see Emma and said they'd accept any relationship I permitted. She said they missed their granddaughter and would respect my limits if I gave them a chance. I took photos of the flowers, card and delivery receipt and called Jackson immediately. He stated this violated the restraining order's no contact rule and instructed me to document and email him the evidence. The flowers sat on my kitchen counter for an hour while I decided what to do with them. I emailed him the photos within minutes, and he sent everything to the court that day. Catherine received an official warning about order compliance from Jackson, who warned that future violations could result in criminal charges and jail. 4 months after the phony DNA test, I woke up and could breathe normally again. My constant worry and hypervigilance were fading. Emma's preschool teacher stated she was socially well-adjusted and had no trauma or behavioral concerns. I still monitored the security cameras daily and jumped at silver automobiles, but less so. Because Catherine didn't seem damaged by losing contact with Richard, may have shielded her from people who would have hurt her in ways I couldn't predict. My sleep improved and I stopped having nightmares about custody hearings and CPS investigations. Mark started visiting every other weekend with age-appropriate gifts like coloring books and stuffed animals, so I could take Emma to the park without searching for Richard and Catherine's car. Finally, things felt normal for a widow raising a daughter alone while hiding a lie. He built block towers and played pretend games with Emma on the floor, acting like a normal uncle without the toxic possession his parents had shown. He never mentioned Richard and Catherine or asked questions for them. He just enjoyed spending time with Emma and respected my boundaries. To watch them together made me cautiously grateful that Emma could be connected to David's family through someone healthy and polite. Mark looked so much like David that it hurt. But it was comforting to see family resemblance in someone who wasn't trying to hurt us. I worried he was a spy or trying to manipulate the situation, but he always sought permission before taking photos with Emma and sent them to me instead of publishing them where Richard and Catherine might see them. His commitment to his niece over his parents' delusions was amazing. Claire helped me grieve after losing David while fighting his parents. I stated that I couldn't mourn my spouse because I'd been in survival mode protecting our daughter from his family. The war had tied me up. Since things had calmed down, I was grieving in waves and angry at Richard and Catherine for corrupting my memories of David. I couldn't think about our wedding without remembering how his parents tried to control every detail and look at photos of David holding baby Emma without thinking about how his parents tried to take her from me. Claire helped me separate grieving David from digesting his parents' behavior by reminding me that David would have been shocked and protected Emma like I did. I witnessed their power and possession in their body language one afternoon while cleaning old photos of David growing up with his parents. Imagine him standing by me against them instead of being the reason they came after us helped. Catherine gripped David's shoulder tightly, fingers sinking in like she possessed him. Richard centered him in shots like a trophy they'd won, and David rarely looked happy or relaxed with them. Even as a child, his smile was unnatural. I believed David meant his parents were severe or conventional, but when they targeted Emma, I noticed the same possessive spirit. They attempted to own David his whole life, and after he died, they owned his daughter. After looking at those old photos, I realized I had saved Emma from repeating David's childhood, from being gripped and positioned and displayed as their property, instead of being loved as her own. On Thursday morning, the pediatrician's office received a report that Richard had requested Emma's medical records, claiming grandparent rights. She wanted me to know in case there was a pattern, so I thanked her and called Jackson immediately. He added this to the restraining order violation dossier we were compiling in case Richard and Catherine began acting out. Because they had no custody or guardianship rights, Jackson wrote to their lawyer that any additional attempts to acquire Emma's medical data would constitute harassment and restraining order violations. 4 months following the phony DNA test, Emma occasionally mentioned Grandma and Grandpa without distress. The pediatrician's office made comments to Emma's file and marked Richard and Catherine's names to report future contact attempts to me. She noted an older couple at the shop looked like grandparents, or remembered something they gave her before everything burst, but it was casual observation, not pain or longing.
Alice took her on aunt and niece days at the zoo or children's museum, and she became closer to her. My parents had also increased their involvement, driving in from 3 hours away every few weeks to spend weekends with us and take Emma to parks and libraries. Overall, the family structure around her was healthier and based on love rather than possession and conflict. Watching her thrive eased my guilt about the deception, but the moral weight of the lie still weighed on my conscience in quiet moments. The mail arrived on a Wednesday afternoon while Emma was at preschool. My hands shook as I opened the official envelope from a law firm 3 states away. The letterhead showed an address 900 miles away in a retirement community I'd never heard of. Richard and Catherine were moving. The brief, formal notice informed me of their restraining order address change. Mark called that night after Emma was asleep and sounded fatigued to tell me his parents had put their house on the market 4 weeks earlier without informing anybody and hired movers to relocate everything to this retirement home near the ocean. Catherine told their friends they couldn't live in David's hometown because it hurt too much to see places he used to go and know their granddaughter was missing just miles away. Richard told the neighbors they needed a fresh start somewhere, they wouldn't be reminded of their loss. They leased a 2-bedroom ocean view unit in a gated retirement community with security and activities for older residents. Mark had viewed Catherine's social media images before deleting them. She captioned a photo about new beginnings and healing from family betrayal. While legal barriers were high, location protected me. I said I was fine when Mark asked if I was okay 4 weeks after the moving notice. Jackson called to say he'd received a letter from Catherine's new lawyer. I drove to his office during lunch and sat across from his desk as he slid the envelope toward me. The letter was typed on expensive paper with their letterhead embossed on. Catherine demanded proof that Emma was their biological grandchild and that I had lied and maneuvered to keep their family apart. The lawyer's wording was polite, but her desperation was evident. Jackson observed my face while I read and responded strongly. Nothing to say. He said Catherine's offer was a ruse to get me to admit to lying. Meanwhile, DNA test findings stood. Jackson sealed his response in an envelope after I approved it. Catherine might not drop everything, and my confession would give them ammunition. Jackson's afternoon retort was harsh. The next Thursday, I sat in Claire's office explaining my recurring remorse. She listened while I discussed Catherine's letter, the move, and whether I should have done something else. Repeated custody ambushes 3 weeks after David's funeral and fake CPS reports to create a case against me. Claire leaned closer and inquired what Richard and Catherine offered me. A private eye and 4 lawyers. My life is manipulated from Emma's preschool to our pediatrician to our neighbors. Pre-court princess chamber decor. I was threatened to never see Emma again if I fought. Claire inquired about ethics. She stated I'd put Emma's safety before my morality, as a mother should in a tough situation. I could expose my daughter to individuals who saw her as property and me as an incubator, or I could deceive predators who'd shown they'd destroy me to achieve what they wanted. Richard and Catherine broke all the rules, forcing me to lose my child if I behaved ethically. I cried for 4 minutes in her office while she sat silently. She said remorse was normal, but I had to distinguish deception from survival. I used the only weapon to save Emma from a hazardous circumstance. That made me a mother who refused to be destroyed by grief owners. Not a horrible person. The night Emma fell asleep, I took out a blank journal I'd bought weeks previously but couldn't read. A pen in hand, I stared at the empty first page at the kitchen table for a long time before writing. I covered David's death, funeral, and Richard and Catherine's Emma fixation. Emma may read this journal about the custody paperwork, bogus CPS reports, systematic harassment, fake DNA test plan, execution, and aftermath when she was old enough. I included my deception-related worries and guilt. When she asked the hard questions about why her father's parents weren't in her life at 16, 20, or 30, I wanted her to know the truth, including my failures, lies, manipulation, and relationship destruction. The first night I wrote for 3 hours, filling pages with things I didn't want to forget. My journal would ensure she knew the truth even if something happened before I could tell her. Emma was adding chocolate chips into the batter Saturday morning and didn't see when I entered the hallway to answer the call. Mark's voice strained as he told me his parents still believed I fabricated the DNA test. Their new retirement home neighbors learned their son's widow lied about test results to keep their grandchild. Emma was their biological grandchild being held prisoner by a vengeful lady, they stated with images. They found fresh audiences for their illusion in their new neighborhood, where no one knew the past. People in their previous town nodded politely and changed the subject when Catherine mentioned conspiracy, fraud, and stolen grandkids.
Catherine immediately joined the retirement community's social committee and has been presenting Emma's photos at coffee hours and book groups to raise awareness of the family tragedy. Mark learned this from a family acquaintance with a local cousin. Mark seemed fatigued when he claimed he'd tried to talk to them but they wouldn't hear anything contradicting their story. They had a comprehensive story about being victims of my harshness instead than legitimate child thieves. It was time to return Emma to the cemetery after 6 months. At a flower shop she chose a little yellow rose bouquet. The cemetery was quiet on Wednesday afternoon, with few visitors among the headstones. We strolled to David's grave with Emma's hand after I parked. Emma gently placed the roses at the base of his gray granite gravestone, which said, "Beloved husband and father." We talked about David while she picked petals off one of the roses and arranged them in patterns. Emma played with the flower petals while I told her about Daddy's hilarious voices when he read her bedtime stories, how he danced with her in the kitchen while I cooked supper, and how he shed happy tears when she was born. Her question about Daddy knowing Grandma and Grandpa were furious at us tightened my throat, but I kept my voice calm. I told her Daddy wanted everyone to be kind and loving even in sad times. She returned to petal arranging, happy. We lasted 30 minutes before the breeze made Emma cold. I looked at the headstone one more time and silently told David I'd protected our daughter well. I woke up one morning to find I'd slept through the night without panicking. This was the first time I saw it after weeks of gradual change. I was awakened numerous times a night for months after the custody battle, worried Emma was in danger. I obsessively checked her room and imagined the worst. The day had left me fatigued and jumpy from stress chemicals, but something had changed. My body was relearning safety. Claire smiled when I informed her in our next session. After years of survival mode, my nervous system needed time to acclimate to safety. Restraining order, distance, and no new dangers were calming my hypervigilance. She warned that I'd always be more attentive to Emma's threats than parents who hadn't fought off a custody attempt, but the panic was lessening enough I could function again without despair. After the session, I felt lighter than in months. Jackson called to update me on the empty restraining order violation file since the flower incident. Catherine and Richard hadn't threatened me or appeared. Jackson said their out-of-state migration and legal impediments are working. They've either accepted Emma's inaccessibility, or are waiting and planning something we can't see. He cautioned caution, but the situation was better than in months. To assure continuing protection, Jackson advised initiating renewal processes 7 months before the restraining order expired. After restraining orders expired, he'd seen grandparents harass again. Emma asked more David questions at bedtime. She asked about his favorite color, games, and drawing skills. I thanked him and put a 1.5-year phone calendar reminder. I answered each question with simple, happy memories of fun. She deserved to know her father as a loving father, not via his parents' dysfunction. I promised her David would build sophisticated block towers with her and collapse them. David's childhood stories showed his benevolence and humor, such saving a bird with a broken wing and keeping it in a shoebox until it healed. Mark started helping on visits. Emma quietly stated that her dad liked blue or fixed things while playing. These anecdotes also shaped her view of her father. On Wednesday night, Claire's widowed parents support group met at the community hall and 8 scared, exhausted adults sat in a circle of folding chairs. I met the facilitator, who told me about a guy with 3 children under 10 whose wife died of cancer. While coaching their son's soccer game, another woman's husband had a heart attack. Many had in-law issues, but none had custody disputes. Their late husband's mother called regularly to criticize her parenting and demand more time with the grandchildren. Even though their stories were varied, hearing them normalized my experience. They knew bereavement and family conflict were lonely. Multiple people exchanged phone numbers after 3 hours of discussing coping tactics, legal protections, and therapeutic services. Knowing others had survived similar terrible situations gave me strength to drive home feeling less alone than in months. Alice arrived with coffee and empty boxes Saturday morning and neatly piled David's button-downs, jeans, work shirts, and tattered college hoodie. I watched from the doorway. He put his favorite flannel concert t-shirt from our first date and hoodie from the morning he died in a smaller box for Emma. Some I kept, but most went into donation boxes. Among his documents, photos, and souvenirs on his desk, we uncovered a stack of letters David wrote to Emma before she was born, sealed envelopes with her name in his untidy handwriting. I opened one and read his wishes for her future, pledges to be a wonderful dad, and enthusiasm about meeting her. The movie ticket stub, Emma's rock that David saved on his desk,
And my horrible birthday card with terrible drawings were in 4 memory boxes with photos, notes, and tiny items that captured David's personality. I cried quickly, but they felt clean compared to my months of panicked survival. The bedroom felt lighter and more like a breathing place when the charity boxes went to the garage. My preschool director spotted me on Wednesday during pickup. After asking if I had a few minutes to chat about Emma, my stomach fell with apprehension, but her smile was welcoming and she took me to her office with Emma's artwork on the walls. She said kids exchanged anecdotes about their parents and siblings during family talk time. Emma mentioned her dad from home images and my stories virtually every session. She informed the class he liked blue, built towers well, and made hilarious faces that made her laugh. Emma's thorough and exact descriptions showed she was connecting with David's memory, the director stated. Emma drew a picture of our family with David holding hands and smiling. According to the teacher, though she lost her father young, she seemed emotionally well and well-adjusted. She simply stated that he was her father and that she loved him. I drew David's crayon sketch after seeing Emma's family portrait from the director. As he appeared, he was tall with dark hair and a wide smile. I thanked the director and drove home pleased Emma was grieving properly. Richard and Catherine arrived at the Arizona retirement community 900 miles away on Wednesday. Certified mail delivered the letter with a community-named return label. My chest relaxed as I held the mail in my driveway. Mark called that night to confirm they'd moved in and told the community their son's widow wouldn't allow them visit their grandchild. Mark stated his parents had made them the victims and me the villain, but the distance made them someone else's issue. It went over well with neighbors, who expressed sympathy and fury. After David's death, I woke up functional again 6 months later. Surviving and living in ways that were unthinkable in those first horrible weeks. I could handle projects and meetings without losing focus. Emma was thriving at preschool, making friends and learning daily. Our routines included breakfast, sleep, and weekend errands. My grief still weighed on me every morning when I woke up alone, but it wasn't debilitating. I could miss David while getting Emma ready for school, cooking dinner, and paying payments. The fear of losing her to Richard and Catherine had subsided. I monitored security cameras and kept my phone close. I checked parking lots for their automobile and avoided their hangouts. Claire asked me how I would approach the DNA test with Emma when she was older and understood. As justified protection or manipulative deception? Nobody told me. Claire explained the situation without giving easy answers. I believed she'd realize Richard and Catherine compelled me to lie to protect her, but I worried she'd see it as proof I lied about her father. I promised Claire to be honest with Emma when she could understand. I'd tell her what happened and why I chose, and I'd accept her opinion. Claire only allowed me honesty and accountability, leaving Emma to digest the rest. Mark took Nicole, his fiancée, a third-grade teacher from 2 towns, to meet Emma on Saturday afternoon. Nicole brought a toy elephant and a feeling book for kids. Emma presented Nicole with the toy kitchen and asked restaurant play. Nicole was friendly and natural with her, asking questions and playing along. Instead of mentioning David or trying to be a mother, she treated Emma like a youngster she liked. Mark was relieved to watch them play after worrying about this introduction. Nicole informed me she understood Richard and Catherine while Emma colored. She backed Mark's desire to distance himself from his parents and be close to his niece. She knew Emma needed solid family relationships because she lost her father young. Watching them go, Mark's hand on Nicole's back, and them wave to Emma was like seeing David's family grow strong and healthy. In downtown Jackson's office with too much marble and terrible chairs, I sat across from him as he spread files across his desk to revise my will and custody arrangements to prevent Richard and Catherine from accessing Emma after I died. Jackson mentioned the DNA test without admitting deceit. The phrasing carefully noted that Richard and Catherine had decided to abandon custody claims based on test results, which was legally enforceable. Alice was primary guardian. He further stated that their documented harassment and fake CPS reports would determine custody even if the DNA test was challenged. Jackson led me through the difficult paperwork, granting Alice immediate legal custody and complete authority to maintain the restraining order and restrict communication. Richard and Catherine were barred from guardianship. Jackson filed copies with the court after I signed everything. Leaving his office gave me the same relief as the restraining order. Legal protection. I replayed the bogus DNA test in bed, witnessing Richard's purple face and Catherine's horror when Fletcher gave the false results. David's look in our wedding photos made me question if he'd mind me lying about his daughter's paternity to protect her from his parents. I remembered Richard calling me an incubator. Catherine's systematic false CPS reports to make me look unfit.
their complete disregard for Emma's bond with me or her emotional well-being, and how they'd shown up with lawyers 3 weeks after David died before I'd even started to process his death when I couldn't breathe. I had to make the same option every time, because my only weapon was lying. Although the guilt was heavy, I knew Emma was secure and thriving because I did whatever it took. Emma and I created new Christmas traditions without Richard and Catherine's destructive influence. We hung photo ornaments on the tree so she could see David's smile. I showed her superhero movies he loved and told her Dad would quote every phrase. I told her he sang made-up songs while doing dishes and danced despite being lousy to make her laugh. She was connecting with her father through memories and affection, not Richard and Catherine's ownership. Wednesday morning I saw Mrs. Anderson at the grocery store. Richard and Catherine tried to turn her against me during the custody battle. After seeing me, she halted her cart and I braced for conflict. Instead, she apologized and said she regretted believing Richard and Catherine's assertions that I was unstable and neglected Emma. She discovered their neighborhood manipulation campaign after they left. Other neighbors had discussed and discovered. Anderson inquired how Emma was doing. I said she was okay. We briefly discussed neighborhood issues before parting ways. Something changed as I drove home. Richard and Catherine's community healed. Our isolation and siege were lifted. Mark arrived on Wednesday afternoon while Emma was at preschool and we had coffee at my kitchen table. He said his parents called him every few days to ask about Emma and her life. Mark said Emma was just healthy and joyful. He told Richard and Catherine that his relationship with me and Emma was independent from their mess and that he wouldn't spy or communicate. He added they still claimed the DNA test was phony and I deceived everyone, but their tale varied per person. I was astonished by his commitment to his niece despite his parents' twisted ownership claims. I altered samples, Fletcher was involved, or it was elaborate payback for a slight. Mark found it stressful watching them destroy themselves over lies they'd convinced themselves were truth. 8 months after the phony DNA test, I could look at our wedding photos without crying. He cried as I praised him for being Emma's only decent connection to David's family, stating she deserved to know her father's memory without his parents' poison. David and I laughed throughout our first dance, cut the cake with frosting on our noses, and kissed under the sunset with his hand on my face. Emma crept up alongside me and pointed at a photo of David lifting me. I could see our love and family without Richard and Catherine's nastiness. I hugged her tightly and whispered, "Yes, we were very happy and Daddy loved us both so much." She nodded and returned to her blocks, content with this simple family truth. 3 years remained on the restraining order. Jackson had described the process and told me that renewal would be straightforward given Richard and Catherine's documented behavior, so I started renewing. Their silence and isolation may indicate that they've given up or are planning something fresh. My fireproof safe had restraining order documents, bogus DNA test results, every fraudulent CPS report, and custody hearing transcripts. I couldn't risk Emma's safety assuming their motives. Richard calling me an incubator and Catherine's relentless campaign to depict me as an unfit mother made me question whether I was delusional. Paranoia and security are better than trust and vulnerability. Claire gently mentioned that isolation wasn't healing in one session. I needed to move on after betraying David. I loved my husband and worried that dating would mean forgetting or betraying him. Claire said me living fully was the best way to honor David and teach Emma resilience. My first dates were awkward and uncomfortable. Coffee dates with nice dating app men that didn't click. Some guys were scared by my disclosure that I was a widowed single mother with a difficult in-law history. I understood their inability to handle a 5-year-old and legal issues, but each failed date hurt. I tried, put myself out there, and proved life was more than survival. Emma invited Uncle Mark to her 5th birthday party one morning, and I agreed immediately. She planned the unicorn cake, purple balloons, and preschool classmates' visit for weeks. Respect and reasonable boundaries earned Mark my trust. I cried when Mark gave Emma an art set she desired and a framed photo of David holding Emma. Several parents praised him for playing with the kids and helping with activities. Unlike the first year after David's death, the party was fun and normal. Watching Emma blow out her candles alongside loved ones made me feel like we'd constructed something stable and decent from the devastation. 3 weeks after Emma's party, the intermediary called me to tell Catherine had asked for one Emma photo. Catherine was heartbroken and seeking her granddaughter. The intermediary stated Catherine cried and acted like a sad woman rather than the custody manipulator. She preferred one current photo to meeting Emma and talking to me. Thanking the intermediary for the message, I requested time to consider it. I hadn't planned to answer to Catherine since any contact would open a door I'd worked to seal. The request made me consider kindness versus safety. Was Catherine actually suffering or was this manipulation? The trauma she caused, did her pain matter? Could one photo hurt? At my next therapy session with Claire, she helped me process the photo request by reviewing Richard and Catherine's first response to David's death and how they treated Emma like property rather than a kid. Instead of affection, they supported their bereaved daughter-in-law with attorneys, fake reports, and manipulation. Claire argued their need didn't erase their tragedy, or prove they'd change their image of Emma as theirs. One snapshot may appear innocent, but it would show them I was eager to participate, my boundaries were malleable, and perseverance might wear me down. Catherine had insulted me in front of her family, Richard had threatened to take my kid away, and they'd tried to tarnish my community character. Claire suggested the kindest thing I could do for everyone was keep Emma safe and me sane with rules. I felt bad for Catherine's pain, but I must protect her from danger. I started arranging Emma's fall kindergarten transfer 9 months after the custody fight. I submitted comprehensive documentation of Richard's Catherine restraining order at enrolling. The school secretary added their names and images to the banned individuals list, labeled Emma's file with security alerts, and ensured they were forbidden from Emma's contact and information. The principal said they took these occurrences seriously and had protocols. Emma could only be picked up by myself or other adults, and anyone stealing her information would be reported to police. Security became part of our routine rather than a crisis response. After surviving, I completed Alice and Mark's emergency contact paperwork, updated medical information, signed field trip permission papers, and other parent activities that felt amazing. James and I sat next to each other during a tedious conference talk and joked. James took my number after months of survival mode, and we texted, had coffee, and went on dates. He was understanding of my challenging circumstances and interested in getting to know me and Emma. He respected my modest pace because I wasn't ready to rush. After months of survival, his presence seemed possible. He addressed insightful questions about David and never challenged my history or competed with my husband's memories. When I vaguely described the in-law issue, he listened without judgment and didn't press for more. He made me laugh, sent nice good morning texts, and appeared content to let our relationship grow at my pace. Mark called one night, excited and worried, asking if we might meet for coffee the day following the DNA test bombshell. I learned he was engaged to his fiancée at the coffee shop where we first talked after the blast. So I congratulated him because I met her at Emma's party and she was. Mark then requested Emma to be their flower girl, which would be out of state for Richard and Catherine. I declined, but Mark soon emphasized that his parents would not be attending and that he had elaborate security measures. They were prohibited from the venue due to security guards and staff images of Richard and Catherine. His wife realized that Emma's safety came before family conflict and supported this decision. Mark said he'd gained trust via respect and appropriate boundaries and hoped Emma could be part of his special day. After 10 months following the phony DNA test, I felt honest in the mirror. I agreed to security and emergency measures, and Mark wrote everything down. He cried as he thanked me, stating having his niece celebrate with him meant everything. Richard and Catherine coerced my hand by treating my sadness like weakness, and my daughter like property they might claim through papers and deceit. I protected her the only way they left, and seeing her grow made the moral weight bearable, even if it never went away. I still woke up thinking about what I did, but then I saw Emma sleeping blissfully in her room and remembered why I crossed that line. She was mine to defend, and I'd do it again. Her backpack bounced when Emma started kindergarten in late September. When her teacher called me 4 weeks into the school year to schedule a conference, I worried something was wrong, but she grinned and said Emma was doing great. Emma made friends easily, participated in class debates, and read above grade level, according to her teacher. She occasionally mentioned her father in sharing time, saying he died in a vehicle accident, but she still loved him. Emma's processing of David's death was healthy and age-appropriate, said the teacher. Her non-traumatization and lack of behavioral issues lifted a weight I hadn't realized I'd been carrying for months. I worried the custody battle and losing David would destroy her foundation, but she looked great. Emma knew James was my friend, but this was their first meeting. Emma helped me set the table with triangle-shaped paper napkins after I made spaghetti. Emma graciously took James' flowers and coloring book. James helped her blend crayon colors, and they sang crazy songs about their animals as I did dishes. He never impersonated her father or David. He treated her like a valuable person with true compassion and respect. Jackson called me on a Wednesday morning 11 months after the custody struggle in response to Richard's formal letter through a new lawyer requesting mediation to repair the family split. I felt better seeing them chuckle at a purple elephant drawing. Jackson read the letter over the phone, and I could hear his disbelief. He suspected deception to get Emma or me to admit something about the DNA test. They may hope I collapse at mediation and admit the test was false. Or they may be recording a reconciliation attempt to file for grandparent visitation later. Jackson urged me to decline legally without physical contact, which I did immediately. I only spoke to Richard and Catherine through the restraining order. Richard's lawyer wrote me an angry letter 3 days later, calling me nasty and accusing me of parental alienation. Jackson saved it in case we needed harassing proof. Mark married on a Saturday in October at a winery 3 hours away. Emma looked somber as she carried a basket of rose petals down the aisle in a white dress with pink flowers. Like a pro, she dropped petals every few steps as a flower girl. Mark promised Richard and Catherine an invitation, but venue security officers had images of them and asked them to notify police if they showed up. Nicole, Mark's bride, crouched down to Emma, admired her attire, and asked if she was excited to be flower girl when we arrived for photos before the ceremony. Nicole met me twice before the wedding and knew Richard and Catherine. It was apparent she welcomed Emma and supported Mark's decision to exclude his parents. Emma danced at the reception, ate too much cake, and fell asleep driving home. Just over a year after David's death, Emma and I visited his grave on a November Sunday afternoon. Emma delicately placed the flowers on his headstone while I stood behind her with my hand on her shoulder and told Daddy about kindergarten, her teacher, and Olivia, her new friend. She recounted Uncle Mark's wedding and her flower petal throw. She then recounted her new friend James, who taught her to draw elephants and read books with hilarious voices. When his parents tried to take Emma, I knelt next to her and told David I did my best to save her. Despite my unclean and complicated decisions, I believed he understood. James brought me to a quiet restaurant for dinner the week before Thanksgiving while Alice watched Emma. We evolved gently and cautiously over 7 months of dating. He clasped my hand across the table and confessed his love for Emma and me. He wanted to heal instead than replace, develop something fresh, and honor David and me without rushing. Emma called him James, not Daddy, and everyone understood. James always arrived and was nice and kind. When I told him I liked him but needed to take things slow, he grinned and said he'd wait. After supper, we drove to my house to find Emma sleeping on Alice's lap watching a movie. Emma was doing well in kindergarten with friends, confidence, and good methods to communicate about her dad. Alice, Mark, and James were our lovely family. The weeks after David died were sad, but I was happy in ways I never thought possible. My phony DNA test was morally confusing and unethical, yet it protected me. We were protected from Richard and Catherine, who lived 900 miles away with fantasies they'd never abandon. Emma climbed into my bed and told me about her dreams some mornings, while I made pancakes and she colored at the kitchen table. Healing and establishing a future that respected David without his parents' dysfunction were our goals. The death of David restored normal life in ways I thought were lost forever. There was still grief, but it wasn't overwhelming. Coexisting happiness and loss seemed like a win. I lost my baby and my mill made it public. But I exposed her affair of 8 years in front of everyone at the anniversary party. My ML announced my miscarriage over dinner, and I revealed her affair at her anniversary party. I was 14 weeks pregnant when I felt something warm run down my leg at work. I went to the bathroom and noticed blood soaking through my dress. I called my husband Ryan with trembling hands and said, "Something's wrong with the baby. There's so much blood. Come get me now." He said, "I'm on my way. Don't move." I could hear him grabbing his keys and running. By the time they got me into a room and hooked up to the monitors, our baby had passed away. The doctor used terms such as spontaneous and nothing you could have done. But all I heard was that the tiny heartbeat we saw on the ultrasound 4 weeks ago had stopped, and there was no medical reason for it. Matt sat on the edge of my hospital bed, holding his face in his hands and crying. And I reached for him and said, "I'm so sorry." And he looked up and said, "Don't. This isn't your fault." And he pulled me into his chest, and we stayed there until the nurse arrived to inform us of the next steps. We agreed not to tell anyone until we were ready. "I can't handle your mother right now," I told her. Ryan nodded and said, "I know. We'll tell people when you're ready. No one needs to know yet." I trusted him because I had no reason not to. And I forgot that keeping secrets from his mother, Lena, was impossible because she had the key to our house and could use it whenever she wanted. 4 days later, I was sitting on the kitchen floor, crying into a onesie I had purchased the week before, when I heard the front door open and saw Lena standing over me, grocery bags in her hands, and her lips pressed into a thin line of disapproval. "Well," she said,
looking around at the tissues scattered on the floor, and the empty ice cream container on the counter. This is quite a scene. I wiped my face and said, Lena, I wasn't expecting you. And she stepped over me to set her bags on the counter and said, clearly, you know, when Ryan told me you weren't feeling well, I assumed it was something minor. A cold, maybe, not a complete breakdown in the middle of the day. She turned to look at the onesie in my hands, her eyes narrowing. Is that baby clothes? Why are you sitting on the floor crying over baby clothes, Rachel? I didn't want to tell her anything, but she kept staring at me with that look she gives servers when her food comes out wrong. And the words came out anyway, because I was exhausted and empty, and all I wanted was for her to leave. I lost the baby, I said, my voice cracking with the final word. 4 days ago, we weren't going to tell anyone yet. If you didn't know her well enough, Lena's face changed into something that almost looked like sympathy. She lowered herself to the floor beside me and grabbed my hands and said, oh, honey. That explains everything. I knew something was off with you lately, but I thought you were just being moody again. I said, I'm not being moody. I lost my baby. And she squeezed my hands and said, I know. And I'm sure you're blaming yourself even though the doctor probably told you these things just happen sometimes, especially with first pregnancies, especially when the moth. She tilted her head as she looked at me. You have been under a lot of stress, haven't you? Working all those hours, not taking care of yourself properly. I told Ryan months ago that you needed to slow down, but you never listened to me. I pulled my hands away and said, the doctor said it wasn't anything I did. And Lena nodded slowly and said, of course he did. They always say that, but we both know you could have taken better care of yourself, eaten better, rested more. You're not exactly known for pudding, but what's done is done. No point dwelling on it now. I said, please don't tell anyone. I need time before the whole family knows. And she put her hand over her heart and said, sweetheart, I would never betray your trust like that. I swear on my marriage, this stays between us until you're ready. Though, I believe the family deserves to know eventually. They've been asking about grandchildren for years, and it's not fair to keep them in the dark simply because you're embarrassed. That Friday, she called and said she was planning a small dinner for us, because we needed to be surrounded by people we loved. She said it was just her immediate family. You really need to get out of that house. Sitting around crying isn't going to bring the baby back. I said, I don't think I'm ready for company. And she sighed heavily and said, Rachel, this isn't about what you want. Ryan is struggling, and he needs his family around him right now. Or is this going to be like every other time when your needs come before his? So, I put on a dress and let Ryan drive me to his parents' house, where 35 people were waiting in the din. I grabbed his arm and whispered, you said immediate family. He said, I guess mom invited more people. Just get through it. Lena floated through the crowd in a cream dress. When she saw me, she rushed over and grabbed my face, saying loudly, oh, you poor thing. You look exhausted. Have you been sleeping at all? You have bags under your eyes. Everyone turned to look at me. Halfway through dinner, Lena stood up and tapped her wine glass, and the room fell silent. I need your prayers, she said, tears streaming down her cheeks. My son just lost his first baby, and I'm trying to be strong for him, but my heart is absolutely shattered. 35 people were staring at me. Lena sat back down, grabbed my hand, leaned in close, and whispered, you should really smile. People are going to think you don't appreciate them being here for you. I knew right then that tomorrow morning, I was going to sit back down and force him to choose between me and his mother. Lena assumed I would remain silent because that is what I had always done. But she had just made the biggest mistake of her life. She wanted to play a grieving grandmother in front of 35 people. So I was going to make her explain why she had broken her promise in front of her son. For the first time in 6 years, I was not afraid of what would happen if I stopped being polite. I'll tell you exactly how the conversation went. For the first 10 minutes of the ride home, the car was silent. I stared out the window, waiting for Ryan to say something, to apologize, to admit that his mother had just done something terrible. Finally, he cleared his throat and said, I know tonight wasn't what you expected. I laughed so hard because that was the biggest understatement I'd ever heard. Wasn't what I expected. Ryan, your mother announced our miscarriage to 35 people after she promised she wouldn't tell anyone. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel and said, she was trying to help. She thought you needed support. I turned to face him and said, she thought I needed support or she thought she needed an audience. He didn't respond. We pulled into our driveway, and he turned off the car and sat there, staring at the garage door. "I need you to apologize to her," he explained quietly. I was sure I'd misheard him. "Excuse me?" He turned to face me, wearing that soft expression he used when he wanted me to do something I didn't want to do. "You barely spoke to anyone all night. You didn't thank her for the dinner. You just sat there looking miserable, and now she's upset because she thinks you're mad at her." I opened and closed my mouth because I couldn't find words for what I was hearing. "I am mad at her," I finally said. "She told everyone about the baby after she promised she wouldn't. I have a right to be mad, Ryan." He sighed and rubbed his eyes. "She made a mistake. She got emotional, but giving her the silent treatment all night was cruel, and you need to apologize by tomorrow morning." I got out of the car and walked inside without saying anything. He followed me into the bedroom, saying, "Rachel, I'm serious. She called me crying on the way home. She thinks you hate her." I put on my pajamas and said, "Good. Maybe she should think about why." He looked at me as if I was speaking a foreign language. "You're being unreasonable. All she did was ask for prayers. That's what family does." I climbed into bed, turned off my lamp, and said, "If you can't see what she did wrong, then I don't know how to explain it to you." He stood there in the dark for a long moment before walking out, and I heard the guest room door close behind him. The next morning, I awoke to 20 text messages. Ryan's aunt called to see if I was all right after Lena expressed concern about my mental health. His cousin asked if I needed anything because she heard I wasn't dealing with the loss well. His other cousin said, Lena mentioned I'd been acting erratic and asked if I wanted to talk to someone professionally. I pulled away from him. "You want me to see a therapist your mother recommended so she can control that narrative as well?" He threw his hands up. "Mom knows a really good one from church, and honestly, I'm starting to agree with her. You're acting like everyone is out to get you. That's not normal, Rachel. That's not healthy." That night, he moved into the guest room. He said he needed space to think because I was refusing to apologize and refused to get help, and he didn't know what else to do. I lay in our bed alone, staring at the ceiling and thinking about how Lena had managed to isolate me completely in less than 4 days. My husband thought I was insane. The next morning, I saw that Lena had posted a photo of herself hugging me at the table with her eyes closed and her face pressed against my hair on Facebook. Her family and co-workers thought I was insane. She had used my worst moment to destroy every relationship I had, all while crying and asking for prayers. The caption read, "Please pray for my sweet daughter-in-law during this difficult time. She's struggling, but our family will get her through it." 250 likes, 50 comments about what an amazing mother-in-law she was, and a dozen people tagging mental health resources for me to read. I screenshotted everything and sent it to my best friend Danielle with the message, "Am I crazy, or is this insane?" She immediately called me. I told Danielle about everything: the dinner, the texts, the prayer group, Ryan's move to the guest room, and she was silent for a long time before saying, "You need to leave there. This woman is attempting to destroy you, and your husband is assisting her." I said, "I can't just leave. Where might I go?" She said, "You can stay with me, but Rachel, I am serious. What she is doing is not normal. This was calculated. She's preparing you for something, and you must figure out what it is before she finishes building her case." I thanked her, hung up, and sat in my kitchen, wondering how my life had fallen apart so completely in 4 days. I'd lost my baby, my husband, and my reputation, and Lena was out there collecting sympathy and prayers while I sat alone in a house that no longer felt like mine. I agreed to help set up Lena's anniversary party, but I wasn't going to fold napkins. She thought sending me into her house alone was safe because she'd already convinced everyone I was the crazy one, but women like Lena always have secrets, and I was going to search every room until I found something that proved who she really was. When she handed me those keys, she had no idea what she was giving me. 4 days after the dinner, Lena called and said she needed help setting up for her 30th anniversary party. "Kenneth is out of town until Thursday, and I can't possibly do everything myself," she said in that sweet voice that made me want to throw my phone across the room. "Will you come and help? It would mean so much to me." I said yes because Ryan was standing right there, and I knew that refusing would give her more ammunition. She'd tell everyone I was too unstable to help with a simple party, adding it to her list of evidence that something was wrong with me. So, Saturday morning, I drove to her house and spent 4 hours carrying boxes and ironing tablecloths while she supervised from the couch and pointed out everything I was doing wrong. "The napkins need to be folded into swans, not rectangles," she said without looking up from her phone. And those centerpieces need to be on the west side of the room. The light is better there for photos. I nodded, adjusted, rearranged, and fantasized about walking out the door and never returning. Around noon, she sent me upstairs to get some extra chairs from her bedroom closet. "They're in the back," she called after me. "Behind the boxes. Make sure you don't mess up anything while you're looking." I climbed the stairs and went into the master bedroom, opening the closet door. It was massive, a walk-in the size of my living room, with shelves, drawers, and racks of clothes organized by color. I pushed past the dresses and moved some boxes, and the chairs were folded up against the back wall. As I was pulling them out, I knocked over a shoebox on the top shelf, and it fell open, spilling receipts everywhere. I knelt down to gather them, and that's when I realized what they were for. Jewelry. Expensive jewelry. A diamond bracelet from 3 years ago, pearl earrings from last Christmas, and a necklace that cost more than the car. I'd never seen Lena wear any of these things, and I was putting the receipts back when I heard her phone buzz from the nightstand in the bedroom, which she must have left upstairs when she went to answer the door earlier. I should have ignored it, grabbed the chairs, and gone back downstairs, pretending I never saw anything. But something made me walk over and look at the screen. The notification was from someone named John with a heart emoji, and the preview showed the first line of the text. "Last night was perfect. I can't stop thinking about you." My entire body went cold. John. I recognized the name. He was a deacon at Lena's church and had been attending family dinners for years. He always sat next to her, refilled her wine glass before anyone else's, and laughed a little too hard at her jokes. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe it was a different John. Maybe the text was innocent and I was reading into it because I wanted to find something wrong with her. But my hands were already moving. I picked up her phone, typed in the passcode. I'd seen her enter 100 times at family dinners, and it opened immediately. I went to her messages, found John's thread, and began scrolling. "I miss you already. You're the only person who understands me. Kenneth does not touch me in the same way that you do. I wish I'd married you instead." 8 years of messages. 8 years of "I love you. I need you. You're my soulmate," and explicit descriptions of things that made my stomach turn. I kept scrolling with shaking hands and found photos of Lena in lingerie, which I'd never seen before, and John shirtless in what appeared to be a hotel room. I backed out of the messages, checked her photos, and discovered a hidden album with hundreds more, including photos from their anniversary trip to Napa, a family reunion in Lake Tahoe, and Christmas Eve 3 years ago, when she said she was tired and went to bed early. John had been buying her gifts that she couldn't wear around her husband. I went back to the closet and looked at the jewelry receipts, which were all purchased within a week of one of their anniversary trips. I found hotel rooms, restaurant receipts, and screenshots of reservations for places she'd told Kenneth she was going to with her girlfriends. I felt a shift inside me as I stood in that closet, surrounded by evidence of 8 years of lies. This woman had destroyed my reputation, turned my husband against me, announced my dead baby to 35 people, and then told everyone I was crazy when I got upset about it. And while she was preaching about faithfulness and family values while sleeping with the church deacon, I pulled out my phone and started screenshotting everything: the texts, the photos, the receipts. I worked quickly and methodically, saving every piece of evidence I could find in my own phone. Then I put her phone back exactly where I found it, grabbed the chairs, and walked downstairs, saying, "Found them. Where should I set them up?" Lena smiled at me from the couch and said, "By the windows. Thank you so much for your assistance. I know things have been difficult between us recently, but I truly appreciate you." I smiled back and said, "Of course. That's what family is for." She had no idea that I had just found everything I needed to destroy her. I spent the rest of the afternoon setting up chairs, hanging decorations, and watching Lena bark orders at the caterers while I pondered what I was going to do with the information I'd discovered. A part of me wanted to tell Kenneth right away. He deserved to know what his wife had been doing for the past 8 years. But another part of me knew that wasn't enough. Lena had publicly humiliated me, standing up in front of 35 people and announcing my miscarriage. Then spending 3 weeks convincing everyone that I was unstable. She didn't deserve a quiet conversation. She deserved to feel exactly what I had felt. Exposed, humiliated, and destroyed in front of everyone she wanted to impress. There would be a projector for the slideshow and a microphone for the toasts, and every person Lena had ever tried to impress would be in that room, watching her accept congratulations for a marriage she'd been destroying since before I even met Matt. The anniversary party was in 6 days, and 250 people were expected to attend to celebrate 35 years of faithful marriage. I drove home with my phone full of screenshots and a plan in my head. I had 8 years of proof saved to my phone, and I was finally going to show Ryan who his perfect mother truly was. Lena had no idea I found her burner while she was downstairs bragging about her faithful marriage. I waited for Matt to get home from work and sat him down at the kitchen table, saying, "I need to show you something, and I need you to actually look at it before you say anything." I applied my makeup slowly and carefully, thinking about what I was about to do. The USB drive was already in my purse. I'd spent the past 6 days organizing everything. Texts were organized by date, photos were organized chronologically, and a timeline was created to show exactly when each affair milestone occurred, and what lie Lena told Kenneth to cover it. I drove to the venue by myself. It was a ballroom at the nicest hotel in town, with crystal chandeliers and white tablecloths, and 250 guests, dressed in their Sunday best, ready to celebrate 35 years of what they thought was a faithful marriage. Lena noticed me the moment I walked in and dashed over with her arms outstretched. "Rachel, you came." She drew me into a hug and whispered in my ear, "Smile, or everyone will think you're having another episode." I smiled and said, "I wouldn't miss this for the world, Lena. Tonight is going to be unforgettable." She pulled back and looked at me with something suspicious in her eyes. But then someone called her name, and she floated away to accept more compliments on her dress, decorations, and lovely wedding. I took a seat at a table near the back and watched the room fill with people who had no idea what they were actually celebrating. Kenneth stood near the bar, looking uncomfortable in his suit. He had never liked big parties. He once told me that Lena planned these events for herself, and he simply showed up where she told him to. Ryan approached my table and sat down without looking at me. "I wasn't sure you'd come," he admitted quietly. I replied, "I wasn't sure either. But I decided I didn't want to miss your mother's big night." He looked at me with something hopeful in his eyes. "Does that mean you're ready to apologize in order to move past all of this?" I took a long sip of my champagne glass and said, "I think tonight is going to change a lot of things, Ryan. Let's just see how it goes." At 7, the program began. Lena had planned every minute. First, a slideshow of photos from their 35-year relationship. Following that, family and friends make toasts. Then Lena delivered a speech about the secret to a long-lasting marriage. Then dinner and dancing, and most likely more crying, praying, and thanking God for blessing her with such a wonderful husband. I looked through the slideshow and saw 35 years of smiling photos. Lena and Kenneth. On their wedding day. Lena is holding baby Ryan. Family vacations, holidays, and anniversaries. A whole life captured in images that told the story Lena wanted everyone to believe. The toast began. Ryan's aunt discussed how Lena was the glue that held the family together. A church friend praised her commitment to her marriage and faith. The pastor described her as a shining example of Christian womanhood, to which all young women should aspire. Then John stood up. I watched him approach the microphone, a glass of champagne in his hand and a smile on his face. He was tall and handsome, with gray at his temples and the assurance that came from years of people trusting him. "I've known Lena and Kenneth for almost 20 years. He told me. "And I can honestly say I've never met a more devoted couple. Their marriage is an inspiration. The way they support each other, the way they put their family first, the way they've built a life based on faith and love and commitment." He raised his toast to another 30 years of doing nothing but the best. Everyone drank, and I watched Lena dab her eyes with a napkin as John took his seat next to his wife, the same wife who had no idea her husband had been sleeping with Lena for 8 of the previous 20 years. Lena stood up and approached the microphone, and I knew she was going to give a speech about the secret to a long-lasting marriage, about trust and communication and never going to bed angry. I reached into my purse, felt for the USB drive, and waited. 35 years, Lena said. Her voice trembled from practiced emotion. "I married my best friend 35 years ago, and every single day since then, I've woken up grateful to be able to spend my life with him." She looked at Kenneth through tears. "We've faced challenges." I stood up, my chair scraped against the floor, and a few people turned to look at me. "Every marriage does, but we've never stopped choosing each other. We've never stopped putting our family first. And we've never broken our vows to God and our families." Lena paused in mid-sentence, and her smile flickered as she noticed me walking toward the stage. "Rachel," she called into the microphone, "what are you doing?" I climbed the 3 steps to the platform and approached her, saying, "I wanted to add something to your speech, if that's okay." Lena's face changed several times in quick succession. Confusion, suspicion, followed by a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Of course, Sweetheart, what did you want to say? She stepped away from the microphone, and I took a step forward, looking out at 250 faces staring at me. Kenneth was seated at the head table. Ryan was frozen in his seat. John had already begun to stand, as if he knew something was wrong. I took the USB drive out of my purse and held it up for everyone to see. The slideshow was loaded, and all I needed was the right moment to end Lena's entire life. She had no idea the USB was already queued up behind her anniversary photos. With one signal to the tech booth, every text and photo would appear on the screen for 250 witnesses. I had complete control for the first time in our marriage. The moment has finally arrived. Before I could approach the projector, Lena's hand closed around my wrist. Her grip was tight, her nails dug into my skin, and her smile never changed. Rachel, honey. Let's go get some air. She spoke through her teeth. You look like you're not feeling well. I drew my arm away and said, I feel fine. Actually, better than I've felt in weeks. She leaned in and whispered. If you do anything stupid right now, I will destroy you. I'll tell everyone you're having a breakdown, I'll have you committed, and I'll make sure Chris never speaks to you again. I whispered back, you've already done all of that. What else do you have? Her smile cracked for a brief moment. She then collected herself and spoke loud enough for the nearby tables to hear. Of course, you can say a few words. We're all family here. She stepped back and gestured toward the microphone, and I could see in her eyes that she was calculating, trying to figure out what I could possibly do that she couldn't deny, what evidence I could have that she couldn't explain away. But before I could approach the tech booth, Lena grabbed my elbow and steered me down the hallway with an iron grip disguised as a loving gesture. We need to talk first, she hissed silently. She pushed me into a coat closet before closing the door behind us. And in the darkness, I finally saw her true face. No smile, no warmth, only cold calculation. I know you found something, she replied. Chris told me you looked through my phone. You've spent 3 weeks acting like a crazy person who can't handle losing a baby, and whatever you think you've got won't work. I've spent 35 years building relationships in this community and being the woman everyone trusts. I didn't lose a baby, I replied quietly. My baby died. There's a difference. Lena waved her hand dismissively. Same thing. The point is, no one is going to believe you over me. You could have video evidence, but they'd still think you faked it because I've already told them how unstable you've been, how paranoid, and obsessed with destroying me. She stepped closer, and I could smell her perfume mixed with champagne. So, here's what's going to happen. You're going to go back out there and smile and clap during my speech and act like a supportive daughter-in-law. And then you're going to go home and pack your things and file for divorce and disappear from my son's life forever. If you do that quietly, I won't tell anyone what really happened with your miscarriage. My veins began to bleed. What do you mean, what really happened? She smiled with the cruelest expression I'd ever seen on a human face. I mean that stress causes miscarriage. Everyone knows that. And you were so stressed, weren't you? Working all those hours, fighting with Ryan about having children when he wasn't ready. Pushing and pushing until your body gave out. We can find 44 point. She tilted her head. That's the story I'll tell if you make me. That you wanted a baby so badly you ignored the warning signs, that you kept working instead of resting. That you caused your own loss, because you were too selfish to slow down. I stared at her in the darkness of that coat closet and realized I was looking at someone who had no boundaries. Someone who will say anything and destroy anyone to protect themselves. Someone had already decided I was expendable the moment I became inconvenient. You know what the worst part is? I asked quietly. I actually thought you might love Ryan. I thought everything you did was a misguided maternal instinct. But you don't love anyone, Kenneth or Ryan. Not even John. You simply enjoy being worshipped. Something flickered in her eyes. Surprise. Perhaps. Or recognition. You have no idea what you're talking about, she said, her voice losing some of its confidence. I found the jewelry, I said. The diamond bracelet. The pearls. The necklace. And all of John's gifts that you are not allowed to wear around him. You keep them hidden in your closet like trophies, as proof that someone wants you. Her face paled in the dim lighting. That's what this has always been about, isn't it? Not love, not family, just making sure everyone sees you as perfect, desirable, and the center of everything. Lena's hand reached out to grab my throat, not hard enough to choke me, but enough to convey her point. You don't know anything about my life, she said angrily. You don't know what it's like to give everything to a family that takes you for granted, to smile, perform, and sacrifice for 35 years and still feel invisible. I drew her hand away and said, "You're correct. I'm not sure what that's like because I would never do what you did to feel seen." I pushed past her, opened the closet door, and returned to the ballroom. She followed closely behind me, wearing that smile like armor. "Rachel, wait," she said sweetly. "You forgot your purse." I ignored her and proceeded directly to the tech booth. I handed the USB to the projector operator. "Add this to the slideshow," I said. "Play it when I give you the signal." He looked puzzled, but plugged it in, and I returned to the microphone. Lena was standing near the stage, staring at me with narrowed eyes. She still had no idea what I had. She was still confident she could spin whatever came next. She had no idea that everything she had created was about to crumble. "I want to thank everyone for being here tonight," I told them. Despite my pounding heart, my voice remained steady. "Lena has been talking about this party for months. 35 years of marriage, 35 years of faithfulness, 35 years of putting her family first." I paused to look at Lena. She was looking at me with that frozen smile on her face. "But before we continue celebrating, I think everyone deserves to know the truth about what those 35 years really looked like." I gave a wink at the tech table. The screen behind me flickered, switching from the wedding photo slideshow to something else entirely. The first image represented a text message. "Last night was perfect. I can't stop thinking about you." The second was a photo of Lena and John in a hotel room with a 5-year-old timestamp. The third text read, "I wish I'd married you instead of Kenneth." The room fell silent. I observed 250 faces processing what they were seeing. I saw John's wife stand up, hand over her mouth. I watched Kenneth's face lose all color as he read the messages scrolling across the screen. I watched Lena's smile fade completely. "These messages span 8 years," I said into the microphone. 8 years of lying, 8 years of cheating, and 8 years of Lena preaching about faithful marriage while sleeping with a church deacon. This is all a lie. She made it up. She's been trying to destroy me since the day she met my son. Ask Chris. Ask him what she's really like." She pointed at Chris, who remained frozen at his table. Tell them. Tell them she's crazy. Tell them she's been having a breakdown." Chris stood up slowly, and every eye in the room turned to him. He looked at his mother. He looked at the screen, which showed a photo of her and John in bed together. He looked at me as I stood at the microphone, holding the USB drive in my hand. "Is it true?" he questioned his mother. His voice was low, but everyone in the silent room could hear it. "Have you been cheating on Dad for 8 years? Lena's eyes welled up with tears. "Chris, baby, you have to understand. Your father hasn't touched me in years. John and I have a connection. It's not what it looks like. I still love your father. I just needed someone who appreciated me." "And is it true?" Chris went on. "Yes or no?" Lena sobbed. "Yes. But it's not my fault. You don't understand what my marriage has been like. Your father is cold and distant, and John actually sees me." Chris turned and walked out of the room before she could finish. Lena screamed his name and began running after him. However, her heel caught on the stage's edge, causing her to stumble. She grabbed the anniversary cake display to steady herself, but it wasn't sturdy enough to support her weight. The whole thing tipped forward, and she landed face first in 3 layers of white frosting and fondant. For a moment, no one moved. Lena lay in the wreckage of her own anniversary cake, sobbing and covered in frosting, as 250 guests watched in stunned silence. Then, someone in the back began laughing. It spread like wildfire throughout the room, leaving half of the guests laughing and the other half filming with their phones. Lena pushed herself up to her knees. Frosting was dripping from her hair, and her designer dress was ruined, with mascara running down her cheeks like black rivers. She looked around the room at everyone who had spent years telling her how perfect she was and saw nothing but disgust, pity, and barely suppressed laughter. "Stop filming!" she exclaimed. "Stop it right now. This is a private family matter. You have no right. You lost the right to privacy when you made my miscarriage public." That's what I said. "Now everyone can see who you truly are." I stepped down from the stage and headed for the exit. John's wife grabbed my arm as I passed, saying, "Thank you. I've suspected for years, but I've never seen proof." I nodded and continued walking. Lena was screaming my name now. "Rachel, Rachel, get back here. You cannot just leave. You've ruined everything. You destroyed my family. Rachel. I was almost to the door when Chris stepped in front of me. His face was pale, his eyes were red, and he appeared to have just been told that everything he thought he knew was false. How could you do this? He inquired. How could you humiliate her like that in front of everyone? I asked, feeling something cold settle in my chest. She announced my miscarriage to 35 people after promising to keep it a secret, telling everyone I was insane, and threatening to tell them I caused my own miscarriage. And you chose her. Every time you chose her. He shook his head. She's my mother. And I'm your wife. I was your wife, and you never once chose me. I reached into my purse and pulled out the burner phone I'd taken from Lena's closet the day I discovered the messages. I pressed it into his hand. This has everything. Every message, every photo, every lie she told your father for 8 years. I was going to show you privately. I was going to give you the chance to handle it as a family, but you told me I faked the screenshots. You told me I was crazy. You moved out and stayed with her and let her threaten me. I stepped around him toward the door. So I handled it the only way she left me. Lena was still calling out my name behind me. I could hear her sobbing, choking on frosting, and begging for help. I did not look back. I walked out of the ballroom, into the cool night air, and continued walking until I reached my car. My hands shook as I unlocked the door and sat in the driver's seat. I sat there for a while, staring at nothing. I just ruined my mother-in-law's marriage and reputation in front of 250 people. I'd recently ended my own marriage in the most public way possible. I had just burned down every bridge I had with the family I had married into 6 years before. I didn't feel guilty. I did not feel bad. I felt liberated for the first time since that dinner when Lena told 35 people about my miscarriage. I felt as though I could finally breathe. My phone vibrated. A text from Danielle. I just saw on Facebook that something happened at the anniversary party. Are you okay? What did you do? I responded, I'll tell you everything. Can I stay at your place tonight? She asked, already setting up the guest room. Get here safe. I started the car, pulled out of the parking lot, and drove to Danielle's apartment without looking back at the hotel, where my mother-in-law was still, covered in cake and crying about how I had ruined her life. She'd ruined mine first. I've just returned the favor. My daughter blamed me for her dad leaving. So I walked out. 2 weeks later. She called me crying after learning the truth about his abandonment. My daughter claimed that I was the cause of her father's departure, so I also left her. After working 2 shifts, I was preparing coffee when my 16-year-old daughter Sophia entered the kitchen wearing a costume for a party that I had never sanctioned. I'm going to Lily's house. Her mom said I could sleep over. Her expression changed to something I hardly recognized as she said, It's a school night. You have a test tomorrow. Lily's mom trusts her. You're so controlling. No wonder Dad couldn't stand living here. I poured myself a coffee. With tears welling up in her eyes, she came closer and said, Sophia, it's true. You drove him away. Everyone knows it. I heard Lily's mom say it. You're impossible to live with. I ought to have maintained my composure. Instead, I ought to have provided an explanation. I felt hurt and tired, and I made the worst possible statement. Fine. You want me gone? I'll give you some space. I drove to my sister's place after grabbing my keys. I assured myself that I only needed one night to get my thoughts straight, and that I would return in the morning. However, Sophia didn't text, call, or do anything else. So I waited. She was unaware of what I had shielded her from. Prior to his departure, her father depleted the savings account. To keep us in our home, I had worked double shifts on those nights. The real reason he vanished, which had nothing to do with my impossibility and everything to do with his meeting a younger person in a different state. I would give her a more compassionate account. That her father simply needed room. That people can grow apart at times. I believed I was keeping her safe. Perhaps I was simply shielding myself from that discussion. Her Instagram account revealed the entire story on day 4. Party photos and remarks on her sense of freedom. An unfamiliar boy put his arm around her shoulder. On the 6th day, the text began. I answered them all in the same manner. Where's the permission slip for the field trip? Do we have laundry detergent? The school called about my test. Can you call them back? You can handle it. She broke on day 10. At $11.30. Mathram PM dollar. She called me in tears. She had attended a party that had spiraled out of control. A few older children appeared. It became ominous. She had locked herself in a restroom. Mom, please come get me. I'm sorry. Please. I forced myself to ask the question even though my gut told me to rush to my car. Quietly. I found his number online. Did you try calling your dad? He now has a young boy and a new family. Last week, he shared pictures from Disneyland. She had never disclosed to me that she had researched him. He didn't respond when I asked, "Did you call him?" He simply stated that her voice cracked when I texted him. He advised me to ask my mother whether there was a reason he gave up his rights. I had already reached for my keys. She was seated outside a house I didn't recognize on the curb. Her face was smeared with mascara. Without a word, she got into the car. We didn't talk as we drove home. She sat at the kitchen table and gazed at her hands when we entered. I didn't know he signed away his rights. I never told you. Why? Because you were 12. Because I wanted you to believe your father loved you. Even if he couldn't show it. Because I thought the truth would hurt more than the lie. Glancing up at me, she said, "You let me blame you for years. You let me think you were the problem. I thought I was protecting you. From what?" She broke down once more and said, "From knowing my dad didn't want me." I grabbed her hands across the table and said, "I already knew. Mom. I just didn't want to believe it. It was easier to be mad at you. I'm sorry I left this week. That wasn't fair. I was hurt and I handled it wrong. I'm sorry. I said you were the reason he left." She gave my fingers a squeeze. "You're not. You're the reason I'm okay. You're the reason we still have a house and I have clothes and someone shows up to my volleyball games. I'll always show up." She dried her eyes and said, "I know. I think I always knew. I just didn't want to admit that the parent who stayed was the one who actually loved me." For a long period, we sat across the table holding hands without speaking. She is now 18. When I enforce curfew, she continues to push boundaries and roll her eyes. Like any other mother and daughter, we argue about clothes, boys, and screen time, but she has never again held me responsible for her father. And she always says the same thing when she leaves the house, regardless of how irritated she is with me. 3 words, "Love you, Mom." All I ever needed was that. Not perfection, not an apology, just the assurance that she knows exactly who will be there for her when she returns. Her father sacrificed her life. However, she now recognizes the difference after I provided her a home. I heard noises coming from the kitchen when I woke up the morning after our conversation. Sophia was preparing scrambled eggs at the stove when I stepped in. She had my favorite coffee mug on the counter and toast in the toaster. When I walked in, she continued to stir the eggs in the pan without giving me a look. When they were finished, she slid it across the table to me and placed it on a plate with 2 pieces of toast. She told me everything I needed to know with a tiny smile that fell short of her eyes. We were going to be all right. Over the course of the following several days, our relationship began to feel different. She had never asked me any questions before. Sincere inquiries concerning matters I had concealed from her for years. She inquired about the savings account her father had drained one evening while I was paying the bills at the kitchen table. I put down my writing and turned to face her. The truth was what she deserved. Before he went, I informed her about the math BBS, $17,000 he had taken. How I had been putting cash aside for our emergency fund and her college fund. How I had to start over from scratch after he wiped it out 4 days before he vanished. I informed her of the additional shifts I had taken on. I offered to work extra hours and miss meals so she could get new volleyball shoes. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she listened. She didn't ask questions or interrupt. She merely listened as I described how I had restored what he had wrecked. She inquired about the divorce a few days later. The true tale, not the simplified version I'd been telling her for years. I sat down with her and told her about her father's online meeting. How, when I was working double shifts, he talked to this other woman for months. How, without telling me, he planned his entire departure and made promises to her. He simply departed when Sophia was 12. While at school, she packed a bag and took a car to a different state. No conversation, no warning, just gone. When I told Sophia, she started crying. She claimed that she had always questioned why he never paid her a visit or called, and why he consistently failed to remember her birthday. It wasn't something she did wrong, she realized now. It was because he decided to leave. She thanked me for allowing her to visit and introduced herself as Ella Pritchard. I liked her right away. She looked at him. Her posture was correct. She appeared at ease yet respectful. Instead of gossiping about other children, I heard the girls discussing their arithmetic assignment as they went to Sophia's room to finish their homework. An hour later, Ella's mother arrived at the door to collect her after a car drew up outside. We spoke in the doorway for a few minutes after she identified herself as David Pritchard. She exuded warmth and a sense of stability. Ella had been chatting about Sophia all week, she said, and she was happy that the two children were now friends. Before she went, we swapped phone numbers. Sophia entered the kitchen as I was preparing dinner after they had left. She wanted to know my opinion about Ella. She seemed like a really kind person. I told her. Sophia grinned and remarked that Ella was unique among her friends, that she genuinely cared about her studies and had objectives, and that she inspired Sophia to improve. I congratulated Sophia on making healthier friendships. She gave me a brief hug before returning to her room. It was 4 months later. On a Thursday afternoon, I received a call at work from the school counselor. Concerned that anything was awry, I went outside to answer the phone. Rather, she informed me that she was phoning to offer her congratulations to both of us. In every subject, Sophia's grades had considerably increased. Her grades have improved from primarily C's and D's to A's and B's. She was turning in all of her assignments on time and participating more in class, according to her professors. This type of turnaround was unusual, according to the counselor, who wished to recognize Sophia's and my hard effort. Then she told me another thing. As a freshman, Sophia had made the varsity volleyball squad. At their school, that seldom ever occurred. Sophia was promoted from junior varsity because the coach was so satisfied with her growth and commitment. I hung up after thanking the counselor. I spent a few minutes sitting in my car before returning inside to complete my shift. Sophia was in the kitchen preparing a snack for herself when I arrived home that evening. The counselor had called, I informed her. With the peanut butter jar in her hand, she froze. After observing her face go through around 5 distinct emotions, I grinned and told her how pleased I was of her. She put the jar down and gave me a tight hug. Because she didn't want to let me down if she couldn't keep up, she stated she had been afraid to tell me about varsity. I assured her that I fully believed in her ability to keep up. I did something I hadn't done in more than a year the following weekend. I was off from work for 2 days. Just a typical weekend spent at home with my daughter, no additional hours or double shifts. We slept until 9:30 on Saturday morning. After that, we dressed and headed to the shopping center. Since everything in the stores we typically passed were too pricey, we tried on outfits there. We just purchased a few items that were on sale, but it was nice to peruse without having to keep an eye on the time. During our lunch at the food court, Sophia informed me about her classes, friends, and the persistent approach from a male in her English class. We visited Target after lunch to get snacks and a new lamp for Sophia's room because her previous one had broken. Around 4:30, we arrived home and changed into cozy attire. We cooked popcorn and Sophia selected 3 films from our streaming queue. We watched movies on the couch that evening, laughing at the clumsy speech. We didn't discuss anything serious. We didn't have in-depth discussions or work through our emotions. We simply coexisted in our living room, going about our daily lives in harmony. Sophia dozed off with her head resting on my shoulder at around midnight. I didn't want to move and wake her, so I sat there for a little longer. I have been striving to do this. My daughter felt secure enough to lie beside me on Saturday evenings, but there were no extravagant gestures or dramatic reconciliations. While I was filing bills at the kitchen table on Monday night, Sophia approached me. After a minute of standing in the doorway, she asked if she could speak with me about anything. I ordered her to sit down and shut down my laptop. She picked at her fingernails while sitting across from me. She then inquired as to whether we could all afford family therapy. According to her school counselor, it could help us develop even greater communication. She stated that although she was aware of the financial constraints and the high cost of therapy, she believed it would be worthwhile. I looked at her a moment. Even though things were already so much better, my 6-year-old daughter was taking the effort to strengthen our connection and asking for treatment. I told her that I thought it was a terrific concept and that we could make it work. She appeared relieved. For the next 3 days, I called various clinics and therapists. I eventually located a sliding scale clinic across town that charged according to income, but the majority of them were much above our means. I scheduled a meeting for the next week. Sophia thanked me 3 times after I told her. She appeared anxious but enthusiastic. I was anxious as well. However, I had the courage to follow through if my daughter had the courage to seek for assistance. On a Tuesday night, we had our first therapy session. The clinic was housed in an ancient structure with fluorescent lights and a torn carpet. We were greeted by the therapist in the waiting area. She had glasses, a warm grin, and was younger than I had anticipated, possibly in her early 30s. We followed her back to her office, where she took a chair across from us, and we sat on a couch. The meeting got off to a clumsy start. We were at a loss for words. We were asked by the therapist why we were there and what we wanted to gain from the session. I let Sophia respond first. She expressed her desire for improved communication, her fear that we might make the same mistakes again after fighting so hard to change things, and her want to avoid reverting to old habits. I then discussed my desire to help Sophia learn how to listen better, to ensure that she always felt heard, and to provide her with the means to communicate her emotions without fear. After listening to us both, the therapist began teaching us some fundamental communication skills. She encouraged us to try expressing our emotions without placing blame by starting sentences with our sentiments, rather than making allegations about the actions of the other person. At first, it felt strange and robotic, but by the conclusion of the lesson, we were both improving. The therapist recommended monthly sessions to sustain our development before we departed. Both of us concurred. Sophia remarked that it wasn't as horrible as she had anticipated as she made her way to the car. I concurred. Having an impartial person guide us through our relationship felt really fantastic. 4 weeks later, we had our second therapy appointment. The therapist began by inquiring about the state of affairs at home. We both agreed that things were going well. I took a big breath and stated something I had never said out before when she asked if there was anything in particular we wanted to work on. I explained to her that part of the reason I had been working double shifts all the time was to avoid having tough conversations at home. That dealing with the conflict between Sophia and me was more difficult than being at work, that I had put off dealing with our issues because I was tired. Sophia gave me a startled expression. Then, she also made an admission. She claimed that pushing me away seemed safer than running the risk of being abandoned again. That it would be less painful when I finally left, like her father did. If she kept me at a remove. She claimed to have been putting me to the test, determining the extent to which she could push before I gave up on her. Something in my chest exploded when I heard her say it. I extended my arm to grasp her hand. I assured her that even if she tested me for the rest of her life, I would remain. We worked through these admissions with the therapist's assistance. We had both been defending ourselves in ways that, as she pointed out, actually made matters worse. Vulnerability, not distance, was the source of that true safety. We were both crying a little by the conclusion of the session, but it felt nice to cry, like letting go of something we had been holding on to for too long. In late spring, Sophia's volleyball team advanced to regional championships. With games every Saturday and Sunday, the tournament took place across 4 weekends. I planned my employment so that I could go to every game. I traded shifts with co-workers. I requested favors. I managed to make it work. I was reminded of why I had worked so hard to keep our family together as I watched Sophia compete in those championship games. She was doing well. She walked confidently and joyfully across the court. She gave her teammates high fives. She yelled encouragement. Before giving up entirely, she wanted to know that she had tried everything. I asked her what she wanted to tell him. She expressed her want to share with him the impact of his desertion on her. She wanted to know if he would be open to a relationship of any type, even if it was just sporadic emails or phone conversations. I assured her that I was in favor of whatever choice she chose and that she was free to contact him if necessary, but I cautioned her to keep her heart safe and to be ready for the chance that he wouldn't reply or that his response might be devastating. I understand, she responded, nodding. I was requested to assist her in writing the email. Yes, I replied. We worked on it jointly for the next hour at the kitchen table. She wrote about her life, her feelings, and her achievements. She questioned him candidly about why he had left and if he had ever considered her. The email was measured and cautious. It did not accuse or place blame. All it asked for was the truth and the potential for a relationship. She showed it to me once more after it was done. It's perfect, I told her. She inhaled deeply before pressing the submit button. Her father did not respond for 2 weeks. During those first several days, I watched Sophia's expression droop every time she opened her laptop and checked my email nonstop. Although she never mentioned checking her mailbox, I could tell by the way she looked at the screen and swiftly closed it. She discovered me folding laundry in the living room on day 12 and took a seat beside me on the couch. Without glancing at me, she grabbed up a towel and began folding it. She claimed that she wasn't shocked that he hadn't responded. She claimed that in order to avoid living her entire life wondering what might have happened, she wanted to give it one final go. I had never heard her speak with such maturity and steadiness. I expressed my pride in her handling of the situation. She gave a small smile and continued folding the towels. Her father didn't reply until day 18. Sophia received the email while she was at volleyball practice. She sent me a copy of her initial email, and his reply appeared in the same thread, so I saw the notification on my phone. I didn't open it. I waited until she got home and found out for herself. At 7 o'clock, she entered the room, left her workout bag in the hallway, and made her way directly to the kitchen table where her laptop was resting. Her breath caught while I was preparing dinner. After reading it once and twice, she glanced up at me, tears already running down her cheeks. She swiveled the laptop in my direction. There were 4 sentences in the email. He claimed to have moved on with his wife and started a new family. He claimed that it was unhealthy for all parties to look backward. Although he wished her well, he stated that he believed it would be best if they did not communicate. He just used his first name when he signed it. For 25 minutes, Sophia sobbed in my arms. I just held her and rubbed circles on her back, exactly like I used to do when she was younger, while her entire body trembled. She dried her eyes and remarked, "At least now she had closure." As she eventually withdrew, instead of constantly wondering, she stated she was relieved to know for sure. She reopened her laptop, erased his contact details from both her phone and email, and shut it off. She eventually put it down and appeared lighter in some way, as if she had been holding something heavy. That evening, we had dinner together and discussed about volleyball practice rather than her father. During training, she chuckled at a statement made by one of her teammates. For the first time in years, the conversation felt effortless and natural. I began to notice minor shifts in Sophia's communication style over the course of the following several weeks. Rather than merely beginning conversations without saying hello, she called me mom more frequently. Rather from the teenage humiliation I had grown accustomed to, Sophia introduced me as Ella's mother with this tone of genuine pride one afternoon when Ella came over to study. "I put a lot of effort into taking care of us both," she informed Ella. Ella grinned at me and told me that her own mother had remarked on how amazing it was that I handled everything by myself. For me, these little changes were crucial. Requested Reds is currently available on Spotify. Look at the link in the comments or description. They demonstrated to me that Sophia now grasped what I had been attempting to explain to her for years. On a Tuesday in late October, I was born. Since Sophia had school and I had to work, I didn't have any specific expectations. She was seated at the kitchen table with a wrapped box in front of her when I got home that night. Her expression was one of tense excitement, as if she was eager for me to open it. I took my bag and took a seat across from her. She motioned for me to open the box after pushing it in my direction. A framed picture of us from her volleyball championship match was inside. Her arm was across my shoulders, and we were both grinning broadly. At the bottom of the frame was an inscription that said, "To the parent who stayed, I love you, Mom." Before I had even finished reading it, I began to cry. Sophia informed me that she had purchased it with money she earned from babysitting. She stated that she wanted me to have a memento that expressed her gratitude for what I did. I gave her a huge embrace and gave her a dozen or so thank yous. "I'm welcome," she added with a laugh, "and happy birthday." The following morning, I put the picture on the wall in our kitchen, so that we could both see it from the table. I was filled with thankfulness every time I passed it or sat down to eat because of that picture. It served as a reminder that being in the moment was more important than being flawless. It served as a reminder that all of the sacrifices and multiple shifts had been worthwhile. It served as a reminder that Sophia at last saw me clearly, not through the prism of Lily's mother's rumors or her father's desertion, but rather as the person who consistently picked her. After a few weeks, Sophia began questioning me about aspects of my life unrelated to being her mother. She asked me what I wanted to be when I was her age one evening, as we were traveling home from her volleyball practice. I informed her that I had desired to become a teacher. "Why didn't I become one?" she asked. I explained that I had to start working straight away to support us after becoming pregnant with daughter shortly after high school. After a minute of silence, she inquired as to whether I had ever regretted not attending college. I told her straight out that I didn't regret her, but I wished I'd had the opportunity. The chat felt different from our normal exchanges, and she nodded, saying, "Maybe I could still go someday." She saw me as a complete person with goals and passions that went beyond simply looking after her. For a little moment, my gut constricted. An old fear, attempting to come to the surface. However, when I took a close look at my daughter, I saw someone very different from the girl who had attended that party a year prior. By now, I knew Ella well, had hung out with her and David at team dinners and volleyball matches. I had faith in Sophia's judgment beyond all else, and in both girls. Without hesitation, I replied, yes. I realized that I was no longer afraid, when she gave me a hug and hurried off to prepare her overnight bag. I sat in our peaceful home that evening while Sophia was at Ella's, waiting for the anxiousness to strike. I kept anticipating getting anxious or restless, checking my phone every 7 minutes, or imagining the worst. However, none of that took place. After preparing dinner and watching a movie, I went to bed at a respectable hour. I have total faith in my daughter. I had faith that she would call me if she needed anything, and that she was capable of making wise decisions. The fear that used to overwhelm me every time she left the house was so different from the tranquility I experienced. Together, we had created something genuine, a solid enough base for me to stop worrying. Sophia had this excited expression on her face when she got home from school a year after our kitchen table reconciliation. She informed me that she had written a paper about the parent who influenced her the most for her English class. Her teacher phoned me at work a few days later. After 22 years of teaching, the teacher claimed that Sophia's essay was the most poignant thing she had ever come across. As an illustration of effective personal writing, she requested permission to read it aloud to her other courses. With trembling voice, I consented, and Sophia showed me the essay when I came home that night. Sitting at our kitchen table, I read about our 10-day separation, the terrifying party, the moment she realized her father had really abandoned her, and discovering that love is more about showing up every day than making big gestures. After reading every phrase while crying, I gathered my daughter into my arms and gave her a firm hug. We discussed choosing a frame that matched the one surrounding her championship photo and getting the essay printed at the coffee shop downtown. After Sophia drove us to the store the following afternoon, we spent 25 minutes examining various frames, until we discovered one with the same dark wood finish. She assisted me in marking the location of the nail and measuring the wall space when I got home. While she made sure the frame was level, I held it up against the wall. After hanging it up, we both took a step back to examine our work. Sophia was seen mid-jumping at the net in the championship picture. The essay, which told a different kind of triumph narrative, was sitting right next to her team's celebration behind her. Two frames that depicted our shared identity now hung on our kitchen wall. Not only as mother and daughter, but as two individuals who had mastered the art of mutual honesty. Something settled in my chest as I ran my fingers along the essay frame's edge. A gentle pride that was more concerned with survival than with perfection. 3 weeks later, Sophia learned that her coach had put her forward for a leadership award when she returned from volleyball practice. The winners would give brief acceptance speeches at the ceremony, which would take place in front of all the teams and their families in the school gym. At our kitchen table, Sophia rehearsed her speech, reading it to me twice and asking if I understood crucial portions. I watched other students get medals for their academic and athletic achievements while sitting in the bleachers on the night of the presentation. After that, Sophia's name was called. She turned to face the audience after accepting her prize from the coach and approaching the microphone with a composed yet anxious appearance. After expressing gratitude to her coach and teammates and sharing her personal definition of leadership, she turned to face me in the stands. In some way, her voice became louder but quieter. She said that by working double shifts, attending every game, and persevering through difficult times, her mother had shown her what true strength looked like. Before she was even done, people began applauding, and I had to wipe my eyes since I hadn't anticipated her saying anything like that. Sophia found me in the parking lot after the wedding, and I gave her such a strong hug that I felt like I might never let go. It had been 17 months since the week I had left, since the terrifying party and the talk at the kitchen table that made all the difference. I heard my name spoken when I was comparing pasta prices at the grocery store. When I turned back, Lily's mother was standing by her cart, appearing uneasy. She claimed that she had been wanting to speak with me for some time and that she owed me an apology for her remarks regarding my parenting and divorce. She expressed regret for any hurt she had caused and acknowledged that she had propagated rumors without knowing the whole truth. As I stood there, gazing at this woman, who had made my life more difficult during an already terrible moment, I held my box of spaghetti. A part of me wanted to let her know how much harm her remarks had caused, and how Sophia had made those accusations against me during our biggest argument. However, I was sick of harboring animosity that just caused me pain, and I was sick of blaming and being angry. I wished she had learnt to keep her mouth shut and informed her that I accepted her apology. Knowing that I no longer had to harbor that resentment made me feel lighter in some way as I shoved my cart past her and completed my shopping. I had come to terms with the fact that she didn't care about our private lives back then or now. Sophia informed me a few days later that she had met Lily at the school behind the lockers. For a few minutes, they had engaged in casual chat regarding teachers and classes. Nothing sentimental or profound. According to Sophia, it was simply different from their previous friendship, and not particularly strange. When we were doing dishes together that night, Sophia brought it up once more, and expressed her gratitude for having chosen new companions, in light of everything that had transpired. She had discovered that true friends don't push you to make risky decisions, lie to your parents, or sneak out to parties. True friends are more concerned with your future and safety than they are with having fun right now. I gave her a plate to dry and informed her that, despite the fact that it was a frightening experience, I was proud of the lesson she had learned. She agreed and remarked that Ella and her other volleyball pals had taught her the value of true friendship and that she wouldn't trade them for anything. We had a conversation about new freedoms and obligations as Sophia's 18th birthday drew near. Since she was becoming older, I could understand her desire for a later curfew. On weekends, we decided to start at 11 instead of 10:30, but only if she continued to receive B grades or higher. We also needed to discuss the cost of auto insurance because she wanted to start driving as soon as she received her license. I explained to her that I couldn't afford the entire increase based just on my pay after showing her the figures. Sophia promised to obtain a weekend part-time job to help pay for it, perhaps babysitting for neighbors or working at the coffee shop by the school. We shook hands as if we were business partners after I promised to match whatever contribution she made. It felt like we were making progress when we established these limits together rather than me merely dictating rules. Rather, we were creating something based on respect for one another rather than dominance and disobedience. I came to see that this was the essence of partnership, the organic flow of cooperating to achieve a common objective. Not the grandiose speeches or extravagant displays, but the peaceful morning after, when everyone cleaned up and found happiness in the little things. Even though it was nearing summer, Sophia served us both hot chocolate when we finished sweeping the floor and loading the dishwasher. I reflected on how far we'd come since that awful week 2 years ago, when everything fell apart as we sat at the kitchen table with our cups, happy but drained. Sophia passed her driver's test on her first attempt 4 weeks later. I gave her such a strong hug that she smiled and instructed me to take a deep breath when she ran out of the DMV, waving her new license in the air. I immediately gave her the keys when she asked if she could take us to her volleyball practice that afternoon on the way home. With firm hands, she checked her blind spots twice, carefully adjusted the mirrors, and pulled out of the parking lot. She drove with a mixture of pride and fear that I think all parents have when their child gets behind the wheel. However, she was cautious and self-assured, using her turn signals, adhering to the speed limit, and maintaining both hands on the wheel as I had instructed. She asked how she was doing, and gave me a big smile when we arrived into the gym parking lot. I meant it when I told her that she drove better than half of the grown-ups I knew. I experienced a change in myself as I watched her enter practice with her gym bag, looking so mature and competent. She was no longer my little daughter. She was starting to earn my true admiration and respect. As usual, we continued to think about everyday topics. No matter how many times I instructed her to clean her room, it remained untidy. She attempted to negotiate later curfews and resisted screen time limits. She put off doing her schoolwork till the very last minute and then worried about deadlines that she might have easily completed. However, there was a fundamental shift in the way we addressed these disputes. They didn't devolve into days of icy silence or unrepentant harsh remarks. We debated, argued, and occasionally raised our voices before moving on. These superficial disputes couldn't break the foundation beneath it, since it was so strong. We both understood that we were on the same team and that we loved one another. We had learned to distinguish between the little things and the important things, so even when we disagreed about the rules, our arguments were settled in a matter of hours rather than weeks. And it was always the same thing that mattered most. No matter what, we were always there for one another. Sophia always stopped at the door to speak those 3 words before leaving the house. Whether she was upset with me because of something I said or a rule I imposed didn't matter. Even if we had just concluded our argument about her untidy room and her use of her phone, it made no difference. She would go for the doorknob, grab her workout bag or backpack, turn around, and say it. She would occasionally say, "Love you, Mom," with a smile, a grudging nod, or an eye roll. But every time she said it, I smiled because it meant more to me than any apology or justification could. They implied that she was aware that I would be around when she returned. They indicated that she had enough faith in our foundation to go, believing that it would still be strong upon her return. They indicated that she had at last come to understand the distinction between a parent who kept their word and one who didn't. That awful week when I drove to my sister's place and left Sophia to fend for herself had been 2 years ago. It had been 2 years since she had called me in tears from that party, terrified and alone, discovering the hard way that her father had moved on without her. In retrospect, I could see how that week had forced us both to face our vulnerabilities. Before we could create something genuine, the protective lies I had been saying had to go. Before she could truly love me, the resentment she had been harboring had to be let go. We have created something more powerful than before. Something founded on integrity, mutual respect, and the everyday decision to support one another. Not only during the major events, but throughout all of the little, everyday ones that truly comprised a life. Sunday morning breakfast preparation. Traveling by car to the volleyball practice. Talking about plans for college while folding clothes. These were the instances that demonstrated that love didn't require extravagant displays. It was about being there consistently, even when it was difficult, tedious, or inconvenient. As I stood in our kitchen, I gazed at the essay she had written for English class, and the framed picture from her volleyball victory. Both were displayed on the wall where we had our pivotal discussion that evening 2 years prior. Sophia was seen in the picture mid-serve, powerful, focused, and totally at her best. Her path from an angry adolescent to someone who realized that love required more than just saying the words was detailed in the essay. Even though I had committed the final line to memory months earlier, I read it again. I used to believe that I had failed in some way because of her father's absence. My father gave me life, but my mother gave me a home, and that made all the difference. That he would have stayed if I had been better, different, or more. But as I stood here and took in everything we had created together, I realized what Sophia had found out before me. He killed her. I gave everything else to her. And now she knew the difference. Truly grasped it in a level that beyond words. So did I. Well, that wraps up whatever this was. If you stayed until the end, I assume curiosity got the best of you. Might as well come back next time and see if I top it. My parents called me a failure and threw me out. What they didn't know was that I had built an empire worth millions. 3 weeks later, I took control. Ethan is my name. As a 3-4-year-old, I can tell you that having money does not automatically protect you from family strife. Since I left college at the age of 18, I have been employed, starting my own company from the ground up. My parents believed that I was making the worst error of my life at the time. My mother warned me, "You'll never amount to anything without a degree," as she stirred her coffee as if she were trying out for a soap opera. My dad dismissed what I said with his typical grunt of assent. They were unaware that I had already launched my first internet business, a specialized e-commerce site that would eventually develop into a network of businesses that brought in millions of dollars annually. However, all they saw at the time was a careless, innocent child who didn't want to put in much effort. Our family was never tight. My parents were the kind that valued status and looks. Their pride and pleasure was my older sister, Rachel, a corporate lawyer with a spotless LinkedIn profile, seasonally appropriate designer purses, and the kind of calculating, chilly assurance that could silence a room. They showcased her accomplishments to their relatives and friends. The cautionary story was me. They had been able to sneak insults under the appearance of concern every time I came over for supper. My dad would inquire, laughing, "Still doing that little internet thing?" As though it were a passing fad, similar to collecting comic books. With a courteous smile, Rachel would remark, "You know, it's never too late to get a real job." I ignored it for years. I reasoned that there was no use in self-defense. In any case, they wouldn't believe me. To be honest, I was preoccupied with starting a business from scratch. It requires all of your resources, and I lacked the stamina to prove myself to those who had already concluded that I was a letdown. I therefore had a tranquil life. I didn't boast about how much money I made. I didn't say that I could afford to travel anywhere in the world at any time or that, at the age of 29, I had paid cash for my own house. I simply went home to the life they thought I didn't have, smiled through the family dinners, and put up with their remarks. One wet Thursday night was the tipping moment. My mom texted me to ask if I could help with something, so I went to my folks' house. My dad was pacing the living room when I arrived. Rachel was smirking as if she already knew I was in trouble while she sat on the couch with a glass of wine. With her arms folded, my mother stood by the hearth as though she were going to break some terrible news. "Ethan," began my dad, "we've been talking. You're 34 years old and it's clear this online nonsense isn't going anywhere. You've had enough time to figure your life out, but you're still wasting your potential." I saw my jaw getting tense. "What exactly are you getting at?" He halted his pacing and gestured to the door. "You've been living in that apartment for years, And you're still here asking for help with small things. We can't keep enabling you. Bewildered, I blinked. Enabling me? I've never asked you for money. Not once. Rachel chuckled briefly. Oh, come on, Ethan. You've been coasting. You think anyone believes you're making a living off your little business? It's sad, honestly. With a strong voice, my mother intervened. We've decided it's time for you to stand on your own 2 feet for real. No more coming here when you need help. No more expecting us to bail you out. Stunned, I gazed at them. I don't need you to bail me out. I'm doing just fine, my father spoke out. If you're doing so fine, then you can prove it by surviving without our help at all. In fact, you can leave now. Go live in the streets if you have to. Maybe that will wake you up. With the exception of the rain pounding the windows, the room became silent. I looked at Rachel, who was enjoying her wine as if it were a show she had been anticipating all week. I could feel my chest getting hotter. But I made myself maintain my composure. They believed they were giving a tough reality check. They assumed I would plead. Perhaps make a commitment to improve. Or land a legitimate job. They were unaware that I could use my savings to purchase their home 3 times over. I grabbed my coat off the chair and put it on. All right. I answered quietly, with a faint smile. If that's what you want. I interrupted my mother before she could say anything more hurtful. I closed the door behind me as I left. I saw my image in the rearview mirror as I climbed into my car, a black sedan they thought was a second-hand model that I had just about managed to acquire. I wasn't upset. I was unharmed. Because I knew something they didn't and that they would discover in a way they would never forget, I was almost amused. And knowing that their entire perception of me and of themselves would be destroyed in 4 weeks, I drove off into the night as the rain continued to pour. It was oddly silent for the first week after they kicked me out. Not silent on an emotional level. Though silent in the sense that there were no calls, texts, or follow-ups from them, I had a lot of ideas racing through my mind. Even though I didn't anticipate an apology, I kind of hoped they would at least ask how I was doing. Nothing. I felt like I had been completely removed from the family roster. Although the term home office doesn't really capture it, I worked from home during those days. With floor-to-ceiling windows and a study stocked with leather-bound volumes I'd accumulated over the years, it was a contemporary penthouse with a city view. I was constantly reminded of how far I had come from the child they once labeled a failure by the skyline that stretched into the distance as I sat at my desk. By the second week, I began to hear clues from common acquaintances that Rachel and my parents were worried about me. Not anxious about my health, but troubled enough to shake their heads and let people know that I'd finally reached my lowest point. It seems that my mother had informed her church acquaintances that I was now living out of my car due to the failure of my small online endeavor. It seems that Rachel told a friend from high school that I was finally learning the hard way how to live. Not all they were doing was portraying me as a failure. The story was being actively constructed. My cousin Ryan, one of the only family members who had always treated me equally, texted me one evening. Ryan. Hey man. I overheard something tonight. You okay? Me? Define okay. Ryan, your mom was telling people at dinner that you're basically homeless. She said, you'll probably come crawling back soon. Me? Interesting. Ryan. Also, Rachel made a joke about maybe letting you do odd jobs for her firm when you're desperate enough. She said, you'd look good fetching coffee. I took some time to look at that final message and allow the words to fully register. It was not unexpected. Even though Rachel had been making those types of jabs for years, it felt different to hear them now that I had been expelled. It was similar to witnessing someone burn a bridge you had previously made the decision to never cross again in order to ensure it was gone. When the third week arrived, I made the decision to attend my folks' Sunday dinner. Not as a visitor. As an observer, I was not invited. Since my departure, Ryan had indicated that these dinners had become a weekly routine. I arrived in my vehicle. This time, it was my other vehicle, the one they were unaware I possessed. A beautiful silver coupe that naturally attracted attention. In order to avoid them seeing me come, I parked a few homes down. I could see them through the dining room window from the sidewalk. Rachel is seated next to my parents, who are grinning at the head of the table. It was an animated conversation. Plates are filled, wine glasses raised. I could picture the screenplay. My parents were beaming as Rachel talked about her most recent case, and then, just as she should have, she mentioned how ungrateful I had been, and how I had wasted my potential. I had lost my anger. No, I sensed something sharper and colder. There was more to this than just me abandoning their home. This has to do with their attempt to improve their own image by portraying me as a cautionary tale. Because it made them feel superior and in control, they were rewriting my life as a failure. 2 days later, my mother called to beg for a favor rather than to make amends. She spoke in a light, even contemptuous tone. "Next weekend, your father and I will need your assistance moving some old furniture. Ethan, sweetheart. You should have the time because you don't have any other obligations." To stop myself from laughing, I had to bite the inside of my cheek. "I apologize, but I'm occupied." She let out a sigh as if I were intentionally being challenging. "What are you busy with?" "Work." She laughed a little. Knowingly. "Your business." "Of course. Try to find time for your family. Shall we? One day you may need us." I became aware of how deeply ingrained their arrogance was at that point. They sincerely thought that when life finally crushed me, they would be my safety net. The idea that I might not require them was beyond their comprehension. It had been years since I needed them. Nevertheless, a tiny part of me chose to cooperate for a short while longer despite their denigration of me. Because the impact wouldn't be nearly as satisfying as it could be if I told everyone now. No. I would allow them to continue to dig themselves further into the hole they were creating by hurling insults and fabricating stories. Because I wanted the truth to hit them so hard when it did come out that they would never be able to get over their disgrace. And much sooner than they had anticipated. That moment was approaching. I had become somewhat detached and peaceful about the whole thing by the time the 4th week arrived. I was no longer having trouble sleeping because I knew exactly where I stood with them. However, they managed to reach a new low just when I believed I had witnessed the worst of their petty behavior. It began with an email from my bank on a Thursday morning. "Unusual account activity" is the subject line. Attention must be given right away. I initially believed that it might be a phishing hoax, but I was frozen when I went into my account. From one of my older accounts, 2 sizable withdrawals totaling more than $math BBS $80 had been made. Although I no longer used the account frequently, it remained open since it was linked to a joint savings plan that my parents had set up for me when I was a teenager. Years ago, I had intended to close it, but I had forgotten. Both withdrawals were from a bank 2 blocks away from my parents' home and were identified as in-person transactions. I initially tried to come up with a plausible rationale. Perhaps identity theft, or a banking blunder. However, my stomach fell when I called the branch and received the information. The teller had a vivid memory of the withdrawal. She claimed that on both occasions, my mother had entered, claimed that I had given her permission to access the money for a family emergency, and left with a cashier's check. I'm not sure if the crime itself or the fact that she had done it so carelessly, as though my money was hers to steal whenever she chose, made my hands shake more. I didn't immediately give her a call. I had to relax. And I wasn't at that moment. Rather, I gave Ryan a call. I told them, "You're not going to believe this," as I described what had occurred. A long pause ensued. "I believe I know where that money went, Ethan." "Where?" I said hesitantly. "Rachel and Ryan recently made a down payment on a brand new, high-end SUV. She boasted that the family had given it to her as a thank you for all of her hard work." The words were like freezing water to me. Treating me like a failure was insufficient. In reality, they had cheated on me in order to give Rachel something. My mother had physically gone into a bank, taken money out of my account without my consent, and sent it directly to the golden child, possibly while convincing herself that it was totally acceptable. I took a car to my folks' house that evening. I stayed out of the house. I parked across the street and sat there gazing at the warmly illuminated windows, not yet prepared for the confrontation. I could see them in the living room inside. My mom was snapping a picture, which she will likely post online, as Rachel held up a pair of car keys. My father was smiling and giving her a shoulder clap as if she had just received a prize. I recall the sensation in my chest changing. But I can't recall how long I sat there. I had been prevented from moving too far up until now by a thin, lingering thread of loyalty. However, that thread snapped clean as I saw them celebrate with my money. My mother texted me later that week. "I hope the savings account hasn't disturbed you. Your sister needed assistance. And it was just sitting there. One day you'll earn more money. Family comes first." I spent a lot of time looking at that message. There was only a haughty, even condescending explanation, no apology, and no admission that it was stealing. I didn't respond. I didn't have to because something inside of me changed from silent endurance to icy resolution at that very moment. This was no longer about showing them how successful I was. The purpose of this was to demonstrate to them that the bridge they destroyed wasn't just destroyed. It had been swapped out for a stronghold they would never again approach, and they were going to find out just what that meant. The air around me felt heavier after the SUV incident. It was like the atmosphere before a storm. Not that I was falling under it. I no longer felt burning, impetuous anger. It was a more subdued type of weight, the kind that lodges in your bones and prevents you from forgetting. I kept what had transpired from other people. Not buddies, not coworkers, not even business associates. I had no desire for pity. To be honest, I felt ashamed that I had put myself in a situation where they might easily take advantage of me. I was expected to be intelligent, cautious, and strategic. They went straight through that account, though, because I had left it open like an unlocked door. I withdrew from everything for the following few weeks. I stopped going to some meetings. I turned down several social invitations. To avoid having to respond to inquiries about my family, I even skipped a quarterly networking event that I had never missed. I was shut up in my penthouse, letting the silence envelop me, while I pretended to be engaged with major work. I wasn't depressed, at least not in the sense that most people associate with that word. I continued to get up early, work out every morning, and maintain the seamless operation of my businesses. However, I had a raw, almost hollow feeling inside. It was like seeing the same movie over and over again with the same ending every time I thought about my parents and Rachel. Their inside joke uses me as the punchline. One evening, while sipping a glass of whiskey at my kitchen island, I browsed through old pictures on my phone. There was one from 6 years ago, where I was partly in the picture and half off to the side, with my parents and Rachel grinning for the camera in front of a rented beach home. When they invited me that year, they had neglected to explain that the vacation was already scheduled and completely booked. Rachel got the master suite, and I ended up sitting on a couch in the living area. I became increasingly aware of something as I continued to gaze at that image. This was nothing new. The public humiliation, the theft, and the lies. It was merely the latest episode in a tale that had been unfolding over my whole life. I had always been expected to make concessions, give more than I received, and discreetly take in whatever they threw at me. Perhaps this explains why they were so certain they could steal my money and get away with it. They assumed I would pout for a while, perhaps ignore them, but then return for the following Sunday meal as if nothing had occurred. My thoughts began to change at that point, not in the direction of promptly confronting them. I had no intention of coming over and demanding my money back. No, I began to consider time, leverage, and how much better the outcome would be if I destroyed their entire self-concept rather than just calling them out. It was a delicate first step. In order to ensure that there was no remaining vulnerability for them to take advantage of, I had my attorney discreetly begin the process of locking down every account, property, and asset in my name. Simultaneously, I contacted a private person who was an expert in obtaining financial and legal documents that were not readily available to the general public. I informed him that I needed a complete financial picture of my family. I felt that the information will be helpful in the future, not because I needed it right away. I could see the irony. I kept her card in my wallet, but I didn't confirm anything at the time. It wasn't yet time. In the meantime, I was receiving updates from my financial contact, and the image they provided of my family's circumstances was instructive. I was surprised to learn how little money my parents had saved for retirement. Despite having a well-paying work, Rachel was deeply in debt due to a combination of poor investments and an unfulfilled desire for luxury. She had surreptitiously taken out a second mortgage on her condo last year, and the first costs were barely paid by the SUV, or at least the down payment they had stolen from me. Knowing wasn't the only satisfaction. They were at risk. This implied that my future actions would have more than just an emotional impact when the time came. It would be palpable and useful. On the surface, however, I avoided contact. The family continued to have Sunday dinners, talk about me in the past tense, and perpetuate the myth that I was drifting away from reality. However, I started to hear tiny cracks appearing in their assurance through mutual contacts. It seems that a friend of Rachel's had seen me in the middle of a meeting with a bunch of well-dressed executives at a posh hotel in Singapore. The hairdresser for my mother reported that she had heard someone discussing a CEO by the name of Ethan closing a huge deal abroad. They were beginning to hear the rumors, and even though they avoided me directly, I could see the tension and interest growing. I took my time. I didn't want to waste power on an early confrontation because power is best displayed in moderation. No, I wanted them to be unsteady and question everything they believed to be true until the day I completely turned the tables on them. And it wouldn't just be about disproving them when that day arrived. It would be about permanently altering the relationship and ensuring they knew without a doubt that whatever part they believed they played in my life was over. The problem with revenge is that it has nothing to do with speed. It has to do with accuracy. You don't just attack when you have the opportunity. You wait until your action is so flawless and seamless that it cannot be reversed or disregarded. My contact had finished compiling the information by this point. And what I had been suspecting for months was verified by what I saw on paper. For the most part, my family's appearance of stability was smoke and mirrors. My parents were about to have to downsize, but they wouldn't openly acknowledge it. I had underestimated Rachel's financial predicament. High interest loans, a lease on that SUV she could hardly afford, and maxed out credit cards. On her second mortgage, she had even begun to miss payments. However, I was particularly interested in one piece of information. A letter regarding an early investment in a small property development company that had been circling the drain for the past year was hidden in my father's financial documents. The worst part was that a loan for the business was personally guaranteed by my father. He would be responsible for the entire sum, far into the six figures, if it failed. According to the reports, it was approximately 3 months away from collapsing. I realized how to set the scene at that point. I didn't have to ruin their finances. I would appear vengeful if I did that. No, I had to let them walk straight into a situation where their preconceptions and haughtiness would cause them to fail, and I would be in a position they could never have envisioned. The editor of a business journal that I had met in Manhattan months earlier called me at about the same time. She wanted me to be the focal point of her underappreciated entrepreneur's feature. A multi-page spread with expert images, not just a brief article. My entire story, with a focus on the early years when I was told I wouldn't succeed. I instantly agreed, but I had one requirement for her. The release date had to coincide with the month that my father's failed investment was scheduled to fail. Just as everything was coming together, I was presented with an unforeseen chance. An offer was made by a real estate investment company I had previously worked with. They required a reliable source of funding because they were purchasing troubled assets from smaller developers. They were giving me first dibs on the deals because I had previously been one of their top investors. I nearly burst out laughing when they sent me the list of properties. My father's struggling real estate company held a block of partially constructed townhomes that were sitting there in the portfolio, marked in red as high risk. I didn't immediately commit. I studied the documents, asked questions, and discreetly positioned myself so that, should the company fall, as the report predicted, I could purchase the entire project through the investment firm for a little portion of its worth. That meant I would be the owner of the project without ever having to deal with my father directly, in addition to his firm losing the project. The nicest part is that, on paper, it would appear to be just a wise business decision on my part. No overt assault, no identifiable grudge. I stayed away from the family while those things were happening, but I made sure my name continued coming up in their discussions. Ryan told me that my mother had asked him whether I had been fortunate because she had heard that I had been traveling abroad in first class. Apparently, Rachel had questioned a mutual acquaintance about whether I was genuinely doing better or perhaps putting on a show. Their curiosity was eating away at them, and I knew that curiosity would soon give way to shock. I wasn't merely assuming a position of authority. They had no idea we were playing on the board until I was ready to take possession of it. And when the time came for me to move, it would be visible, indisputable, and timed to arrive just when they needed me. Everything I had been putting in place over the previous 6 months was arranged like dominoes, ready to fall in order. When the month finally arrived, I just needed to tap the first one. On the first Monday of each month, the business magazine feature was available for purchase. The cover had my face on it. A polished suit, a skyline background, and a big title. From uncertainty to control. Everyone was proven wrong by the self-made visionary. My family wasn't specifically mentioned in the story, but it wasn't required. The story was obvious. Despite being undervalued by those closest to me and told I would never succeed, I had secretly amassed an enterprise worth tens of millions of dollars. The timing was impeccable. In a matter of hours, the article was making the rounds on social media, in business groups, and even in LinkedIn circles that my sister frequently visited. My phone kept buzzing that same day. I received congratulations from coworkers, longtime friends, and even faraway strangers. And just in time, my mother sent me the text I had been anticipating. "We noticed the magazine, Ethan. We didn't realize how large things had gotten for you. You have our admiration. Feeling proud?" Like a sour pill, the words lingered in my head. They had been stealing from me and been dismissed for years, but suddenly they were proud. I didn't respond. My father's real estate development business formally fell behind on its debt 2 weeks later. The real estate investment company I had partnered with immediately rushed in to buy the project at a deep discount when the bank made fast decisions. As anticipated, I was able to acquire controlling ownership of the entire development using my funds. On paper, it seemed like just another wise purchase. In actuality, without my father's knowledge, I held the deed to his greatest possession. Before moving forward, I had to wait 3 days. Then, at a neutral venue, a posh restaurant downtown, I had my assistant set up a meeting with my parents and Rachel. Under the pretense of discussing a business prospect, the invitation was sent. They were also ready to accept, considering their abrupt change in attitude following the magazine article. They were all grinning when they got there. For the first time in years, my mother gave me a hug. As if we were longtime business associates, my father shook my hand. With a voice full of a civility I had never heard from her before, Rachel complimented my suit. I slipped a folder across the table midway through the main course after we placed our dinner order and engaged in light chat. The ownership document for the development they had been holding onto as their major investment was contained within. As he read it, my father's smile wavered. "This is our property," he murmured softly. "Correction," I said in a composed tone. "It was your property. It's mine now." In startled stillness, they gazed at me. I simply stated the facts without raising my voice or gloating. Their business was in default. The project had been offloaded by the bank. I had purchased it lawfully from a reputable company for a reasonable price. I described it as exact, emotionless, and definitive, much like a surgeon might describe a clean cut. My mom's face turned red. "How could you, Ethan? How could I?" I interrupted, slightly hardening my tone. "The same way you walked into my bank account and took my money without permission. The same way you gave it to Rachel like it was yours to give. The same way you kicked me out of your house and told people I was homeless. I just learned from the best." Rachel's mouth constricted, but she remained silent. With his gaze flickering between the papers and my face, my father reclined in his chair. He appeared small to me for the first time, not in terms of size, but rather in terms of presence. I rested my elbows on the table and leaned forward. "The difference between you and me is that I didn't have to lie or steal to make this happen. I played the long game, and now when this development turns a profit, and it will, not a cent will have your name on it." The clink of silverware from diners adjacent was the only sound coming from the table. They didn't quarrel. They made no apologies. The weight of what had transpired descended upon them like a thick mist as they sat there. Silently, I paid the bill, finished my meal, and got up. I said, "Enjoy your evening," in a courteous but somewhat informal tone. "Oh, and don't worry about the staff at the development site. I've already told them the change in ownership won't affect their jobs, just yours." With that, I left them seated in the cozy light of the restaurant's chandeliers as the harsh truth of their new place in my world began to set in. I didn't see the backlash coming so quickly. Ryan called me 4 days after that supper. He spoke softly, as if he was unsure whether to sound impressed or worried. His words? "Your parents are losing it. Your dad hasn't left the house in 3 days. Mom's been calling around trying to fix things, but everyone she talks to already knows you own the property. And well, people are talking." It turned out the story had spread beyond the family circle. My father's failed investment wasn't just a quiet embarrassment. It was public knowledge in their social sphere. The same people they used to boast to at dinner parties now whispered about how their reckless son had somehow outmaneuvered them in business. To make that happen, I didn't have to do anything. People enjoy a good twist, and this one was too good to ignore. Rachel's situation was not much better. Her SUV lease was up for renewal, and without my parents covering her emergencies longer, she had to downgrade to something modest. That was a social death sentence for a person whose reputation was based on luxury. Later, I learned that she had discreetly listed her condo for sale in an effort to pay off her obligations. In the weeks that followed, my parents contacted me twice. My mother texted me the first time, "Can we talk? We're still family." I disregarded it. My dad left a voicemail the second time. His voice was strained. "We need to find a way forward. You can't just cut us off like this." Without hearing the conclusion, I erased it. The problem is that I wasn't angry when I cut them off. I had just realized there was nothing to be saved. They had demonstrated their identity by robbing me, lying about me, and celebrating my alleged demise. I just answered back. However, I maintained my integrity throughout. The development endeavor started to make money a few months later. My portion of the returns was more than sufficient to make the theft they had perpetrated seem like a rounding error, and the townhomes sold more quickly than anticipated. Occasionally, as I pass by the finished site, I see families moving into the houses and children playing on the recently paved streets. It was now mine, created by my patience and their conceit. I didn't see them again at Sunday dinners. Actually, I never saw them at all. Occasionally, rumors made their way back through Ryan. How my parents sold their holiday home. In order to survive, Rachel had taken on additional cases at work, but these were only fragments of a life that was no longer relevant to me. My mother sent me a brief, nearly brittle email the last time I heard from her. "You've changed." After reading it again, I shut down my laptop. She was mistaken. I was still the same. I had just quit acting out the part they had written for me. And that night, when I stood on the balcony of my apartment overlooking the city, I understood it was the true triumph. The fact that they finally realized I didn't need them, their approval, or their idea of who I should be, was more important than the money, or the land. The last time I considered it, I grinned to myself and remarked aloud. Just once for my own satisfaction, I didn't just live in the streets. I bought the whole block. I handed the new CTO a brutal lesson worth $3 million after he fired the true owner of the core platform, who was me, an old employee they hired. I understood exactly when the company was doomed. It wasn't when the stock dropped, or when they replaced the breakroom coffee with organic sludge that tasted like distilled disappointment. It was when Ryan walked in. Ryan was the new CTO, a 32-year-old venture capitalist dressed in a tailored vest and smelling of sandalwood and unearned confidence. He strolled into the conference room, like Moses separating the Red Sea. Only the Red Sea was a group of fatigued middle-aged engineers praying for severance payouts. I was sitting in the corner with a styrofoam cup of lukewarm bean water, watching him examine the room. In technological terms, I've been here for 8 years. That means I'm a prehistoric fossil. I'm a ghost in the machine. I'm the reason why the servers don't catch fire with Black Friday traffic. But, to Ryan, I was just a woman in a hoodie who appeared to be in need of a nap and smoke. By the way, if you enjoy watching pompous corporate frat boys get totally shredded by the folks they underestimate, please subscribe and upvote this story. It fuels my fury, and allows me to purchase more soothing herbal tea, which I undoubtedly mix with whiskey. Thanks, you're the best. Ryan said, "Listen up, team," clapping his hands together like a seal asking for a fish. "I've been analyzing the architecture, and it's a complete disaster. It's outdated junk. By Q4, we plan to transition to an AI-driven ecosystem based on microservices." He threw a slide into the projector. It was a slew of nonsensical circles and arrows that resembled a football game drawn by a preschooler on Adderall. I squinted. He suggested removing the central logic gate of our entire logistics platform. He was talking about legacy crap. That was quantum ops. That baby was mine. That was the code I built during the 2021 logistics crisis, which was motivated by stress and insomnia, and it truly saved this company from bankruptcy, while the rest of the world's supply chains collapsed like a house of cards in a hurricane. "Excuse me," I said, my voice rasping. I had not spoken at a meeting in 4 months. People turned their heads. That crap accounts for 85% of our vendor compliance. When you eliminate that node, you are not only pivoting, you are also lobotomizing the company. Ryan looked at me. He had that smile that didn't reach his eyes, which he perfected in the mirror while listening to Gary Vaynerchuk podcasts. He examined my unkempt bun, my fading Nostromo crew t-shirt, and finally his Apple Watch. "And are you?" he inquired, claiming ignorance. He recognized me. It was the budget item that the CFO could not explain yet refused to cut. "My name is Samantha," I said simply. "I created the backbone you're attempting to surgically destroy." Ryan gave a giggle. It was a wet and contemptuous sound. "Do you agree, Samantha? Look here, dear. I respect what you've done in the past, but we don't operate a history museum here. We're creating the future. To put it bluntly, your monolithic code is holding us hostage. We require agility. We need speed. Sweetheart, you don't need whatever this patchwork is." The word hung in the air like a fart from an elevator. The other engineers stared at their laptops, horrified. They already knew. They realized I wasn't just an architect. They were aware that I was not even technically an employee. But Ryan was too preoccupied with admiring his own reflection in the glass whiteboard to perform his due diligence. They couldn't afford me in 2019. When this company was still a crazy startup with 3 lawsuits and a dream. I was a mercenary developer with a rate that would make CFOs weep. So, my lawyer, Heavy Metal Dave, a shark who works out of a strip mall next to a vape shop, devised a fresh plan. I did not sign an employment agreement. I signed a licensing agreement. I established my own LLC, Ironclad Logic, and licensed the QuantumOps platform to them. Think of Adobe or Microsoft. You do not buy the software. Instead, you purchase the right to use it. And, like any landlord who rents out a penthouse to a group of boisterous college students, I retained a key. Ryan was unaware of that. Ryan observed a middle-aged woman with heavy circles under her eyes, and figured I was a legacy hire, some sort of diversity quota from the past. He assumed he was firing a corroded cog. He had no idea he was trying to evict the landlord while still living in the residence. "Okay, Ryan," I murmured, reclining back in my chair, the plastic groaning with the weight of my fatigue. "You're the leader. Agility, velocity. Got it. Glad we're on the same page," he chuckled, turning away from me to point to his gibberish graphic once more. "We're going to start sunsetting the old modules effective immediately. HR will be doing some restructuring to align with the new vision." Reshuffle. Corporate term for firing the folks who understand how the lights work. I didn't disagree. Even though the impulse to do so was great, I refrained from throwing my coffee at him. I just sat there, listening to him talk about synergies and bandwidth. My heart was not even racing. That's the frightening thing. When you've been in the trenches for this long, you don't panic when the newbie pulls the grenade's pin. Simply check your watch to calculate the blast radius. I looked at the date on my phone. Unless contested, my licensing deal automatically renews every quarter. The subsequent payment was due in 5 days. Paragraph 4 of my contract was extremely precise about what happens if the licensee tries to change, reverse engineer, or undermine the integrity of the delivered software. And paragraph 6 was about the nuclear option. Ryan ended the meeting with a, "Let's crush it, team," and rushed off, most likely to sip a kale smoothie and high-five himself in the mirror. I remained seated for a moment while sipping my cold coffee. One of the junior developers, David, who had been educated not to delete production databases, gave me a wide-eyed look. He murmured to Samantha, "Are you okay? He's going to cut you." I smashed the styrofoam cup in my fingers, and flung it into the recycle bin with a precise arc. "Don't worry about me, David," I murmured, rising up and straightening out my hoodie. "If you see me leaving with a box later this week, don't assist me carry it. Just go back to your desk and make sure your resume is up to date." I walked back to my cubicle, technically my leased workspace, and logged into my private admin console, not the company one, but the one hosted on a private server in a basement in Estonia, for which I pay $60 per month. Ryan desired a revolution. And he was about to receive a revelation. The freeze-out began subtly, like black mold on a bathroom wall. Calendar invites, the weekly architecture sync, the strategy alignment meeting, and the muffled sounds of laughter coming from the glass-walled conference room 12 feet away, where Ryan was holding court. After 8 years of working 80-hour weeks and waking up at 3:30 a.m. to fix a server leak so the CEO could buy his third boat, I became a ghost. Through the glass, I saw him pointing at a whiteboard that I used to own. He was erasing my diagrams, complex functional flowcharts of data logic, and replacing them with buzzwords like holistic synergy and cloud-native mindset. People I'd had lunch with for years began avoiding me. On Tuesday, Ryan presented Tyler, our new product evangelist, who will lead the transition to the new stack. Tyler looked like he was 12 years old, and wore beautiful white sneakers that had never touched a grimy server room floor. He approached my desk, clutching a matcha latte, looking like a puppy that had just pooped on the rug but believes he is a nice boy. "Hey, Samantha, right?" Tyler smiled and continued. "Ryan informed me, you're the legacy historian. I'd like to pick your brain about the old code before we deprecate it." I swiveled my chair around slowly. "Tyler, do you know what a load balancer is?" He blinked. "Well, in terms of concept, we use AWS, right? Is it all serverless now?" I said, turning back to my screens. "Serverless because the cloud is just magic sky pixie dust. Not actual hardware operating in a warehouse in Virginia that melts if you don't optimize your queries." "Tyler, good luck." He walked away, puzzled, and I almost felt sorry for him. By Thursday, my access to the staging environment had been revoked, and I received a generic system email stating that the permissions had been altered by admin JD. I did not contest it,
Nor did I barge into Ryan's office demanding answers. I simply opened my personal laptop, my trusty beat-up Lenovo that held the keys to the kingdom, and checked the bank account for Ironclad Logic LLC. It was the first of the month. And the quarterly licensing fee for the Quantum Ops Core platform was due at midnight. Normally, the old CFO, a guy named Peter, who understood how contracts worked, had it on autopay. But Peter had also been restructured last month. I refreshed the page, and there was no pending transaction. I refreshed it again an hour later. Nothing. I sat there, the blue light of the monitor reflecting in my glasses, feeling a strange mix of adrenaline and calm. They were ghosting the payment. In their arrogance, they assumed that because I was sitting in a cubicle collecting a salary, which was actually a retainer fee, disguised as payroll for tax simplicity on their end, they didn't need to pay the vendor invoice. They thought they owned me. So, I retrieved the contract. I retain a digital copy. But I also have the original signed in wet ink by the founder. Safe in a fireproof box at home. Clause 3.1, Payment Responsibilities. Failure to repay licensing payments within 24 hours of the due date constitutes a major violation. Clause 3.2, Cure Time. Ryan had already violated the unauthorized modification clause by attempting to patch his new microservices on top of my core, without my API keys. And now he was about to violate the payment clause. I could have walked into his office and warned him. There is no cure period for willful non-payment or unauthorized modification of the source material. I could have said, "Hey, Slick, you're about to default on the software that runs your entire inventory system." But then I remembered. Sweetheart. I remembered the way he laughed when he said, "Legacy garbage." I remembered the way he looked at me like I was an ugly piece of furniture he couldn't wait to curb. So, I let the clock tick. At 4:30 p.m., on Friday, HR sent me a calendar invite for 5 p.m. Subject: Quick Sync. Location: Meeting Room B. I wiped my company-issued laptop with a military-grade scrubber, not because I had anything to hide, but because I'm a professional, and I don't leave fingerprints. There wasn't much. Just a few photos. My lucky screwdriver set. And a succulent that was still alive despite the poor air quality. I checked the bank account one last time, and it was still zero. I stood up, put on my jacket, and grabbed the manila folder I'd brought from home. Inside, the contract was heavily highlighted in neon yellow, and it was time to go to the principal's office. Meeting Room B was a glass fishbowl near the elevators, designed so that everyone could see your shame as you got the axe. Ryan was there, of course, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, looking like he was posing for a Forbes 30 Under 30 cover, and Lisa from HR sat at the table. Lisa was a nice lady who communicated exclusively through sad smiles and pamphlets about Cobra insurance, and she looked like she wanted to be anywhere else, possibly dead. "Have a seat, Samantha," Lisa said, her voice soft like she was talking to a spooked horse. I sat. I placed my manila folder on the table. Ryan looked at it suspiciously, then smirked. He probably thought it was a desperate attempt to show him project charts to save my job. So Ryan started not letting Lisa do her job. "We've been evaluating the team structure. And as we move toward this high-velocity cloud-native future, we're finding that your skill set doesn't align with the trajectory of quantum ops." "Trajectory?" I repeated, nodding slowly. Ryan's jaw tightened like a missile into a mountain. "This is effective immediately. Lisa has the documents. Standard severance pay. 2 weeks' wages. We'll need your badge and laptop." Lisa passed a stack of documents across the table. "We also require you to sign this NDA and non-disparagement agreement to receive the severance," she said, staring at her hands. I didn't touch the papers. Instead, I gazed at Ryan. "Just to be clear," I replied, my voice solid and deeper than normal in the small room. "You're ending our professional relationship entirely. That's what fired means, sweetheart," Ryan shouted, his mask slipping. "He wanted me out. He asked for my wage budget so he could hire 3 additional Chris's." "Okay," I said, reaching into my pocket and pulling out my badge, which I slid over the table. Then I grabbed the business laptop from my bag and placed it next to the badge. "I'm no longer an employee." "Good," Ryan responded, pushing off the wall. "Security will escort you out." "Wait," I replied, placing my hand on the manila folder. "We're finished with the employment section. We now need to talk about the vendor relationship." Ryan frowned. "What are you talking about?" I opened the folder.
I rotated it around so they could see the licensing agreement for the Quantum Ops core platform, which was signed in 2019, and automatically renewed every quarter. Ryan, I do not work for you. I never truly did. My company, Ironclad Logic, licenses the technology that drives your procurement, logistics, and vendor payments. I was just part of the package on-site support included in the premium tier. Ryan genuinely laughed as he took up the contract, glanced over the cover page, and tossed it back down. This is some old documents from the startup period. We own whatever you wrote while here. Assignment of intellectual property rights. It's normal. We are the owners of the code. Actually, I continued, tapping paragraph 4. Read it. The licensee, Quantum Ops, Inc., is granted a non-exclusive, revocable right to use the software, subject to prompt payment, and adherence to usage limits. The licensor, Ironclad Logic, retains ownership of all code, architecture, and algorithms. I saw the moment the words hit his retinas, but his brain refused to process them. In his world, developers were cogs, and companies owned everything. This is what he spat. You are on payroll. That voids this. Check with legal. I said I was on a retainer taxed as a 1,999 contractor for the first 2 years. Then moved to a W-2 structure for administrative convenience per a specific addendum signed by the founder, but the IP rights never transferred. I stood up. Here's the situation, Ryan. You just fired the on-site support, which is fine. I was tired of the coffee anyway. But you also missed the quarterly licensing payment, which is a breach. And I'm not paying you a dime. Ryan hissed, his face turning a shade of red that clashed with his vest. Get out before I call the cops. Okay, I replied as I moved to the door, pausing to look back at Lisa, whose mouth was hanging wide. Lisa, you might want to print hard copies of the payroll data. Just a nice advice. I gave Ryan one last look. Clause 6. Ryan, look it up. Get out, I yelled. I walked past my old desk, past Chris, who was aggressively typing nothing past the break room, and I didn't look back. You have 72 hours to fix the breach, but since you just fired the only person who knows how to keep the engine running, I'd say you have less. I walked out into the parking lot, the air thick and humid, and I lit a cigarette, my first in 8 months, and inhaled deeply. It tasted like freedom. I got in my truck, a beat-up Ford F-150 that I trusted more than any human being, and tossed the manila folder on the passenger seat. They thought they fired an employee. They had just evicted their landlord. And they didn't even have a spare key. I drove straight to the liquor store. Not the nice one with the wine tasting station, but the one with bulletproof glass and a cashier named Sal who doesn't judge when you buy a handle of whiskey. At 5:15 p.m. On a Friday, I purchased a bottle of Old Crow, which tastes like gasoline and bad decisions, which felt appropriate for the occasion. Back in my apartment, which smelled like Nag Champa and soldering iron, I set up my command center. I wasn't going to hack them, and I didn't need to. Hacking is illegal. What I was doing was strictly administrative enforcement of a binding contract. I opened my laptop and logged into the Ironclad Logic remote admin panel. It interacted with the Quantum Ops servers via a heartbeat signal. And every hour, their server pings my, "Am I still authorized to exist?" And for 7 years, my server replied, "Yes, carry on." I poured a glass of whiskey, no ice, and took a sip, shuddering. It seared the residual taste of corporate betrayal right out of my throat. On my screen, the status lights were all green. Inventory module was operational. The vendor API was active. The payroll gateway was active, and I went to the license status tab. The current status was grace period, which ended in 48 hours. Ryan had called my bluff. He thought the contract was a prop. And he thought I was just a bitter old woman waving paper around. He didn't realize that the code I wrote was paranoid. I wrote it that way because I knew people like him existed. The software verified its license against the blockchain, and it was immutable. I changed the setting from grace period to strict enforcement, and then I queued up a command to revoke license key 001. I didn't hit enter yet, because I wanted to give them the weekend, and let them enjoy their mimosas. Allow Ryan to brag to his brunch friends about how he trimmed the fat at the office. The system was designed to do a hard check at 8:15 a.m. Monday morning. When the transaction volume spiked, I sat back and opened YouTube. I needed a palate cleanser. I put on a compilation of Danny DeVito eating garbage, and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. My phone rang, And it was David, the junior developer. He texted, "Ryan is popping champagne. He says he's going to use your salary to buy a ping pong table. I hate it here." There's something soothing about watching a man who has fully embraced the chaos of existence. I felt a spiritual kinship with Frank Reynolds, who was the trash man and I was the code woman. I chuckled and replied back, "Don't sign any long-term leases, kid. Maybe call in sick on Monday." I spent the weekend doing things I hadn't done in years, including sleeping in past 7 a.m., going to a diner and eating greasy eggs, and not checking my email. I didn't respond to the frantic automated alerts that began pinging my burner phone around Sunday noon, when the system noticed the license server was unreachable. Sunday night, the whiskey bottle was half empty, and my resolve was full. I looked at the clock. Monday, 8:05 a.m. The Quantum Ops offices would be waking up, and the warehouse teams in our state and Nevada would be logging in to process the weekend orders. The automated procurement bots would be attempting to order $2.5 million worth of raw materials. I hovered my mouse over the revoke button. This wasn't revenge. Revenge is emotional. Revenge is keying a car. This was business. This was a landlord changing the locks on a tenant who trashed the place and refused to pay rent. Paragraph 4. 100. This was a landlord. The cascading red text on the screen was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. It was poetry, grimecore art, and the visual representation of messing around and finding out. I hit enter, and the status lights on the screen flickered. Inventory module unlicensed. Vendor API access denied. Payroll gateway critical failure. I took a sip of whiskey, which went down smoothly this time. At 8:15 a.m., the first text arrived on my phone. It wasn't from Ryan, but from the automated pager duty bot, which I had forgotten to unsubscribe from. Alert. Sev1. Critical outage. Main database unresponsive. Error code 42. Payment required. Error 4002. HTTP status code reserved for future use. But when I repurposed it specifically for this moment, it literally means payment required. I wondered if anyone in that facility was smart enough to Google it. At 8:30 a.m., my phone called. It was an unknown number, and I let it go to voicemail. Then I envisioned the scene. The warehouse floor in Nevada grinding to a standstill, because the scanners couldn't authenticate the inventory. At 8:45 a.m., David emailed me. "David. Oh my God. Everything is down. Trucks are lining up at the loading docks, drivers are screaming because the digital manifests are blank, and customer service lines are lighting up like a Christmas tree as thousands of orders fail to process. Everything." The dashboard just says, "Please contact administrator." Ryan screams at the servers and kicks a rack. At 9 a.m., the phone rang again, this time with the caller ID saying Quantum's HQ. I picked it up, put it on speaker, and set it on the table while I watered my succulent. "Hello," I answered, my voice groggy and feigning sleep. "Samantha, this is Ryan." His voice was an octave higher than usual, and he sounded strangled by his own vest. "Who?" "Ryan. The CTO. Look, we have an issue. The system is currently down. Absolutely everything. We believe it is a logic bomb. Have you left something running?" "I don't work there anymore," Ryan remarked, spraying the plant, and I returned my laptop. "I don't have any access." "Don't give me that," he screamed. I could hear fear in the background. Phones ringing, people yelling, and the problem message, "License invalid." "So, what did you do?" "Oh," I responded, as if realizing something. "The license? I told you about it on Friday." "Did you pay your invoice?" "The invoice? I told you we would not pay that." "It is extortion. It's a contract, Ryan. And since you didn't pay, and since you fired the on-site admin, the software has reverted to its default state, which is off. Turn it back on," he shouted. "Or I'll lawsuit you to the ground. I will ruin you." "Ryan," I replied, my voice lowering to the hard steel tone I used to educate interns. "We're now employing unlicensed intellectual property. My lawyer is currently drafting a cease and desist order. Attempting to bypass the lock is a DMCA infringement. This is a federal felony. Do you look nice in an orange jumpsuit? It could clash with your vest." There was stillness, followed by a muffled voice in the background, which sounded like legal advice, saying, "She's right, and liability. Just fix it," Ryan implored.
his swagger fading. We're losing $12,000 a minute. That seems like your problem, I answered. I'm unemployed. I have a lot of free time, but I don't undertake charity work for employers who terminate me. What exactly do you want? I want you to put the CEO on the phone. I said he's in a board meeting. Then drag him out because in approximately 12 minutes, the vendor autopay system will attempt to wire payments to your suppliers, which will fail because the encryption keys are locked. Your supply chain will be officially dead by lunch. Hold on, he gasped. I heard the phone fumble. I heard racing footsteps. I took another sip of coffee. I wasn't just twisting the knife. I was showing them the anatomy of the cut. They thought technology was magical. They thought it just occurred. They forgot that it was built by individuals, with mortgages, pride, and contracts. A new voice came on the line, deep and loud but currently shaking. Robert, the CEO, had purchased his third boat while I was repairing the 2021 holes. Samantha? Robert asked. What the heck is going on? Good morning, Robert. I believe your CTO evicted your landlord and now you're locked out of the house. Robert immediately sought to play the "we're a family" card, which is a scoundrel's last resort in the face of a declining stock price. Samantha, look, emotions are high, Robert remarked, dripping with phony pity. Ryan made a mistake. He's still young. He did not grasp the complexities of your arrangement. However, we can resolve this. Simply switch back on the servers. Come in and we will talk about a raise. A big one. I was sitting on my porch, feet up on the railing, watching my neighbor, old guy Jenkins, struggle with his lawnmower. And unlike Robert, he was winning. I don't want a raise, Robert, nor do I want my job back. That bridge did not just burn, it vanished. And then what? What exactly is this blackmail? It's a vendor dispute, I corrected. You are currently in possession of proprietary software for which you have not paid. Since you terminated the support contract, I am exercising my right to terminate the license. You have two possibilities. I hesitated, letting the silence extend until it felt uncomfortable. Option A, I explained, is to migrate to a new system. Ryan appears to believe he can create a cloud-native AI ecosystem, or whatever jargon salad he spits. Go ahead, construct it. It took me 7 years to create Quantum Ops. Perhaps he can finish it in 7 hours. Good luck. We can't do that, Robert said. We're dead in the water without your platform. Option B, I explained, is to acquire a one-time permanent license for the source code, which means you own Ironclad Logic's intellectual property. I step aside. You get the keys, the paperwork, and everything. You will never see me again. Fine. Robert answered quickly. We'll buy it. What is the amount? 50,000. 100. I laughed, making a dry, raspy sound that terrified the squirrel on the lawn. Robert, you're losing $12,000 each minute. Last year, you processed $350 million using my code. A PowerPoint presentation from a consulting firm, not the motor of your company, costs $100,000. Samantha? How much is that? $3 million. I said. That's insane, Robert yelled. That's extortion. That's the valuation. I stated quietly. I did the math. That's the valuation. I did the math. To comply with privacy laws, the system automatically purges customer data if the license is not renewed or transferred. I won't pay it because it's exactly 1% of the revenue my code saved you during the pandemic, plus a nuisance fee for having to hear Ryan call me sweetheart. Good luck with the migration, Robert. You rigged it to destroy the data. I coded it to be compliant. I lied. Mostly. It was a privacy feature that was weaponized. You know, GDPR and all that. It would be illegal to maintain user data on an unlicensed system. I need time, Robert said, sounding discouraged. You have 59 minutes, I continued. And I'll send the DocuSign to your personal email. I think corporate email is down because the authentication server is still operational. Well, you know. I hung up. I saw old man Jenkins finally start his mower, which roared to life and spewed blue smoke. Yeah, get it, Jenkins, I said quietly, elevating my coffee mug. My phone buzzed again, but this time it was a LinkedIn notification, not Robert's. Ryan Tech Guru has examined your profile, and I'm sure he was glancing at my talents area, realizing that legacy architecture was the only thing holding up the roof. I stepped inside and opened my laptop, where I created the invoice for Ironclad Logic LLC's IP rights transfer and emergency system restoration services.
I sent it, and then sat and waited. The amount is $3 million and zero, and payment is due immediately upon signature by wire transfer. The following 50 minutes were a whirlwind of texts from David, who was live blogging the apocalypse from the server room. As the creator of the maze, you are the only one who knows where the exit is. David 1015A. Bro, it's horrible. Legal is furious with Ryan. They discovered the contract. The general counsel basically asked Ryan if he could read. David 1022A. Robert has a red face. He's considering calling the FBI. Legal informed him that because it was a contract dispute, and we had stopped paying, the FBI would simply chuckle. We literally made the first breach. David. 10:35 a.m. Ryan is weeping. Real tears. He is blaming the vendor, he stated. You sabotaged us. Robert flung a stapler at the wall. I looked at the clock, 10:45 a.m., 60 minutes, until the compliance purge, which was actually just a script that archived the data to cold storage, but they didn't need to know it was recoverable. My phone rang. It was a legal call from a woman named Sharon, whom I liked. Samantha, Sharon continued, her voice flat and professional, like that of someone cleaning up a toddler's mess. We've reviewed the documentation. Hello Sharon. Did you catch paragraph 4? I did. In paragraph 6, and the addendum to the IP assignment. Ironclad. Pun intended. I have a good attorney. I see that. Look, Robert is ready to sign, but we need confidence that the system will be back up and running immediately. There were no delays. As soon as the wire reaches my account, I apply a patch that converts the license key to perpetual. Red lights turn green. It's business as usual. Ryan can even keep his job if you haven't tossed him out the window yet. Ryan is being handled, Sharon said. Sending the wire now. I checked my bank app. It's an odd feeling watching your net worth shift from enough for rent and tacos to enough to evaporate in a single moment. Quantum Ops. Incorporated reports a pending transaction plus $3 million. It's there. I murmured. My heart skipping a beat for the first time this weekend. Unlock it, Samantha. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Sharon. I hung up and navigated over to my terminal. I pressed enter 2 minutes later, after typing the command update license status perpetual and canceling the purge operation. David sent a text. David. We are green. The systems are rebooting. The dashboard functioned. People are rejoicing. It's like the end of Apollo 13 inside here. I didn't celebrate. I felt a sudden crushing exhaustion, an adrenaline rush. It was over. I had won. I had humiliated the tech bro culture that tried to erase me. I had secured my retirement, but I also knew I was done. I could never work in this town again. Word spreads. I was the developer who held a company hostage. They wouldn't tell the narrative of how they didn't pay me. Instead, they'd tell the story of how dangerous I was, which I was okay with. I stared at the bottle of Old Crow. I deserved an upgrade. I went to the kitchen and poured the rest of the cheap whiskey down the sink, then grabbed my keys and headed to the good liquor store with the cheese samples. But, before I went, I sent Ryan one last email. The subject is transition handoff. Body. The keys are under the mat. Try not to burn the house down. P.S. The legacy crap just cost you $3 million. Maybe you should follow the code next time, sweetheart. 2 weeks later, I was seated in Apex Logistics lobby, not a doctor's office. Apex, Quantum Ops' main rival, was the Coke to our Pepsi, bigger, uglier, and meaner, and they had been attempting to poach me for years. I was wearing a blazer this time, no hoodie, and I looked like a consultant. I looked rich. Tom, Apex's director of engineering, walked out to greet me and looked like a walrus in a tie. Samantha, Tom said loudly, I heard you're a free agent. Rumor has it that you burned Quantum Ops down and subsequently sold the ashes. I just enforced a contract, Tom, I told him, shaking his hand. Strictly business. Well, like business, Tom smirked. Come on back. We sat in his office, and he got right to the point. We're having trouble with our vendor compliance module. It's slow. To comply with privacy laws, the system automatically purges customer data if the license is not renewed or transferred. I won't pay it because it's exactly 1% of the revenue my code saved you during the pandemic, plus a nuisance fee for having to hear Ryan call me sweetheart. Good luck with the migration, Robert. You rigged it to destroy the data. I coded it to be compliant. I lied, mostly. It was a privacy feature that was weaponized. You know, GDPR and all that. It would be illegal to maintain user data on an unlicensed system. I need time, Robert said, sounding discouraged. You have 59 minutes, I continued. And I'll send the DocuSign to your personal email. I think corporate email is down because the authentication server is still operational. Well, you know. I hung up. I saw old man Jenkins finally start his mower, which roared to life and spewed blue smoke. Yeah, get it, Jenkins, I said quietly, elevating my coffee mug. My phone buzzed again, but this time it was a LinkedIn notification, not Robert's. Ryan Tech Guru has examined your profile, and I'm sure he was glancing at my talents area, realizing that legacy architecture was the only thing holding up the roof. I stepped inside and opened my laptop, where I created the invoice for Ironclad Logic LLC's IP rights transfer and emergency system restoration services. I sent it, and then sat and waited. The amount is $3 million and zero, and payment is due immediately upon signature by wire transfer. The following 60 minutes were a whirlwind of texts from David, who was live blogging the apocalypse from the server room. Being the one who built the maze means you're the only one who knows where the exit is. David 1015A. Bro. It's horrible. Legal is furious with Ryan. They discovered the contract. The general counsel basically asked Ryan if he could read. David 10:22 a.m. Robert has a red face. He's considering calling the FBI. Legal informed him that because it was a contract dispute and we had stopped paying, the FBI would simply chuckle. We literally made the first breach. David 10:35 a.m. Ryan is weeping. Real tears. He is blaming the vendor. He stated, "You sabotaged us." Robert flung a stapler at the wall. I looked at the clock. 10:45 a.m., 60 minutes until the compliance purge, which was actually just a script that archived the data to cold storage. But they didn't need to know it was recoverable. My phone rang. It was a legal call from a woman named Sharon, whom I liked. Samantha, Sharon continued, her voice flat and professional, like that of someone cleaning up a toddler's mess. We've reviewed the documentation. Hello, Sharon. Did you catch paragraph 4? I did. In paragraph 6, and the addendum to the IP assignment. Ironclad, pun intended. I have a good attorney. I see that. Look, Robert is ready to sign, but we need confidence that the system will be back up and running immediately. There were no delays. As soon as the wire reaches my account, I apply a patch that converts the license key to perpetual. Red lights turn green. It's business as usual. Ryan can even keep his job if you haven't tossed him out the window yet. Ryan is being handled, Sharon said. Sending the wire now. I checked my bank app. It's an odd feeling watching your net worth shift from enough for rent and tacos to enough to evaporate in a single moment. Quantum Ops Incorporated reports a pending transaction plus $3 million. It's there. I murmured. My heart skipping a beat for the first time this weekend. Unlock it, Samantha. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Sharon. I hung up and navigated over to my terminal. I pressed enter 2 minutes later, after typing the command update license status perpetual, and canceling the purge operation. David sent a text. David, we are green. The systems are rebooting. The dashboard functioned. People are rejoicing. It's like the end of Apollo 13 inside here. I didn't celebrate. I felt a sudden crushing exhaustion, an adrenaline rush. It was over. I had won. I had humiliated the tech bro culture that tried to erase me. I had secured my retirement. But I also knew I was done. I could never work in this town again. Word spreads. I was the developer who held a company hostage. They wouldn't tell the narrative of how they didn't pay me. Instead, they'd tell the story of how dangerous I was, which I was okay with. I stared at the bottle of Old Crow. I deserved an upgrade. I went to the kitchen and poured the rest of the cheap whiskey down the sink. Then grabbed my keys and headed to the good liquor store with the cheese samples. But before I went, I sent Ryan one last email. The subject is transition handoff. Body. The keys are under the mat. Try not to burn the house down. P.S. The legacy crap just cost you $3 million. Maybe you should follow the code next time, sweetheart. 2 weeks later, I was seated in Apex Logistics lobby. Not a doctor's office. Apex, Quantum Ops' main rival, was the Coke to our Pepsi. Bigger, uglier, and meaner. And they had been attempting to poach me for years. I was wearing a blazer this time, no hoodie, and I looked like a consultant. I looked rich. Tom,
Apex's director of engineering, walked out to greet me and looked like a walrus in a tie. "Samantha," Tom said loudly. "I heard you're a free agent. Rumor has it that you burned Quantum Ops down and subsequently sold the ashes." "I just enforced a contract, Tom," I told him, shaking his hand. "Strictly business." "Well, like business," Tom smirked. "Come on back." We sat in his office, and he got right to the point. "We're having trouble with our vendor compliance module. It's slow. It's slow. We're having trouble with our vendor compliance module. It crashes. We heard Quantum Ops has a system that works. They call it miracle code, but it's not a miracle." I said it's graph theory and efficient caching, and yes, I built it. "Can you build it for us?" I smiled. "I can't give you the code because I sold it to them. That's their property now, and I respect contracts." Tom looked disappointed. However, I continued pulling a new folder out of my bag. "That code is 7 years old, written in Java 8, and is legacy." I saw Tom's eyes light up. "In my free time," I lied. "It was actually during the endless meetings Ryan forced me to attend. I've been sketching out a new architecture, Rust-based high concurrency. It wouldn't just match the speed of Quantum Ops. It would make their system look like an abacus." "And how long would it take to build?" "And 7 months if you give me a team and complete autonomy. No Ryans, no product evangelists, just me and some coders who know what a pointer is. And the consulting fee, plus equity," I said. Tom extended his hand. "Samantha. Welcome to Apex." I walked out of that building with a contract that made the $3 million look like a tip. Here's the thing about winning. It's not about destroying the other guy. It's about ensuring that even if they think they've won, Quantum Ops technically owns the code now. They're still losing. They paid millions for a Honda Civic, and I was about to build a Ferrari for the guys across the street. On my way home, I stopped by a newsstand and checked the trade newspapers on my phone. The headline read, "Quantum Ops CTO relegated to special projects following Q4 outage." Ryan wasn't fired, of course. He presumably had an uncle on the board, but he was sent to the basement. He was now in charge of special projects, which in corporate speak means don't touch anything sharp. I lit a cigarette, the smoke curled up into the gray sky, and I felt clean. 7 months later, Apex Logistics launched Apex Prime, which destroyed the market because it was faster, leaner, and didn't crash when you looked at it incorrectly. Quantum Ops stock dropped 40% in the first quarter. They were trapped with a legacy system that they hardly understood, maintained by a staff of fearful juniors who were too nervous to modify a line of code for fear of locking up the bank accounts again. I heard through the grapevine that Ryan eventually departed, and he shifted to crypto evangelism, which fits. It's another industry where you can sell hot air and disappear before anyone realizes the balloon is empty. As for me, I'm currently sitting in my newly renovated living room, where I've replaced the Nag Champa with expensive candles that smell like sandalwood and vengeance, and I have a 4K TV dedicated solely to Danny DeVito movies. I'm not exactly happy, but I'm satisfied. I'm balanced. I still have the old manila folder, which I framed and hangs in my home office right above my monitor. Sometimes late at night, I check the logs of the new system I built for Apex, and I see the traffic flowing, the commerce of the nation moving through logic gates I designed. I think about the women like me all over the country, the invisible architects, the ones who keep the lights on while the Ryans of the world take credit for the electricity. We're out here, we're watching, and we read the fine print. So, the next time some 20-something in a fleece vest calls you sweetheart or dismisses your work as legacy garbage, don't get mad. Don't scream. Just make sure you own the keys. And if you have to burn the house down, make sure you charge them F. This is Samantha signing off. I have a date with a glass of Pinot and a sunny marathon. And truly, if you learnt anything from this corporate war crime, hit that upvote. It cost you nothing, unlike Ryan's blunder. Next step. Would you like me to write a follow-up post, detailing Samantha's specific malicious compliance tricks she used to train the new Apex team? Or maybe a prequel story about the 2021 logistics crisis that cemented her legend? Thank you for watching, you sneaky seniors. Subscribe to keep the coffee pot brewing revenge. Your former coworkers will have no idea what happened.